Hey, hey, SBG solution based gang, like, share, subscribe. Say no to rim, brothers, mothers, fear and sell no good suckers. Hype him up, hype him up. Shouts out Sharoon, Bracy in the waters. Wake up morning show, salute, big dog, shout out to the Lord. PH, Diva, salute, Brownsville, SBG solution based gang.
Let's go. Good day, everyone. How are we doing today on this beautiful day? Let's get out there, be productive. I'm gonna make sure I get you through your day with great energy. And just like I'm giving you great energy, I need you to give me back some of that great energy. Way how we start by, when I say good day to you, make sure you say it back. Good day, everyone. How you doing? Man, this is insane. The weather's crazy. The people are crazy. And now the literacy is crazy. It's insane, to say the least. We got this black man crying, real tears, pouring his heart out. Literally pouring his heart out. I wonder if anybody going to hear him. Are we concerned? What up, P? What up, P Zion? I wonder if we're going to actually hear him. Are we going to do anything about it? That's the question. Are we going to do something about it? I'm going to play the video of this man, of this teacher. He's out in Houston. He just started teaching. And that these kids, after reading just a little bit, he realized that they cannot actually read. And I even got a video of that. I want to find in this video. Hopefully I don't get dinged for the music. It is some music playing in it. I probably will. However, it is some kids and they give them something to read. They wasn't no damn Invisalign tears. Those are real tears. We ain't talking about no fake tears. We talking about real tears. Straight from the heart. Some people feel that, man. Some people, it is still great, good people out there that wants better for the children. Everybody is not F them kids. We understand on the internet, it is plenty of people screaming F them kids. But not this man. No. And I know y'all just want to hear, I know sometimes y'all just want to hear, I can't do it every day. I cannot do racist content every day because I'll be just attempting to get out the proper information so we can have some clear understanding of what's going on in the world. But y'all be taking it too far. Y'all want to just say some of the most nastiest things you could think of. And I ain't feeling that. I don't like it. I don't like when people just be nasty just to be nasty. But the interesting part, all that nastiness of these people that are being racist, it has a lot to do with the literacy. It has a lot to do with reading comprehension. So even though we are going to watch this video of this teacher out in Houston crying about the children that can't read, this has been a problem for a very long time. And now that the internet is here, we are starting to see it is a lot of grown individuals that actually can't read. And this is why we have such an issue on the internet. This is why we have so many followers on the internet. This is why we have so many people that cannot form their own thoughts. They cannot critically think, even at the big age that they are. Cloud House says, make sure y'all hitting all other support buttons as well. Don't just support degeneracy. We see what happens when we just support degeneracy. It trickles down from the grown-ups all the way down to the children. We see what happens. We need more people. We need more folks. The best way we could do that is by hitting one of the support buttons, J Villa. You know what I'm saying? It's very simple. Right. So Cloudhouse ENT says, while it's a shame that the kids can't read, right? Crazy that on this dude, first week on the job, he comes crying. Smells like an influencer play. He is a teacher influencer. He records his times at work. Yes. So he do record himself becoming a teacher. He recorded himself getting his bachelor's degree. He's recorded himself getting attempting to go to the next level and go get his master's degree. Him being an influencer teacher has nothing to do with the fact that these kids can't read. It still doesn't negate that fact. P Zion, the problem is it is high school and up, and we talking about grown folks. See, this is the thing. A lot of people think reading is just the words on the screens or the words on the page. No, reading is absolutely bigger. The bigger argument is that, you know what? How about we jump into the, let me go find the video. Let me go find the video. How about that? Okay. Let me go find the video.
I literally broke down in the middle of class because I'm teaching seniors. These kids are leaving high school and going to college, hopefully, after they finish.
What is going on with this?
We had.
Why is this not expanding? Okay, I don't know. I don't want to expand for whatever reason.
2 paragraphs to read, 1 sentence complete to write. I gave them the sentence stems. I basically completed the sentence for them in the model. These are 17 and 18-year-old kids, and they couldn't fill in 4 words. 4 words. I gave them the scenario. We annotated together. I gave them the answers before we even had the problem.
Damn.
And they couldn't do it.
Damn.
I don't know. I simply don't know where the problem is. This is only day 2.
Damn.
And I have seniors who simply cannot read and seniors who cannot write. They cannot write. They can reason. They have the ability to defend their reasoning if it's talking to their homeboy, but applying that to a written text, 2 paragraphs, and they couldn't do it.
Damn.
Our young black men, our young brown men, our young black girls, and our young brown girls
Mm, mm. Absolutely wild. Oh, it's real. This is dead ass real. This is out in Houston, by the way. It's a lot of children in Houston that cannot. But here's the thing. Here's the thing. The bigger argument is that we've reduced literacy to, can you pronounce the words on the page? This is the issue that we really having, right? But now that's what was happening back when I was in school. Like literacy is just, can you pronounce the words on the page? And it trickled down 30, 40 years down the line. It comes to the part now where they can't even pronounce the words on the page. When functional literacy is also about extracting meaning, evaluating information, following an argument, recognizing context, and communicating effectively. And we have this problem time and time again. Right here on these damn panels, people can't comprehend. Right here in the damn chat, people can't comprehend. That's the issue. Comprehension. Doesn't matter about the other stuff. We need to focus on comprehending. Let me play, you know what? Let me play another video. I seen another video that I thought was just wild as well. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it real quick before I lose my train of thought. Let me see. This video right here. It's crazy. It's crazy how we have to learn how to support one another. It's crazy that this is the same content. And you know what? I'm not gonna go there. It is what it is. We need to do better. I don't know what the issue is. Hit the like button, hit the share button. It's much appreciated. We're doing good work. Do the right thing. Hit the like and share button. If you have $1 or $2, I would truly appreciate it. Right, let's put the work in. All right. Everything don't gotta be a struggle because we Black. Everything don't gotta be a struggle. I mean, like, Lord. Let's see. Can y'all read this? Can y'all read what she is attempting to? Can y'all see what she's attempting to read? Hopefully you can see it.
Sue clothes that were. Who's this for? Extraordinary, but somewhat Gertrude?
No, explain what that means.
I don't know.
She wore a sahalat of
A
clothes
sahalat. That's crazy. A sahalat is crazy. That is crazy. Shout out to the first support of the day. Thank you so much. Peasy ain't going with the $10 super sticker. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. And make sure y'all be just like Peasy ain't going. Support the stream. Hit the like, hit the share, hit the super chat, hit the cash app. Whatever it is that you can do, it is much appreciated. But man, this is crazy to me. Mind you, when I seen this video, because these are high school students. When I seen this video, I brought my 12. I was like, God damn, let me go check to see, make sure I'm doing my goddamn job. I brought my 12-year-old daughter. I said, hey, baby girl, come over here, baby girl. can you please read this? Can you read this? And she read every word. The only word she had a problem with was the last word was gosh. You know, that's not a normal word. And I mean, so, man.
Or extraordinary, whatever, bro. But somewhat.
What does that mean?
She wore a lot. Wait, she wore. Bro, I don't know, bro. Can you take the card back, please?
She wore a. Oh, baby. She wore a silhouette of clothes that were. Bitch, I don't know that word. I don't even know how to read. I don't know why I did
She wore a silhouette of clothes
Damn,
that
a
were
silhouette.
extraordinary, but somewhat gosh. All right, now what does that mean?
Gouch.
I
Yeah,
have
that's
no
cool.
idea. Like it's cool.
Damn.
She wore a. I don't know what this should say. I don't know what this should say. I don't know what this should say. I can't read it. Can't read it. Can't read it. Cancel back.
Ben.
All right, so now we're looking at UCLA students. These are UCLA students. This is college now. Now we moved up to college. Is you cool? This is crazy. This is crazy. Now we up to college. This is crazy. Good day to you, Corinne Mackey. Good day to you, beautiful. Thank you so much. Always holds me down. I appreciate you. This is crazy. Let's see if the college students do better. Hopefully, the college students will do better, especially at a prestige college like UCLA.
If I Carrie tried to ambush the extortion scheme.
What does that mean?
Damn.
I don't even know. I can't say that. I tried to ambush the extortion.
So at least now at UCLA, we can see that it is not a black thing. Right? This is some kind of a Asian American at UCLA. It's a problem going on. I know people want to try to think that it's only us black folks that can't read, but no, it's a problem across all of America, and all races having an issue with this thing. Right? All the students across America is having this problem. And it's not just the children. We see it happen every day on these panels. It started clearly back when I was in high school. I just didn't know that was going to go this far. Not this is Bush fault.
Scheme?
What does that mean?
I don't know.
The university
Damn.
student procured an off-campus accommodation via the platform Unishack. Unishack does
Salute
that?
to that.
Boy.
Salute to that. Salute to that. So, you know, and as we see that this is a huge problem that people have been just trying to put band-aids on this situation for way too long. And that's the real problem. Now we got into where we at today. Literacy is also about extracting meaning. So not only did they couldn't read the words, they also didn't understand what it was being said. Right? So literacy is about extracting meaning. That's what it's about. Evaluating information. As we see, people struggle with that even when they come to these panels. Grown ass men. I'm dealing with 30 and up. And people that 30 and up is having issues with extracting meaning and evaluating the information that is at hand. Love wisdom. Yellow is for reach, is for reading, is fun to your mental. Research is essential. And comprehension is critical. The U.S. Department of Education and the parents have failed the youth. Woo, thank you so much. Love wisdom. I appreciate that. So I see there's a couple of people in the chat blaming a couple of presidents. I see Bush been brought up. I see Obama's been brought up. Good day, Angie, baby. I see both presidents I see two presidents been brought up. Very interesting. Very interesting. But you know, what I've been noticing a lot is that a lot of times when we having these conversations, a lot of times, even our grown folks, they cannot follow an argument. Recognizing context. We had a whole deep dive conversation the other day about context. There was people in the chat that didn't understand context of what we was having a conversation about. They can't recognize context and communicate effectively. A lot of people cannot communicate effectively. And reading the room, and reading the room nice, as and I get it. I get it. It is not a part of the exact meaning, right? It's not a part of the exact, oh shit. Where is this goddamn? Oh, okay. I found it. And I get it. Literacy is not part of the exact definition. It's not part of the exact definition. It's not literally part of the formal definition. But another example of how decoding words without understanding meaning isn't enough. Hey. So, when I saw the teacher crying, and when I say crying, and when I say crying, I don't mean one little, one little inspirational teacher tear. This man looked defeated, and he was talking about high school students who can't read high school. And immediately, I'm pretty sure, everybody's arguing it's the teachers. No, it's the parents. It's the school system. It's the kids. Everybody looking for somebody to blame. And I'm just sitting here, right? I was just sitting there thinking, hold on, before we figure out who can't read, I need to know if we even understand what can't read means anymore. What does that actually mean? What does that actually mean? Jay Villa, have a game show giveaway for people who can't read. But see, that's the thing. We need to define can't read. What do can't read means? Because a lot of people think that just because they could sound out the words, that they read it. Because when most people hear literacy, they They think, can you look at these letters and make the correct sounds? That's part of reading, but that's not the whole thing, because you can pronounce every word in a paragraph and have no idea what the hell you just read. You know what I'm saying? You ever read an entire page of a book and realize, I don't know what happened. Your eyes did their job. Your mouth could have done a job, but your brain clocked out 3 paragraphs ago. My baby girl says she hates when that happens. That's why I think we need to have a much bigger conversation about literacy, because some of us can read words, right? We just can't read meaning. And those are 2 different things. Think about social media. Social media has exposed something terrifying. Everybody has access to information, but access to information and the ability to understand information are not the same. Just not. It's not the same. It's not the same thing. Somebody posts eating vegetables may help reduce risk of certain diseases. Somebody in the comments is going to say, so you saying carrots cure cancer? And see, and this is the problem that we have. See, Badass saying, he just brought up one of the things. Everybody knows over here we say pattern. That's the context of this channel, because we Black. Everybody knows that. Nobody has a problem with saying pattern. We say pattern because it's fun. We having a good time. This is over here at the Wildest Wake Up Show, so we'd like to have a good time. But it doesn't matter if I'm saying it incorrectly or not. What really matters, do you understand what I'm communicating? That's the real issue. People like to take out the context of what is actually happening. So when I say, yes, vegetables are healthy, and somebody else asks a dumbass question like, so you're saying carrots cure cancer? Nobody said that. All right, this is a Brownsville thing. Nobody said that. Where did you get that? We gave you 12 words and somehow you created a 13th. That's a literacy problem. Not because you couldn't read the sentence. You read every word. You just didn't understand what those words meant together. That's comprehension. That's context. That's nuance. And nuance is getting its ass kicked right now. Let me drink some water, because God forbid if I say a word incorrectly. Lord have mercy if I say a word incorrectly, because I'm saying a lot of words. Nuance used to live here. Nuance packed his bags and left the internet around 2016, because everything now has to be yes or no, good or bad, right or wrong, racist, not racist, sexist or not sexist, guilty or innocent. And sometimes the answer is, I don't know yet. And for some reason, people hate that answer. I don't know yet. I don't know yet is apparently intellectual cowardice now. No. Sometimes I don't know means I don't have enough information. That's literacy too. Knowing what the information doesn't tell you. And here's where it gets really interesting because we teach children how to decode words, but we don't always teach them how to interrogate information. You know, things like, who wrote this? Where did you get this information? Who wrote this information that you are taking in? Who wrote this? Why did they write it? What's the evidence? Stop regurgitating information that you heard from somebody else just because it sounds good. Come up with your own thoughts and critically think. You need to interrogate the information. Who wrote this? Where? Why did they write it? What's their evidence? What does this word mean in this context? What's missing? Is this a fact? Is this opinion? Is this somebody trying to persuade me? And most importantly, did I actually understand? Did I actually understand this before I got mad? Did I actually understand this before I got mad? All those things I just broke down. The last one needs to be a mandatory class. Before you're allowed to comment online, a little box should pop up. Please summarize the argument in your own words. Half the internet will disappear. Facebook will lose 70% of its traffic overnight. You have selected angry face. Before proceeding, explain what the article said. Never mind. This is what grown folks would do. And this is why that teacher crying bothered me. Because if you have high school students struggling to read and comprehend, that didn't happen yesterday. A 17-year-old didn't wake up Tuesday morning and suddenly lose literacy. They didn't just lose literacy. That child passed through kindergarten, first grade, second, third, fourth, fifth, middle school. Somebody kept saying, next. Next. That's what scares me because everybody wants to blame the teacher standing in front of the kid. But that teacher might be receiving, a problem. That teacher might be receiving a problem that's been compounding for 10 years. Imagine being a high school's history teacher. You're supposed to teach Civil War, but before you can explain the Civil War, you got to teach phonics. You got to teach phonics. Sir, the curriculum says reconstruction. And the student is still reconstructing the damn sentence. You say you're going to teach the Cold War. It's like, but was it snow? This can't be real life. This can't. What do you want that teacher to do? You know what I'm saying? What do you want that teacher to do? Okay, everybody open your textbooks to page 237. Student raises hand. What does economic means? Okay. We can work with that. Another hand. What does consequence mean? Okay, another hand. What does although mean? Goddamn. Hell to the nah. Now the teacher is looking at the ceiling. Lord, you put me here for a reason. But parents don't completely walk away either, right? Because literacy cannot exist only at school. Right? Because literacy cannot only exist at school. A child spends years watching adults interact with information. Do they see anybody reading? Do they see anybody asking questions? Do they hear conversation where adults explain why they believe something? Or do they hear, because I said so? And I know that because I said so is a powerful tool, because that's what a lot of parents said back in the day. This is because I said so. And because I said so, transform into these kids can't read the word silhouette. They look, the children were saying silhouette. They couldn't read the word extraordinary. So because I said so started this whole thing. Why? Because I said so. Okay, then. And then, 12 years later, why doesn't this child think critically? You know what I'm saying? After all those years, 12 years of saying, because I said so, they are trying to understand why their child cannot think critically. It's because you said so. That's why they don't think critically. You trained him or her not to ask follow-up questions. Every question got treated like disrespect. Mom, why do we don't question me? Slap. Mom, why do slap? Don't be questioning me. I'm a grown ass. You know it. Right, Wall Street Willie. You know it. You see, you know what I'm saying, Wall Street Willie? Don't be questioning me. Love wisdom. The youth can cuss folks out, yet can't read a paragraph. Parents think it's cute until you find out the parents can't read. They can't tell time or spell. That's why they focus on acronyms. BRB. Man, be right back. LOL, laugh out loud. WYD. People be literally on the streets. Somebody say something funny, they be like, hi, LOL. Bitch, laugh. What you mean, LOL? We ain't in goddamn America Online. This ain't AOL. Ho, laugh. What you mean, LOL? 20 years later, you wondering why your child can't critically think. Because you said, don't question me. That's why. 20 years later, why? 20 years later, why did you sign that contract without reading it, huh? You raised me. I ain't asked no questions. You know what I'm saying? Like, hey, no wonder why my era, so many people got cooked in these contracts. Because we was raised not to ask any questions. And I guess that's why I get beat up so much, because I'm asking all the goddamn questions. What is this? What's that? Why is it that? How long is this? How can I get out of it? Can we negotiate? I get it. That's why I get so much problems. You like that one, Wall Street? You raised me. That's the problem, right? And then there's vocabulary. Vocabulary matters because words give brain places to put ideas. If I only know how I'm going to frame this. If I only know 3 emotional words, right? This is why I always keep saying that the issue that we are having is that a lot of men don't have enough crayons in the crayon box to color, right? So if you only have 3 emotional words, happy, sad, and mad. This is what a lot of our fellas have. Happy, sad, mad. Sit. Happy, sad, mad. So when that happens, then every complicated emotion has to fit in one of those 3 boxes. And sometimes you're not mad, you're embarrassed. Because when I be cooking people up, they're not actually mad, they just embarrassed. Sometimes you're, because somebody was complaining about people don't know the difference between you're and you're. Like you are. Sometimes you're disappointed, right? Because I cooked your ass up. Sometimes you're anxious because I cooked your ass up. Sometimes you are resentful because I cooked your ass up. The dude that came here the other day, sometimes you conflicted, and I get it, Sometimes you're overwhelmed. I get it. I overwhelm you sometimes. I get it. But if all you got is mad, everything becomes you piss me off. And that's the problem that we see all the time. I be pissing people off, but that's because they don't have enough vocabulary to understand what they are going through. They have alexithymia. Right? That's literacy showing up in relationships, because the better you can understand language, the better you can understand what you're experiencing. And the better you can communicate it. That's why when I say literacy, I'm talking bigger. When I say literacy, I'm talking bigger than reading a novel. I'm talking about navigating life. And then we get to my favorite form of literacy. Something that we always have an issue with. Not being able to read the room. Not being able to read the room. You know what I'm saying? Now, technically, I would say that's what you say, social awareness. Technically, that's social awareness. Not the same thing as reading literacy, but Lord, some people need tutoring. You ever meet somebody who can read a 400-page book, but cannot read 4 faces? You never met somebody like that?
So I think people that read actually pretty intelligent all around.
Shit, you know how many people are book smart and in life stupid? There's plenty of people that are book smart and they are stupid in life. But that doesn't mean they don't exist. I met a lot of people that are book smart, but they cannot read a room to save their life. Everybody at the table is uncomfortable. Everybody stopped laughing. Somebody's wife got up and left. And this person goes, anyway, let me finish the story. No. The story is over. Read the room. That's context. You understood the words, you didn't understand the environment. And human communication depends on context. If your wife says fine, literacy tells you, Fine spells fine. Marriage comprehension tells you nothing is fine. a dictionary, a dictionary would get you killed in a relationship. That's the problem that a lot of these men be having. They be like, but she told me she fine.
Well, that's why it's not just written, it's written in comprehension.
Right.
It's the language part.
Yes, there we go, right? according to Merriam-Webster, fine means satisfactory.
Somebody says they're fine.
So you know what I'm saying? So go ahead and tell her that. So you satisfactory? No. Now you're gonna learn another vocabulary word. Everybody know what that word is, right? Divorce.
Dang.
Baby girl said, dang. Ooh. Huh? I think so. You know what I'm saying? So tone, tones, tone matters, context matters, history matters, who said it matters, when they said it matters, what happened immediate before it matters. And that's why clips online are dangerous. You can take 10 seconds for a 2-hour conversation and make somebody look like they said almost anything. And people don't ask, what came before this? They would say, I heard enough. No, you didn't. And that's the problem. You heard 8 seconds. That's what you heard. I know exactly what happened. How? Police been investigating 6 months. You solved it during your lunch break? Detective TikTok, huh? Based on the way she blinked at 17 seconds. Stop! Media literacy might be one of the most important forms of literacy we need right now, right? Because we're consuming more information than any generation in human history. Think about that. Your grandparents might have gotten information from the newspaper, radio, television, neighbors. But you wake up before you brush your teeth, you consume 3 murders, 2 wars, a celebrity divorce, 4 political scandals. What I can't say political? Yeah, like what's wrong with me saying political? 4 political scandals and somebody breakfast, a conspiracy theory, a motivational quote, and a woman in Atlanta explaining why Sagittarius men can't be trusted. That's all before you brush your teeth. Yes. I think my family is enjoying my commentary more than the goddamn people in the damn chat. I don't know. What's the likes looking like? What's the shares looking like? Goddamn it!
Disgraceful.
It's disgraceful.
Yes.
They don't want to hit the like. They don't want to hit the share. It's crazy.
How do you know? Because I hear every single night. Oh.
It's kind of crazy. 23 likes. That's insane.
That's crazy.
That's crazy.
Yeah, my father up in here working.
Got me working hard too. I'm out here giving really good. Well, at least I think I'm doing a good job of talking about literacy and politicals. I think I'm cooking up. I don't know. Maybe y'all don't think I be cooking up. I don't know. Maybe y'all not appreciating it. There's a lot of people that be in the chat that that they hear every day. I ain't never see them send me 99 cents in their life. Like, damn, you don't send a like, you don't send a shit, and you don't send 99 cents, and you be here every day with me? That's crazy. That is kind of crazy. What's up, Kim? Ooh, thank you, babe. Got me some food. You know what I'm saying? 7:14 in the AM. Your brain wasn't designed for this. It wasn't designed for all those things to happen all before you brush your teeth. That's not what your brain was designed for. And shout out to Shadow, the Tight Wasp. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. And who was I? And we and that same thing that we are doing as adults, all those things that I just mentioned that we do before we even brush our teeth, we handing that same information fire hose to the children. We passing right to the children. Then we're surprised they can't focus on 3 pages. A kid brain is, at this moment we see what's going on, that a kid brain is used to these 15 seconds and swipe, 8 seconds swipe, 22 seconds swipe. Book says chapter 1. Kid says, where's the skip button? Nothing exploded in the first paragraph. This book is trash. I'm not saying technology makes children stupid. Technology is a tool, but every tool trains behaviors. If your information environment rewards speed, you get speed. If it rewards outrage, you get outrage. If it rewards confidence over accuracy, everybody suddenly becomes a goddamn expert. That's another goddamn, speaking of, that's another literacy problem. People don't know the difference between confidence and competence. Clip that. They don't know the difference between confidence and competence. Somebody says something loudly enough, oh, he knows what he's talking about. No, he doesn't. He's just not nervous. That's all. Those are different qualifications. And this is why comprehension matters. Reading isn't just receiving information, it's processing it. Let's say a paragraph says researchers found an association between A and B. An illiterate interpretation might be A causes B. No, association does not automatically mean causation. But I read it. You read the words. You didn't comprehend the relationship between the words. You didn't comprehend the relationship between the ideas. That's the distinction. And that's happening everywhere. Politics, health, money, relationship, news, legal cases. People read a headline. Man questioned by police. Internet. He did it. Questioned. That's what it said. I'm over here cooking and y'all just what? I don't know. I don't know what y'all want. But it's all good. I'm going to keep doing my goddamn thing. It is what it is. I don't know what y'all really want. What y'all really want? I guess I ain't famous enough for y'all.
You don't need to do a video of backflip off of Christmas trees.
Right. Should be crazy. Can I get the like button? How we doing with that like button now? Hopefully we got more than 23. What is this, a carrot?
Yep.
Pretty good.
Tastes like a sweet potato.
I feel you, black man. Shout out to BMU. Where was I? Oh, questions. That's where I was at, right? Right. And then so like, after the man is questioned, and then 3 hours later, the man is released without charges, right? Internet, they're covering it up. No. There's no possible information that can change your mind. That's not critical. That's not critical thinking. That's choosing a conclusion, holding the evidence hostage. Real literacy requires humility. That's the part nobody likes, because sometimes comprehension means reading something and saying, I was wrong. Oh, that's the hardest sentence in the English language. I was wrong. People would rather learn Mandarin. Ni hao mao. They would rather learn Mandarin. Can I say it another way? No. They'll say, I have received additional information which has allowed my perspective to evolve. You're wrong. Just say it, God damn it. And schools have a difficult job, because how do you teach comprehension when everybody wants measurable answers? What's the answer? Sometimes the important question is, how did you arrive at that answer? That's where thinking lives. 2 students can circle C for an answer. One understood the passage, the other gets C because the last 3 answers were A, B, B. Same grade, very different literacy. And comprehension isn't just academic. Think about contracts. How many adults sign things they don't understand? Terms and conditions. Nobody reads that. Apple could put
so fast.
Apple could put by click and agree. Tim Cook now owns your left kidney. Agree. I need my phone updated. We have surrendered more legal rights to software updates than monarchs took from peasants. Nobody reads, right? But even if we did read it, will we understand it? That's the functional literacy. Can you understand a lease, a medical instruction, job application, a bank statement, a ballot question, an insurance policy, directions, a warning label, for God's sakes? Those things affect your life. So when the teacher cries because his high school students can't read, we shouldn't just laugh at the students. We shouldn't automatically blame one teacher. We should ask, how did they get this far? Thank you so much for the cash app. It says, here's a 99 cents for the haters and me. LOL. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Oh man. We should ask how they get this far, right? where did the intervention fail?
Where did it all go wrong?
Yes, where did it all go wrong? Yes, baby girl. Were teachers pressured to pass students who weren't ready? Is that a problem? Did parents know? Were resources available? Did class size matter? We're learning difficulties identified. How much reading happens outside school? How much time is spent scrolling compared to sustained reading? Those are uncomfortable questions because the answer probably isn't one person. Everybody wants a villain, one villain. They want one villain. Who did this? Probably a whole bunch of us. That's less satisfying. You can't make a good thumbnail of complex interactions between institutional, familial, socioeconomic, and individual factors, right? Nobody's clicking that. You need who destroyed reading? Red arrow, teacher crying, kid holding book upside down. Now we got content. But here's the hopeful part. Literacy can improve. Vocabulary can grow. Comprehension can improve. Critically thinking can be practiced. And reading doesn't have to mean forcing everybody to sit down with Shakespeare. Right? You don't have to be forced to sit down with Shakespeare immediate. Find something kids care about. Basketball. Read about basketball. Video games. Read gaming journalisms. Cars. Read about engines. You into fashion? Read fashion history. You into anime? Read one of those mangas. Manga. Yes, thank you, baby. Manga. And then expand outward. The goal initially is to build the muscle, right? Read, understand, explain, question, connect. Because if somebody reads something and you ask, what did that mean? and they can't explain it in their own words, we're not finished. Go back, read it again. Read it again, not as punishment, for understanding. And adults need this too. Like, hey, I do it all the time. I read books that are very difficult. I got to go back and read a page sometimes 3 times to understand what the hell's going on. Might even have to pull out a dictionary.
You always be having a dictionary right next to you.
All right. Anytime I read, I got to have my dictionary because I'd be like, damn, what is that? And then I got to reread it now that I have the understanding. So let's stop pretending this is just children. let's stop pretending this is just children. Some grown folks graduated 25 years ago and haven't comprehended a paragraph since. They can read enough to argue in comments, right? They can argue enough in comments. Everybody suddenly becomes a constitutional scholar at 11:30 p.m. or AM, I should say, for y'all. Actually, under Article 17, there's no Article 17. Do your damn research. You didn't do research. You watch that man sitting in his truck. That's not peer review when you watch some man sitting in his truck. And that's why literacy in 2026 has to mean more than can you sound out the sentence? Can you understand it? Can you summarize it? Can you tell fact from opinion? Can you recognize if you're being persuaded or not? Can you identify missing information? Can you understand the context in the conversation? Can you change your conclusion when evidence changes? As we see, that's a huge problem for grown folks. Can you communicate what you learned? And for the love of God, can you read the damn room? Because we got people with master's degrees who still haven't unlocked that level. So when we watch this teacher crying, I don't think the conversation should stop at the kids can't read. That's the beginning of the conversation because if a teenager reaches high school unable to comprehend what they're reading, that teenager is about to enter a world specifically, I make sure I didn't say specifically designed to take advantage of people who don't understand information, contracts, loans, credit cards, political propaganda, advertising, scams, misinformation, manipulative relationships, bad employers, bad landlords. The ability to comprehend language is protection. That's why this matters. Literacy isn't about getting an A on an English test. It's about somebody handing you a piece of paper that can change your life. And you understand exactly what that paper says before you sign your name. It's about hearing somebody make an argument and being able to say, that sounds good, but does it make sense? It's about seeing a viral clip asking what happened before this. It's about reading the headline. Then it's going to sound crazy. This is going to sound real crazy. After you read the headline, read the damn article. I know, radical concept. I know. And sometimes literacy means understanding the one thing nobody actually wrote down, right? The tone, the context, the implications, the room. Because being able to pronounce every word doesn't help much if you don't understand what anybody is saying. So maybe the question isn't simply why can't these kids read? Maybe it's how many of us can read but still don't understand. That's the conversation, That's the conversation. is a whole lot bigger than one crying teacher. God damn it.
What's the point of reading if you don't understand it?
A lot of people do it. And it's crazy. But a lot of people do it. Let me see if anybody want to come kick it with you guy. I think I did a pretty excellent job just now. And I'm kind of hungry, so if somebody come up and talk, I can eat while they talk. You know what I'm saying? Smack on their ear until they hit the like button.
So there's high schoolers
Yeah.
that can't read simple like the words that you're supposed to know. What they're called. Like what?
They're not at their level. So they're not at a 12th grade level. They read it at like a 3rd grade level.
I read books that are above my level. Like I don't think I've ever read a book that is my level at the time.
Well, also you could write. You are writing a book.
Oh yeah.
So this is why a lot of people would blame the parents. Right? They don't want to actually give. It's a whole system of things happen, and it's not just the kids' fault or the parents' fault. It's the schools, the teacher, it's everybody collectively's fault. Everybody's involved in these kids not able to read. Welcome to the show, Conversations with MJ. Thank you so much. How you doing today?
What's going on, bro? Yeah, I've seen that video. It was sad. I didn't find it funny at all. He seemed really heartbroken, and that's probably because he's a teacher who actually loves kids and he wants to teach, and to see that he feels like he's probably not getting through to them. The first thing, if you care, the first thing you're gonna do is criticize yourself first, right? If you actually care, if you actually want to get to the root to the problem, you're gonna be like, damn, is it something I'm doing or not doing? And then you move on to say, okay, what other things can be causing this? Is it the household? Is it the school? Is it the environment? Is it the resources? Are they getting the proper books? Like it's sad because most people don't understand that that's a system, right? That's a system that has failed. And people think it's only just a system when it comes down to institution. No, it's the whole societal system. We're all supposed to be working with each other to build and progress in whatever situation. So the household to the institution is a failing in both, and we just gotta be honest about that.
Yeah, because people want to put blame, but really it's all of us to blame, right? Everybody that's involved in that kid.
Absolutely.
Aunties, uncles, everybody that's involved in that kid, they are all to blame for it.
Absolutely.
It ain't just the parents, it ain't just the children. Welcome to the show. Love, wisdom, good day. How you doing? What are your thoughts?
Good morning. Hope all is well today.
Morning.
We do have a literacy problem, and it's gotten so bad that sometimes I get angry when I hear people speak, and I'm just like, you can't make this up about you not comprehending. Even on panels, it's frustrating because somebody can ask a direct yes or no question, and then we got to play here we go around the mulberry bush, and it's just like, just answer the question. And I also notice when people can't comprehend, people derail the the conversation. If they're back into a corner, they just derail the conversation, and it's just like it's a comprehension issue. Also, to Miss West in the chat, respectfully, because I put a super chat out there and I said that kids can cuss you out if folks think it's cute until you find out the parents can't read. And she thought I made it up. Let me just say this from experience. I have seen and heard kids cuss people out. You a bitch and you everything but a child of God, but cannot read a paragraph. And the parents will literally think that's cute. Leave my baby alone. Let them do what they want to do. Hee hee ha ha. They think it's funny until you find out the parents can't read. So that is my experience of what I've seen. That may not have happened to you, and I can respect that, but that doesn't mean my statement isn't true. I've seen this happen. Even as an adult, you have people who cannot read but will cuss everybody out, and people will think it's cute and will laugh at it. So what I'm saying
Mm-hmm.
is, you really do have people out here who think that because kids can't read or write, it's somehow cute. Oh, leave them alone. Let them be. So what? Everybody can't catch up at the same rate. People will make
Ooh.
excuses for being illiterate. We see this in real time. So, respectfully, you don't have to believe me. You are entitled to your opinion. I'm entitled to mine. This is what I saw growing up, and this is what I'm still seeing now as an adult. Furthermore, to get back to the topic, you remember when we had to tell time, we had to read the Roman numerals on the clock. We had elapsed time. We had mental math. We had word problems. We had subject verb agreement. We knew what a noun was, what a verb was, what an adjective was. We knew how to spell. Remember, you had to say the word, you had to spell it, and you had to say the word again. We knew how to write. We had penmanship. We had cursive. All of these things were essential to our learning, and we lost that. So when that teacher was crying, I felt that teacher's pain. Back in the day, we went to the library. My late mother always used to say, just because the school bell is over at 2:45, your learning doesn't stop. And she would take me to the library. I had to read the Encyclopedia Britannica. Now I'm telling y'all my age. I had to read it and I had to give her a book report.
Woo.
I had to give her a book
And
report.
not only you telling your age, you telling how rich you was too. God damn it. Shit.
She
That
would say no.
encyclopedia was no joke.
It was
That
no
was no
joke.
joke. There was a lot
And
of A through Z,
A
god
through
damn it.
Z, man, because she was born and raised in Jim Crow, South Carolina. So they had to work on the field 6 days a week. They had to do their homework on the school bus. So with her, she was just like, no, education is important. You have to know how to read. You have to know how to write. She instilled that in me. So it's like scholastic book fairs, all of that stuff I was involved with to read. The dictionary. Yeah, you had to read the dictionary. And back then too, teachers were very much into education, and you had to look at the media like the Cosby Show, A Different World, where education was at the forefront of our minds, going to college, learning. That art fell right out the window. And I don't think it's just because Bush, No Child Left Behind. The children were left behind long before that came to pass. And that's why the H-1 visas is critical now, because the immigrants coming over, they're smarter. Now, there's Americans. There was research that saying a lot of Americans can't read past the eighth grade level. But these are people making 6 and 7 figures and running the country. That's very interesting that we're relying on immigration to do the work for us, where it's supposed to be America first. I'll land.
Hey, that encyclopedia was no joke though. And it was a thick book too. It
I
was a
think
really thick
that
book.
another reason why we're in that type of situation where, yeah, even the people who run the country don't even have a reading education over eighth grade is because of capitalism, right? We lost the balance. I think that we lost the balance of capitalism and keeping the system going and moving and producing worker bees who know how to be on the assembly line. We lost the balance of that. And this is what we have right now. Because at this point, as long as you know how to press certain buttons, you know how to say yes and no, you know how to take one, someone give you one direction and you just know how to do it, you're good, you're set. That's all they are required of you now. And I was saying in the chat, back in the days, there was people who worked fast food restaurants, beauticians, shoe parlors, all the stuff like that. Just because they had these career fields didn't make them not intellectuals. And I think we kind of bought into the fact that, well, if you don't have these particular type of high paying career fields, then you don't need to be smart. And I think that's a problem, especially when we're talking about we want more smaller businesses, more mom and pop shops to come back and things of that sort. How are we going to do that if you don't know how to do business? Even at the smallest form. So something to think about.
Let me welcome into the show, KT. Good day, sir. How you doing today?
Woke up, can't complain. Blessed by the best, achy but not breaky. How everybody doing up here?
I'm doing well. What's your thoughts?
Doing good. Good morning.
Hello, my second problem child. I hope everything is well with you.
It is. I start with the question, who problem is it? I say, like MJ was saying from the beginning, it's a community thing. Or a society thing too also. I mean, I think society is built off our communities. But with everybody saying stuff, I'm kind of going to fast forward on that. I think the other problem is we don't have any foundations in the things we're doing. It's really a world built on what do you think? What makes you happy? And it got to a point where, see, a government problem is they have to align with whatever society is doing, right? So when we're all saying, hey, it's what I think, it's what I like, do things to cater to me, it lowers the standards of things. And then, first of all, nobody's, like I was saying with my job, right? To be a general manager somewhere, anywhere, these motherfuckers ask for just 1 year of management experience. That's how low our standards have become. Like, people can become general managers off a single year of management experience. So, like, that's just the point.
Hold on. You said to be general manager or just a manager position?
No, a general manager. Like I'm a PM GM. I would say even to become like, because they're talking about they might be opening up the DC position and stuff. I mean DM position and stuff. And yeah, even then, it's 1 year, because people have basically said for a long time, for the last like 15, 20 years, well, it's too hard. You need to make it easier for us. And if we just saying like, hey, do your best and that's all we need, well, we ain't gonna end up with nothing good. I think that's how we got here in this position. Because everybody's saying, hey, I don't want to have to actually stand up to any standard. Just make sure I get the fair opportunity or same treatment as everybody else. You can't ever really build truly if we're going on that path. I'll let my plane there.
Man, I do understand that part as well. Well, let me welcome into the show Shadow to Time Wilds. Good day, sir. How you doing? What is your thoughts on this whole situation?
KT just described the Peter principle. People keep getting promoted to incompetence, which breeds more competence under them. And I think the same thing is with the education system. People aren't being taught, and then they complained about not being taught, so they taught them less and gave everybody participation trophies. And now all of a sudden, you get a diploma just for attending, not actually doing the work.
So, I kind of agree that it started with I guess pretty much my generation. And it trickled down to where it's like this bad now, where like the kids literally couldn't read the word silhouette. That's crazy. And look, I got so scared when I seen this index card. I called my 12-year-old right away. Come here. Can you read this? When I seen these high schoolers, MJ, that couldn't read this index card in script, I don't know. Did you see it? I can play it again if you want. I could play it again if you want, but so they couldn't read.
Sorry.
They could not read index card with about what 7 words, maybe 10 words, 7 to 10 words.
Yeah.
They couldn't get past the third word. The third word was silhouette. And I was just like, I was like, no. I was like, baby girl, come here. Read this right now. Let me see where you at with this. And, she read the whole thing, but it was so scary to see. And then, so they started with the high schools. Then they went to college. UCLA. They went to UCLA, and the kids couldn't read at that school neither. It was one kid that could read in UCLA. How you in college, bro?
No, I've seen a like a meme or something like that on IG where this guy was going around in the street and he had a word spelled in cursive and he was asking grown adults, what does that say? They kept on getting the word wrong. They didn't even know what it read. It was like one of the most simplest words, but they could not understand it. And I was terrified.
Yeah. Because a lot of people haven't seen in cursive in so long. Like I still write in cursive. I even get a certain type of pen so I can write in cursive. And my kids always laugh at my penmanship. My penmanship is horrible. But I still write in cursive though, all day, every day. When I write in cursive. I don't write in print.
You better quit with that chicken scratch, Ron.
Hey, I ain't gonna lie. Hey, I ain't gonna lie. I do got some chicken scratch like a mug.
Hey, but I was about to say, even though it isn't about reading, I don't know if you ever seen that guy who goes around just asking grown-ups, like, hey, how many states are in America? And
yes, I saw that one.
That will make you sad. Like, for real, because he asks a lot of people. Like, even in his shorts, he'll probably ask, like, 10 to 15 people. And they're all
grown
like,
folks.
We talking about 30s, 40s, 20s. He going everywhere. People talking about 42 to 55 type joint. I ain't lying to you.
and that's why I was saying earlier that this literacy problem it started a long time ago. It just trickled down to where it's at today. And people want to blame just like these children, or just blame those parents. But this happened long time ago. This is a village that made this happen. Goddamn it. I'm gonna play it again for the people that missed it. But yeah, listen to them trying to read this simple index card. This is crazy.
She wore a suit, clothes that were. Who's this for?
By the way, the next word the word that she could not read was extraordinary. That's a very common word, at least to me. That's crazy.
Extraordinary, but somewhat Gertrude?
No, explain what that means.
I don't know.
She wore a sahalat.
Damn, a sahalat.
Extraordinary, whatever, bro.
Extraordinary.
That boy time away from the answer.
She wore a lot. Wait, she wore. Bro, I don't know, bro. Can you take the card back, please?
She wore a. Oh, baby. She wore a silhouette of clothes that were. Bitch, I don't know that word. I don't even know how to read. I don't know why.
She wore a silhouette of clothes that were extraordinary, but somewhat gauche.
Okay, he struggled, but at least he got through it. And I could understand them not able to say the last word, gauche. Yeah. I can understand them not being able to say that word, gauche. All right, cool. I can even understand them not understanding what that word, the definition of the word gauche means. I could give you a pass on that word. That's not a, It's actually
That's not common.
gauche. It's the word itself is like it means that is awkward, right? That word is very awkward, and just like the definition
Mhm.
of the word itself is awkward. So I could understand that word, right? But all the other words ain't no way. That's crazy, and that's not even it. It's
Now, what does that
more.
mean? I have no idea. Like in schools is nice or something like.
She were a. I don't know what this should say. I don't know what this should say. I don't know what this should say. I can't read it. Can't read it. Can't read it. Cancel back.
Then
Now we're going to the UCLA students.
then
This is crazy. These are really simple words.
Yeah, nah, this crazy. If they messing up
This
on
is
this
really
is
simple words.
yeah.
if I Carrie tried to ambush the extortion scheme.
What does that mean?
I don't even know.
Insane.
Then I can't say
Nah,
that.
he Chinese, bro. What's going on?
English. The extortion scheme.
What does that mean?
I don't know. The university student procured an off-campus accommodation via the platform Unishack. Unishack does that?
Well, at least he redeemed himself, this kid.
Nah, let's go.
But, you know, and so also it goes to show that it ain't just a black thing now, because I know a lot of people would try to make it seem like it's just a black thing.
Mhm.
You know what I'm saying? But it ain't just a black thing. It's a school system thing. It's a parents thing. It's a lot. It's too many kids in the class thing. It's a lot going on in this situation.
But that's what makes it so scary that this is the next generation of doctors and lawyers and administrators, hell, even professionals, like, deans of schools, scientists. And if you can't read a simple sentence, that is scary. You even had, for example, I've seen videos of college professors literally kicking students out the class because they're using AI and Chat GPT to take the test. And one professor, he snapped. He was just like, I cannot believe that you're using this to take the test. It was an engineering test. This person finished the test in like 15 minutes. And he was like, wait a minute, you're done in 15? No. What are you using? And he failed them. Remember the guy that did he graduate from Stanford or UCLA? He graduated and then he let the cat out the bag and he was using like AI or Chat GPT and they took his degree back from him.
Yep, I'm saying that.
So it's like we had to literally study, taking no-dos and burning the midnight oil for research papers. What college professors was like, listen, anything after 10 years is considered invalid. Cite your sources. We really had to read and highlight and write. And it's just like today, oh yeah, I use this app to take all my notes and take all my tests. These are our future leaders, ladies and gentlemen. We are in some perilous times.
But I think they got to go back to what we saying from the beginning. Who's at fault? The community, and I think that's where we have to play. Listen, the government to do what they allow us to. That's it. Point blank. Period. Like the way I can't be mad. I can't be forgive them for they know not, right? Type of angle. Because listen to me. We have children in a world where people are being rewarded for things such as staying online all day. You feel me? Being an influencer, using Chat GPT, because guess what? That's the biggest market of things that's growing itself. So, hey, why wouldn't you use that, right? That's just the child being a child. But us as parents in these communities, we're not establishing those parameters. We're hoping those teachers put them in them. But we need to do that ourselves. If we say, man, we're not putting our kids in school, we homeschooling our kids. And we come up with a base curriculum of ways to properly homeschool your children instead of using a base curriculum of how to use Chat GPT to cheat. Then we could actually go somewhere. But it ain't gonna change if we just keep saying how messed up it is and not actually putting anything forth to try to even bring some change within.
I mean, I hear you, but the issue is, what up, J Hub? Good to see you in the chat. I haven't heard from you in a long time. What up, J Hub? The issue is nobody really. People like to pass the buck, KT. Nobody want to put in that work, put in the pain. You know how difficult it is for you to raise a critical thinking child. For you to raise a critical thinking child, you got to deal with talking to your children. You cannot go. This is why I said it earlier, that you cannot go because I said so. If you're trying to raise a human being that could critically think. Because once you raise your child on because I said so, you are taking away that skill set of critically thinking, getting them to ask you all these thousands of questions. One of the reasons why my daughter's sitting right next to me, she's completely against ChatGPT or any of those type of things. One of the reasons why is because I'm her Google. Before, even though she got a tablet in front of her while she's writing her story right now, she's writing her book. Right, KT? She's writing her book right now. She would go past Google and ChatGPT to ask me a question like, "Hey, Dad, I just used the word walked. Can you give me another word for walk?" You know what I'm saying? He said, because I just used the word walk 5 words ago, so I can't use that word again. Challenging herself, but also what I'm saying is that while she has the tablet in hand, she got to ask me that. But that's something that you're going to have to deal with if you actually want your children to learn.
No, that's great. May I ask how old is your daughter?
12.
What I'll say is, we definitely should be raising critical thinkers. We also have to. It's
Be
time
prepared
and place
for
for
critical
everything, as
thinkers.
they say. No. As I say, it's a time and place for everything. My first thing is, for a certain period, let children be children. Don't get me wrong, you're teaching and instilling the things to make sure they're doing critical thoughts and things. But, and I'm not saying this what you're doing, but what I'm saying is, I wouldn't let my baby hear some things I'm talking about. That's just being real. And it's not just simply saying because I said so. Even if you disagree and you don't understand why I'm telling you not, sometimes it is because I said so. Because regardless of what I explained to you, you wouldn't understand that. Like as a child being a child, you know what I'm saying? I shouldn't be putting you in the situation where you understand what adults talking about in some situations, honestly. Outside of that, well, those of us who can think in these ways and teach your children correctly, that's what I'm saying. It's supposed to be on us to go to the community to teach the other children. Like which I try to do a lot.
What you mean by grown conversations?
Like adult conversations. I mean, it's certain things where I feel that I'm not just gonna talk with my kids about, or at the same like I'm not even gonna have a conversation about God on the same level with my children as I would one of my good friends, because he's an adult. He has more understanding of the Bible. Even if you know what I'm saying? Even if I give my kids the book to read.
I do not understand that.
So if I give my kids the book to read.
If your kid get curious about God, you're not going to have a conversation with them about it?
No, I said not on the same level as I would one of my good grown friends who understand the book at a different capacity. Like regardless of how much I teach you and instill in you, you have to have experience a lot of times to actually how you talking about comprehension. See, a lot of kids we can read a word and even give you the definition. You feel me? But that don't mean you get it. Like, and then you, as just a person growing in this world, you have experiences to where you actually understand that word, these words more and more and more. So yeah, like even my oldest son is about to be 10.
But okay, so I understand that part, but the critical thinking part though, I don't know why you're equating it to critical thinking so much, because you talking about like you're not going to teach a little kid, X plus Y equals Z, right? That they math levels
Yeah.
is 2 plus 2 at the time. So that's what you pretty much saying, like, is it's still going to be levels to the conversations. We all in agreement to that part. You got to work their way up into the upper echelon of, conversations. But what I was talking about with critical thinking is that if you want to raise a critical thinker, you got to be able to answer a lot of questions, because that's the part of critical thinking that you got to raise your children to question the information. Hey dad, why did you come up to that conclusion? Where did you get this conclusion from? Have you seen somebody, and have all these different questions so they can understand how to think for themselves as well.
Yeah, I
Because once
totally
they
kind of
understand how,
agree with that. I agree with that. Like,
Mhm.
if your kid is not driving you up the wall with 1,000,001 questions, then you're not stimulating their mind, right?
Right.
Right.
And that's what you want. It might be annoying to
Mhm.
you. You might need that 5-minute
Absolutely.
silence, but the fact that they're coming at you with like all those questions and stuff like that, they're actually thinking. That's a good thing.
Right.
Right.
Right. That's
And
what I
that's
was talking
why
about, KT.
and that's why I love that's why I love drawing conclusions. Because drawing conclusions make
Mm.
you ask the appropriate questions and it teaches you cause and effect, which is critical. And to MJ's point, the more questions you ask, the more you're stimulating them. And that's why I'm not a parent, but watching my mother and other parents, there's a level of patience you got to have with kids. Because kids are very honest and they're very inquisitive. It's like, well, why do I have to do that? What is the reasoning
Right.
behind that? Why do I have to go
Right.
to school? Like, why do I have to read that? And you really have to be like, oh my God. But they're asking
Mhm.
that for a reason because when they get older, they're able to critically think. They can tell when something is not right. They can tell them it's like, wait a minute, this doesn't make sense. And they're going to question
Mhm.
it like, this doesn't make sense. And this is why I feel as though it doesn't make sense. It's not being defiant. It's just doing what a human being is supposed to do.
Mm. And also it could also create a moment where eventually you don't know the answer to something, and now you and
Hmm.
your child together can actually do research and research
Right.
something, and then find
Right.
out why that person that you researched and you got the information, why did that person write it, right? Is that person trying to persuade me? Do this person got an agenda? You could find out so much more, and you could teach them how to interrogate information, because not just because you
Hmm.
find something on Google means you're supposed to take the first one. You can teach them how to interrogate the information, so they won't just accept the first goddamn answer.
Interrogatory. That's the beautiful part about it. And those are the things that we learn. And to Shadow's point, people are just getting pushed up for participating, not actually doing the work. So people are just, I think people are being taught to be a part of an echo chamber. Like let's just keep going with the wheels. Let's just go with the wheels. And as soon as you have an opinion or have like a little pushback, oh no, shut up. You don't know what you're talking about. And it's just like, but I thought we were supposed to have engaging conversations. Like you just
Right.
passing me along because for the sake of passing me along, what am I really learning?
Mm. Hold on, I got to talk to somebody in the back. Yes, you are still banned, and you're supposed to start your layaway plan. If you start your layaway plan, the person that banned you said, as long as you start your layaway plan and you keep it to the week, you could come back, and you know what I'm saying. So you got to. That's what she said. She told you that when she did it. She said, start your layaway plan, and as long as you pay your fee every week, you all good until you don't pay anymore, and then you back, and then so you got to start. You're gonna have to start your fee. You're gonna have to start your fee, and since you've been missing so many weeks, you're gonna have to start it with a little higher fee too. Like it ain't no. You know what I'm saying? But and and I think a lot of people just don't understand how rewarded it is to go through the headache of of your kids being critical thinkers. Another thing that is a possibility, and to be critical thinkers, it's a good possibility when they get older, they ass ain't gonna call you no more until they need your help. You know what I'm saying? Because they out there living life and they ain't got no time to call your old ass anymore until you get like old. Like, cause in your kid's mind, you ain't really old until you about like 1 foot in the grave. You know what I'm saying? And they can see you still running around and all that. They ain't worrying about you. They like mom, dad, they good. They all right. They still walk around and they good. Kids ain't worrying about their parents until they ass is like, you know, damn near in 1 foot in the grave, goddamn. But that's what happens when you raise them properly too. Because I tell my kids, hey, you don't need to call me just to say, hey, how you doing? We don't got to do no damn small talk. Shit. You're gonna be wasting my goddamn.
My parents once a week.
You ain't gonna have me on the phone talking about how you doing, what was your day, what you did today. What the hell do you want from me? You don't want nothing? Don't you don't want nothing, you don't need nothing. Don't call my black ass. I did my job. Shit. I'll be there. Can you imagine, Shadow? You go ahead and you got a goddamn PO officer, and then he want to call you every goddamn month after your time is up. Hey man, I'm good. Don't worry. I don't have to have no job no more. Leave me the hell alone.
PO officer and child are not the same thing.
Shit, that's a damn lie. They both want something from you until you finish your time, goddammit. Shit.
You sorry, I can't give you that.
But hey, listen, I'm like, hey, listen, kid, I love you. If you don't need me, don't call me just to say hello. I don't need you to call me just to say hello. You call me because you want to talk. If you got something you want to talk about, then talk about it. You want to talk about politics, parenting, whatever. If you have something you actually want to talk about because you're interested in my thought or something, then yeah, call me for that. But don't just call me just to say, hey, I just called to see how you doing, Dad. Fuck out of here. I hang up on that. I hang up on my kids so quick. All right, peace. Bye. I'm good. Bye. That's no stupid ass question. How am I doing?
Oh, Sharon, they care.
That's kind of toxic.
That's a little toxic, Sharon. They care about you, Dad. How you doing? I'm just checking up on you.
Hey, I'll be like, what your ass want?
Yeah,
no, you don't care about how I'm doing. What you want? None. I just called to say hi. I'm good. Bye.
Man, I called my mom this morning.
My
I called my mom this morning. I was like, what you doing, lady? She was like, finna get ready to go to work. I was like, good, make sure you get some sleep. Short conversation, but it showed her that I care.
Yeah, I'm banging on you. The first time you do it, I'm like, all right, cool. The second time you do it, click. I'll straight bang on you, click. Crazy.
Man, you sound like you raising an op in your crib or something. Dang.
Man.
You sound like you raising ops in your crib.
It'd be up.
It'd
be up, KT. You feel me?
Nah, listen, man. I ain't gonna lie to you. My kids is my everything. Till I die, that's my baby. All of them my babies. I don't care if they 59 and I'm 140. You hear me? Hey, them my babies.
See,
man.
but you know, so I understand that when they babies, I look at them as babies. But I always had the idea that I'm raising these young humans to leave me the hell alone.
Don't get.
No, but I'm saying like I raised my children to go at so they could be independent. One of the reasons why I want them to be critical things so they could defend themselves from the world. Like, so that's why I think literacy is so important. I want my children to be able to go outside and figure out a contract and figure out a lease agreement so they won't be taken advantage of. Figure out if this boyfriend or girlfriend is attempting to take advantage of you. Find those red flags and recognize the red flag. Make a decision quick. So that, because that's all a part of critical thinking. That's all a part of literacy, in my opinion.
I don't know if I agree with that. I don't know how to say it. I'll say it plenty more. I think experience is just as essential as Like it's a lot of people that's book smart and they still getting finessed on the Reggie. You feel me? Because they don't got no street smarts. Like,
right, because that person is not
that's because they
literate,
ain't
right?
got no, you can't
Right,
listen.
and
Street
that's my
smart
problem.
something
So
you
like
gain with experience.
it kind of goes back to what you brought up earlier, that they want the experience over the education now in your job field, right? That's kind of like that's the issue that we keep having, is that playful play of, hey, you could be 100% book smart, but then now you human stupid, right?
No, but the key is
That don't work.
balance. But the key
You
is
know what I'm saying?
balance.
That
It's
doesn't
not
work neither.
leaning to
Like
one side or the other.
you cannot be somebody that can't read the room, right? So reading the room, that's a part of literacy in my mind. The way how I understand, it's not the literal definition, you know.
Yeah. No,
I
I
get
get what you're
that
saying.
part.
I get what you're saying.
Yeah, you know.
But
So you got.
I get, but I'm still saying for the masses. You know what I'm saying? They listen. The key is balance, first of all, and that's why I said from the beginning it's just as important. Not as more important than anything of that nature. Like I said while you was talking earlier, also knowledge is power. We know that for sure. You know what I'm saying? And knowledge is understanding whether it's on that level of things. But that's what I'm saying. The people who even excel in these places are people who have experience in both. They not just highly educated on one end and don't understand people. You know what I'm saying? It typically is the people who have a good end of both who succeed with things. So I think that's the thing we got to get on. We got to make sure people getting it into a balance. You know what I'm saying? Teach your kids some experience while you teaching in them books. Let them go out and do things. How somebody was saying earlier, when people try to say something to your children, nah, don't do that to my baby. Nah, let them do that. Let that happen because that gives them experience and understanding. Even they see how other people perceive what they do, regardless of what they think. You know what I'm saying? Like you gotta let them have it.
Yeah, it's definitely you got to have some kind of rope on them still, where they can't go too far, but you have to allow them to attempt to have communication skills with anybody, waiters, grown folks in the street, whatever. You there, right? So it's not like you shouldn't be so scared. You right there, and you should have a limit in your mind what you allow and what you are not allowing, and how far. And you should be able to pick up again, read the room on who is talking to your goddamn baby. Because some grown-ups, no, you can't talk to my kid at all. My kid don't need to have this experience yet, because like you said, some things is too far advanced. You got to be, as a parent, to pick that up as well. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, I see you.
But Sean, that's why I believe there are child's places and conversations. Like there are certain conversations that my child does not need to be involved in. And while they get older, they can experience parts of those conversations. But it's my job as a parent to let them understand there are age-appropriate conversations, and sometimes you got to stay out of grown folks' business.
I don't know. That's a slippery slope. The problem is that what I'm noticing now, we can't use that because it's just a blanket statement. It's not too many conversations that you can have that a kid cannot be a part of in real life. Because
I think
you shouldn't be having.
Cannot and should. Oh shit! Sorry.
Because in my opinion, grown folks shouldn't be having intimacy conversations in the first goddamn place in the public. Like, what are we talking about? Like, especially if you're married, like we don't go around having these type of conversations, even with grown folks, right? Those conversations barely come up. I don't never have that conversation because that's just ridiculous. We all married. What are we talking about? You know what I'm saying? Like,
nah, you tripping. I ain't gonna lie to you. You tripping. Hey.
No, I'm saying, but like, if we all at the barbecue, like, because mind you, my 12-year-old is doing her artwork. When she said, "I'll finish that up and go to sleep so I can have my adult conversation." So this way, look at Shadow. He ready to.
That's why you living up to your word, for sure.
He ready to cuss me out. He's like, Shabra, how you gonna say that and then not say that she gotta go to bed? But I think it's not too many conversations that is not really worthy of children to be around. is a very small amount of conversations that children shouldn't be around, in my opinion.
I wouldn't say that's true.
Unless we're just talking about one more unless we're just talking about comprehension of, like, if we start talking about politics, none of the children's gonna really understand that. If that's what you mean just by the comprehension part, then
I mean, I think day by day life. You know what I'm saying? Maybe just like you taking care of the bills and everything. You know what I'm saying? That's shit kids ain't never gonna understand. They ain't gonna see the money, get it. You know what I'm saying? They don't understand that. So it's like most things, just how we live in life is people. You're a child.
So
what do we really
that's what I'm saying,
being my
KT.
child?
So you see right there, KT. That's why I disagree. My kid right now, when she go outside, she have her own money.
No,
It's
no,
on
no.
her
I
phone.
get that. I'm saying
Okay.
like they don't understand like paying to live places, like a house. Like that's what you were saying too, and what I brought up earlier, the levels of it, right? They maybe get an elementary level. I'm just saying on the day by day, the things I'm doing, you wouldn't understand. Like it's just not even your time because you're a kid. Like enjoy being a kid. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you have money
Right,
and you understand
so that's what I'm
$100
saying.
bill.
At that point, right? I think we should be communicating to our children about those things so they could understand the
No,
importance
for
and the
sure.
value of
I
everything
mean,
that's happening. So
we
they
do
could
it.
appreciate even whatever little things that we got, right? They will appreciate it more once they understand how much work is put into the things that they have, right? Instead of always just saying, why I don't have, they won't. I believe it trains their mind to not look into why I don't. You know what I'm saying? Dad, why we don't have the Mercedes Benz? They already know because we had the conversation about how money is moving and what we actually doing as a family, what we are attempting to do, blah, 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 right? So now they have an understanding of what we doing as a family, where we at as a family, and where we striving to be. So now they're not worrying about what they don't have. And I think that could work in most cases. Of course, it's not, still going to be those one.
I'm just saying it's a slow drip feed in my opinion, right? Like that's what I'm saying. What they asking when they ask at that time when they ask probably not gonna be when they 6, right? Your kids ain't coming to you when you 6, like, hey daddy, why we ain't got no beds and stuff? You know what I'm saying? Typically, I ain't saying all the time, I'm just saying typically. Nah, my kids ain't even, you know what I'm saying? I don't even think they know that, but they don't even care. They just love our car.
Not so right. I guess not so specific as Benz, but if you don't have a car, daddy, why we don't have a car?
For sure. But
that's what I'm really.
And that's what I'm saying. It's the level to it, right? They're gonna come in a real basic level even when they first start coming. So I gotta give you basic answers. But what I'm saying is us as adults, we dealing with all the advanced parts of it of the day by day. You get what I'm saying? So when we having conversations, I'm having other conversations with other adults who are dealing with it on the advanced day by day. That's why I'm saying, like, nah, I don't think it's no reason for most children to be in that situation. You know what I'm saying? Like, and if we're trying to raise our kids properly, that's the things we need to do most. Like, that's the problem with kids nowadays, right? We treat them, people are raising friends. They're not raising their children. They always say, like, yeah, that's my friend. Man, that's not your friend, cuz. That's your child. You know what I'm saying? Y'all cool, you love them. Like I said, they're my babies to the day I die. But at the same time, even for my kid, I tell them I got heavy expectations for. Boy, my son's name is Elohim. That means God. You know what I'm saying? I know what expectations I get of my kids, and I'm going to make sure they uphold these standards. Like I want these to be really great and good people, and it's not by. And don't get me wrong, it's not throwing more on them early.
Why you put that young man on Diva's list? God damn.
Oh no, keep it on Diva's list. If Diva's list can throw off God, the name of God, that's literally his name in the Bible. You can look it up anywhere. You can look it up. It's literally God. So if that throws him off on Diva list, we'll burn it down. Word. It is what it is. But
I mean, KT's not wrong. I think that's the issue with what we have now. There are too many parents trying to teach their kids, or have their kids be equals, and have their kids be friends, so they have somebody to hang out with, not be parents and raise the next generation of people who need to be more responsible than the people before them.
Yeah, and that's why if my kids call me and ask me how I'm doing, I'm banging on them. Click. You ain't my god.
You ain't shit,
my goddamn. You ain't my goddamn friend.
That's why you gotta talk to him, because it ain't about friendship. That part is about camaraderie. You know what I'm saying? Because how Josh just said, if you did raise your child to be reverse of what's going on now, well, that's gonna be a child that he ain't got too much in common with the people around him. At least how things are going today. You one of them people that elk with him. You feel me? You gotta stand with him or her. You gotta stand. I'm staying with my babies forever. That's what I'm saying. I can't listen. Like y'all said, kids are inquisitive,
but
right?
that's why you gotta call me when you actually trying to have a conversation and you want to discuss something. You wanna have a opinion on something. Hey, what's this? What's that? And the third. I don't mind. We could talk all day, but just call me and say, hey, how you doing? You going to work today? Get the fuck out of here.
Nah, man, that's good, because you just want to make sure I'm good, I'm well, and I'm in the health. And I'm with that, my brother, because guess what? I'm going to call you sometimes and do that. How you doing, my boy?
Hey, you got to stop raising the ops, Sharon.
You think that's what I'm saying? You
No,
raising ops.
It's not me raising ops. It's about me raising somebody that's going to be strong enough to deal with what life is.
Because, wait, just because you're strong enough that you can handle something yourself doesn't mean, like I said, I don't just call my adopted parents. I call all four of my parents every week to check in on them, because there's the time when I won't be able to do that. And the fact that I love those people and I'm willing to put them up there, I'm willing to take the time to call them for 5, 10, 20 minutes once a week. I'm not losing nothing from it.
No, absolutely not. Call me when it is you need to discuss is something going on, not just small talk just to be small talking. I don't want you to have so much idle. I don't want you to have so much idle time that you just calling me just to say hello. Nah, don't call me just to say hello. Call me because you want to have a discussion. Something is going on. Something is in the world that you want to have an opinionated conversation about it. You want to debate about something. Call me for a reason. Don't call me just because I got shit to do. So I don't have time to be chilling and talking to you for 5 minutes about what you did today. If you don't get the F out of here,
listen to me. And no offense,
I don't got time
there's
for
a problem. Just because, listen to me. Sometimes a person calling and maybe asking you how you doing, that might be them really calling out to you to ask, see if you gonna ask back how they doing. Like, that's us as people, as grown adults. Sometimes you don't have to, especially as men, I know, because I'm a man. I mean, I'm just saying from that angle of things. Sometimes you don't know how to maybe say, like, you want to just maybe hear somebody say, like, well, this, that, and the third. Or how are you? You know what I'm saying? Making sure you good. Even though you always living a life where you caring about others. That's the typical thing. If you're an actual man, you know what I'm saying? You ain't really looking for nobody.
You're an adult.
But there's
when you
times
call
in
me,
life where you may have looked for that. And is my
you're
son calling me? I'm gonna get that nigga that.
Listen. You're adult. When you call me, it better be a purpose behind you calling me, not just to be. I just called to say hello, to say how much I really care.
The purpose is because to say hello. The purpose is because I was thinking about you, and I wanted to show you that I was thinking about you.
Oh, okay.
Y'all gotta understand, Sharon online. You know what I'm saying? Because these are his hours that he has set up during the day that he's allowed to have these type of conversations. Outside of that, he ain't trying to hear it. The phone is off.
That's it. Leave me the hell alone. And that is very true. I do have things set up in a certain way, so people know roughly around what times they could call me and what times they can't call me too. So that is very true. Even my kids understand that too. Like, you calling me around this time, it better be because you need something. Usually, because they want me to grab one of the grandkids, and I had to tell them, don't call me. Stop calling me about the grandkids. You want the grandkids at the house? You know where I live. Bring the grandkids, call the goddamn grandmother, and tell us how long you want the kids to stay. Simple.
I mean, generally,
you don't need to. What I'm saying is that you don't need to make a whole song and dance and say, "Hey, Dad, how you doing? Everything's okay? How's work? Yeah, everybody in the house is okay. By the way, can you watch?" No. Call me and say, hey, I'm going out to such and such and such. I'll be going for this amount of time. I need to watch the kids from this time to this time. Is that a possibility? And then we have a negotiation. No, I could do from this time to this time because we got this and that. All right. That's what we're supposed to do. Be grown. You don't need to pussyfoot around your goddamn dad. Come call me and tell me exactly what's going on. Tezzy K, apologetics. Experience isn't the best teacher. Truth is, experience shows you what happened, but reflection and correction reveal what it means. Without them, experience can make you confidently wrong. Ooh. And a lot of people are very confidently wrong.
Bars.
Yeah, that is a bar. I ain't crazy, Shiesty. I come from a hard place.
I didn't say all that.
Raw.
I definitely think you're crazy.
Damn. Whatever, Bar Reed.
Look, I don't care how old my baby, especially like my daughter, me and my daughter, that's my ace. Like I love my son. And my wife loves my son. Like that's her little man. If either of those two kids call me for any reason until I'm dead, I'm gonna pick up the phone. Nobody else outside of my wife or my two kids can call me after 9 o'clock without getting cussed out. Hell, KT called me at 9:58 and I said, I'll call you tomorrow. He called me at 8:58. I'm like, hey, bro, I'll call you tomorrow.
So, but don't get it twisted. Like, they know what times they could call me just to not talk. I mean, just to, whatever. They need a mental health conversation. Because I could understand when, you also understand your children, right? So I could understand the difference between they asking me, hello, how you doing, when they want me to do something for them, and the hello, how you doing, when they just need their dad. I could recognize it in the tone of the voice anyway. But that's just my skill set. So, but for the most part, leave my black ass alone. I did my job. You need a break from your kids? Fine, I understand that. I didn't have it with your ass, but I will grant you that permission to have some time. You know what I'm saying? I get it. Like even with my children now, ain't no breaks. I'm there teaching every day.
That's fact.
We up in the trenches with them, reading with them, getting them to learn words, doing how's the weather, what's the calendar, January, February, March, April, June. We were singing the whole damn song every day until they get it right.
So,
but that's what we're supposed to do.
So, Sharon, I'm sorry, Keiko. I just wanted to ask this. So, going back to the topic, can you give at least like 2 solutions how we can try to change the trajectory of what we're seeing right now? I mean, I know it's like we can't change the world and all that stuff like that, but at least if if we can help in any kind of way, or even give ideas that people are not thinking about. You have to.
I think one of the things that people need to recognize is the library, right? And understanding how useful the library is. It is a very awesome tool to get your kids to start being around books and understanding that the library is a tool. It ain't just for taking books out. They have a lot of things going on in the library. Damn near every single day they got something new going on. Get your kids involved in the library. Also, you get your kids involved in the library, they're going to start being around other kids. They're going to find other kids that's interested in the things they are into. And so now they are choosing their friends instead of their friends be forced upon them like in school. School, your kids are kind of forced upon friendship. But when you take them to events like libraries and they being around books, they get this, it sparks them the interest of being around those type of things. Number 2, you need to set a time. I think parents need to set a time for children to actually read about something. Read something. I said this earlier. Find a thing that your kid is into. If your kid is into basketball, Get them into reading about basketball, and then you could slowly open the gate into other avenues where they could eventually get up to novels and dictionaries and all these type of things. So you got to find the interest of your kid. Another one, you should limit their time on the damn social medias, tablets, whatever that thing is that your kid have. Limit it. Get them active. Limit that shit. But all that takes effort. So those are the three things I could jump off that just screams at me from the top of my, from off the top of my head.
I like those. So, okay, how about the same question pertaining to the parents? Since we remember, we said earlier that this is a society thing, right? This is parents, institutions, and the children involved. So, do you have two solutions for the parents per se? Because some parents do believe that they're doing all that they need, all that they can do, or all that they can do by juggling certain type of jobs and things of that sort. So, is there any resources there or anything about that? Maybe like some people put in the chat, a lot of these parents, they won't teach their children because they don't know, right? And since they're supposed to be like gods to their children is expecting them to know everything, but they don't know the information, so they get discouraged and won't teach them anything. Is there any kind of solutions about that?
Oh, that's a tough one. Grown folks is a tough one for me. It's a lot of programs, and you just got to go ahead and fish them out. I think the library again is another good place to start. They have a lot of programs for parents and the kids together to have workshops. Home Depot have workshops for you and the children as well. Home Depot is a very good resource, especially if you have a very active kid, you have a young man. You could get your kids into doing free activities with Home Depot, teaching them doing little things and getting them handsy and touching things and asking questions and getting involved. So also, you could just look into different YMCAs and see what kind of events they have. A lot of the local YMCAs, they even have programs where the government will pick up your voucher for your children to be a part of YMCAs and different types of kids programs where you and your kid can be a part of. So it's a lot of resources out there. You got to want the information and go ahead and search for those things. So those are two. The library, YMCAs is a good start. Museums is another great place. Most museums have free days for children and the parents. Go start doing that. It's usually once a month. And your kids will like it because it's just something different for them to just walk around, and they're going to ask a bunch of questions. Because at a museum, there's going to be a bunch of things that neither one of y'all never seen before. So those are the three I would say off the top of my head for the parents. Hopefully that was good. It's a little bit more difficult for me for the parents. I ain't gonna lie. Cloudhouse ENT. People complain about how kids are near mute these days, but at the same time, don't want to talk to them. Being able to productively small talk matters. Especially when they're developing. I agree with that. With developing, I agree. I ain't never Google Gaga my kids. Never in my life. I said, oh my God. I ain't never did that. Fresh out the womb, I start talking to them. Straight up. Very first 2 minutes, KT, I'm like, what's up with you? How you doing? You know what you're going to be. You know you got a lot of response. Straight up.
You know what time it is, young buck.
Right away, KT.
Sack. You got something to carry up here. You hear me? I'm
telling you. I'm straight up talking to him right away. No playing around whatsoever. Straight up talking. Communicating with them right away. Looking them dead in the eye, too. Taking off my shirt so they could feel my skin, all that. First thing I do.
Nah, the skin beautiful. And I ain't gonna lie to you, I do get that first every time. You gotta get that skin to skin with your young bucks. All fathers, mothers also. You know what I'm saying? But I'm saying.
Hell yeah, get the skin to skin. And then when he try to get to my nipple or her try to get, hey, that ain't for you. You can't milk me. Yeah, and I'm talking
Now
to
you
like,
know
no,
what? Now I think about none of my kids ever did that. But you know what's crazy? They all have been breastfed. Like I make sure my kids get breastfed. I ain't gonna hold you. I ain't gonna hold you. I feel that's essential.
you know, shout out to that because you know, a lot of people don't even talk about breastfeeding because it's not an easy thing. A lot of people, you know, they feel discouraged because their baby didn't latch on and stuff like that. It's not an easy thing. Not everybody get latched on. So I just want to let all the ladies know, if your baby ain't never latched on, it ain't your fault. Some babies just don't know how to suck on no damn titty.
Nah, fat. I mean, but here's the thing. I ain't gonna lie, cause my I think it was my second son's mom, but she wasn't
What
latching
up,
on at
Jabba?
first, and she kind of got discouraged with it. But she was saying that
Yeah.
I mean, the doctor explained that listen, they need very little of what comes from your breast to get like a day's worth of nourishment. You know what I'm saying? Even if you can't fill up a bottle, it's okay. That trust me, what you producing, even with a half, about quarter a bottle for real, that's a full nourishment because it's way more proteins and things like that come from breast milk rather than something like Similac or something. You know what I'm saying? You don't need that whole bottle to get them as full and stuff.
Yeah, so you know,
All
so I
ladies,
just wanted to
try
put that part out there.
That's something.
Yeah.
You know,
all
I
ladies,
just
we gotta
try to do.
I latched on so well, I never forgot as an adult. So
that is
you
two
latched
totally
on
different
too
things.
well.
Those things do not compare.
That's a freaky
what?
demon.
Are you sure? Is it not the same
Yeah,
process?
Nah, that's
no, it's
just a
not the
freaky
same
demon
process.
within you. You know what I'm saying? You
Uh,
want to get
Yeah,
that.
it's not
That's
the
I
the succubus.
guess I gotta
It's
learn
on your
something.
back.
but you know, like I know you're saying that as a joke, but that's why so many people be having issues breastfeeding in public and all that because it's a bunch of men that cannot again they can't read the room
I knew you
and
was
they
gonna
don't
turn it about
know
men. That's my fault.
what you mean turn it about anyway. But the main people that have an issue with breastfeeding is who? Women don't give a damn if you breastfeed.
Yeah, I mean, I never really understood that. Like, I don't understand the whole issue with people having an issue with breastfeeding because clearly it's a functional nudity for the all sake and purposes.
It's not
It's a
nudity,
necessity, but it
but
is
it's,
by definition. Hold on,
no, it's not.
the absence of clothing is a nudity, is it not? We're talking about
Yeah,
words and education right now.
but her breast being out to feed is not nudity. Because her breast is not out. Like the way how you said
Me taking my shirt off is partial nudity.
Yeah, but when you breastfeed, you don't take your shirt off. So it's no clothes being removed.
No, well, in some cases, there's some people have Anyway, just major and minor.
So, but this is the reason why. But this is why it's an issue because men translate breastfeeding into nudeness and to things that it doesn't need to go down the path, right? And this is the part of reading the room, right? This is part of the literacy part, right? That I was having a conversation. This is a part of it at the same time. Sometimes we don't read the room properly. We are not putting in context of what we're saying, right? So
well, let's talk context then. There are a large number of people in states where breastfeeding is not considered an indecent exposure that have a whole breast flap to bring the entire breast out. So while I understand what you're saying, I'm being realistic just for functionality reasons. I'm not saying, because sometimes, look, my wife breastfed, at least my daughter. She didn't breastfeed my son for some reason. But she's not stuffing her head up there, up under a shirt, under a form-fitting shirt. Like, I'm just being realistic. And by being realistic in that conversation, we can also say, even still, even if you use the phrase nudity, it's still nothing wrong with it because there's a functionality to it. Because that functionality is what's important. Like, she's actually serving a purpose. There's nothing inappropriate about it.
Right, but men are the one that's inappropriate about it. It's not the person that's doing the breastfeeding. The mom and the baby ain't doing nothing that is out the ordinary at all. It's the men that is perceiving what is actually happening. That's the issue. All like, because in New York, a woman could walk around the street bare chested just like you. It's not illegal for a woman to have her chest out in New York. It's a goddamn breast. It's not that big of a deal. But the problem is, in America, everything's over sexualized. So that's the issue.
I think if you solve that problem, you solve a lot of other problems. If you stop the hypersexualization of the body, then everything else can move a little smoother. We had this conversation almost a year ago today.
I don't think that's hypersexual. Some things are hypersexual. Some things are sexual. Okay, most people aren't babies, right? They are getting breast milk. Most people are just on Earth, 5 and above. You now probably see a boob is like, even a 5-year-old kid is like, why is that there? Especially if they haven't been breastfed or something for, you know what I'm saying? So it's like, we can't ignore that and then act like, well, that's not sexual. No, it is. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. But that don't mean they need to be displayed in every manner. You know what I'm saying? To each their own. I'm not even getting on how people do it. Personally, thankful to God, most of my baby mamas was cool with, my baby mamas and my wife was cool with doing what I wanted for the most part, at least in terms of them having them. But, you know what I'm saying? But, shoot, I don't know, man. I don't know. I just feel like them personally, and I ain't even have to tell them now, think about it, to be honest, but they wasn't like in public whipping out a boob, you know what I'm saying? Because they had breast pumps, all of them. So they'll pump milk, you know what I'm saying? And then when we go out in public, they got the bottles and stuff, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like, so I don't know.
Like, you just never had to encounter that problem.
But even
because like, not everybody's able to produce that much where they could, pump up a couple of bottles for the day when they go to the mall or whatever. They got to put
that's actually what I was going to ask.
They got to put that towel over their baby head,
I mean, I say that's where partnerships come in. Like, and I ain't trying to change the subject, but a partnership is vital. You know what I'm saying? If it's a man and a woman, or whatever you want to do. Nah, I ain't really advocating for no woman, but either way, whatever you got, if you got a partner, it helps you with that ability, right? If you don't have the ability to make enough bottles to go somewhere, all right, well, I got you, and I can go do this for you. And then even while you in there waiting, you still producing enough to make a bottle, probably by that, maybe not as much as others, but you may have made 2 bottles. You know what I'm saying? Now, the next day you need to do something.
It all varies, KT. Like, some people don't get no breast milk at all, too. So, it all varies.
That's why I said to each his own.
But it is an issue. A lot of people do have issues with producing milk and breastfeeding. It's just something that people don't normally talk about. I think it's weird for some men to have a conversation about it. I think it's not enough men involved in they wives' pregnancies and postpartum and stuff like that, and so that's why they don't even understand KT. I think, you know what I'm saying, like I think men need to be a little bit more involved in those other parts of that situation too. You know what I mean? It ain't just changing it's a lot of intricate things that is happening. Like, so, KT's, says something important, that you are the other half, you are the partner. So if your wife or girlfriend is not comfortable, or she don't produce enough of this, you got to pick up that slack. Go to the whatever she need after you got to pick up a lot of different things with whatever your personal human being is. You know what I mean?
I agree, but I say it's because nobody, like, man, we in a foundationless world. I don't want to make it religious, because I say faithless also, which brings in the foundation things. You know what I'm saying? People don't got nothing they stand on. What they stand on is what I believe is good, what makes me happy. That's the best thing possible. Like like I was saying earlier, nobody got standards and things also. So you can't be shamed. Whatever you do today is shameless. I never really, like, as a child, I would have never thought there was a time where people would be advocating for something like OnlyFans. I get it how you live, do what you do. But just saying the effects on society is our fault. Even going back into the main thing. And it's because of things like that. We ain't got no foundations and we just out here saying, shoot, get it how you live and, whatever. As long as you get some money for it, it ain't that bad. Nah, bro, that's not true. Everything ain't about a dollar. Even with everybody doing everything about a dollar, it's still just as many poor people, just as little rich people. So was this worth it? I
Hey,
say
so
not.
and I agree with that foundational part. And what up, Young? That is a real strong issue that we have. Is that it's not enough special. It's just not enough people willing to say, "Hey, this is my plan," right? Because if they had a plan, it'd be no way that their child can't read and comprehend. Because we got to get
Right.
now. We got to start. Because now we got to start paying attention to not just the reading part, but the comprehension part. Because a lot of people could sound out the words good enough to make it up to the grades and cheat. And now Chat GPT is helping them with tests and all this shit. We need to make sure our children can comprehend the story. Maybe even read a book with them. Buy 2 of the same book.
The
So this
problem
way you
Sharon,
can
I
read the
is,
think
I
story
wanted
too.
sorry, I
Yeah,
wanted
MJ.
to state something that Keiko was just saying earlier about how the shameless society that we're living in and how OnlyFans is pretty much like promoted. Well, the only thing that I see most people have an issue with, not with OnlyFans, and what is being used, is they have a problem that is being, broadcasted or publicized, right? And that takes toll on a lot of things that happen in society, because there was a reason why we had, what was it called, HBO After Dark. We had the taboos this, the
BT
taboos that,
Uncut.
like, right, yeah. So like all this stuff was still going down, it's still happening, but it wasn't being, I guess, necessarily publicized and promoted as this is okay. So how are we going to get different results if the actions is not really the problem? It's just the fact that it's in the front, it's on front center, right? It's just on center stage. Because nobody's saying, hey, maybe we need to stop doing these acts. They're just saying, why is it being promoted? You're still allowing the behavior to still occur.
No,
No,
I
MJ,
gotta say,
I disagree.
no. Let me say this for real quick. I gotta say it's what you saying earlier with we in a capitalist society. What we talking about is things that always don't matter in a capitalist society, because a capitalist society is get the bag. It don't matter how you got it. Don't matter which way you do it, get the bag. And that's the right decision, right? But that's not teaching morals or nothing. That's just how, and I know people say I'm radical when I be saying like standing against the government. This is why I be advocating for doing it though, because what they are leading us to, and that's been the whole program, is to be in a capitalist society and mind state like this, and now we're heading into an oligarchy where it's a dystopian society type
But
thing, right?
I understand, but you got to hear me out a little bit. Let's take government aside out of this, right? Because government is only fulfilling a need that people are saying that they want. The fact is that people want certain things, right? So that's where we have to like focus on. The
No,
act is
at
still
one point in
happening.
time that was true. They were advocating for what we want, but then at a certain point with the internet especially, propaganda is a real thing. We can agree. It's a lot of things that are publicized, but you don't see individual people within your community when you talk about them talk about these things. And I'm not saying they
But
don't
just
know
because
it.
they're
I'm
not,
saying this.
but that's what I'm saying. But just because they don't talk about it doesn't mean that they're not doing it behind closed doors. Most of the things that we see now that we are disliking or saying that it's distasteful happen behind closed doors first. That's what I keep on saying. It's the actions and the behaviors that is not necessarily being challenged. It just seems like people only have a problem that is wide out in the open, not because people are not doing it or not.
Well, MJ, so here's the thing. The thing that changed all that is whenever like my generation, millennials, became special snowflakes and started saying, do whatever you want as long as it makes you happy, despite the consequences. So then everything that was behind closed doors got put in front of doors because it makes you happy, despite the fact that it was doing irreparable damage to the society and the people around you because you didn't believe it was affecting you. Because it was quote unquote positive to you, you allowed it to be destructive to those around you. Hence how it ended up breaking down the way that KT just brought up. And you for that matter.
Okay, so let's say that the things that are being publicized need to be censored, where it is not respected out in the open.
MJ, you was breaking up in the beginning. Can you restart it?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay, I said so. All right. So let's say that the things that people don't like that's being publicized and promoted as this is the right of way, we go back to being censored, and they put a stop to it. You know, saying, oh, this and this is crude, this is unacceptable society-wise. Then what? What do you think that's going to happen after that?
Well, the next step.
They become taboos then.
Yeah, and the next step.
They go back into that.
Yeah. But I was gonna say the next step will be what you were talking about, right? It once it becomes taboo, our next step can become the eradication. But we can't. I mean, it's a step-by-step process. You know what I'm saying? We have to do this. It's not gonna be in a day. Rome wasn't built in a day type joint. You know what I'm saying? We just can't do it. But we can take the steps because we seen what the reverse ends. This not getting no better. I would say it's disintegrating faster than ever. So we have to go back to some type of censorship. Honestly, like you're saying, the taboos, the censorship, everything ain't good. And then from there, we can just get rid of all of it. The next step afterward will be getting rid of it.
I mean,
well, I think he's right about the process.
I mean, I understand what you're saying, but like history will show you that even when we took that step, right, by banning, you know, ostracizing and all that stuff like that, those particular behaviors was still happening and behind the scenes. You know, like people still drunk alcohol even though we had prohibition. Like the things still occurred.
Well, MJ, think about it. Censorship, then taboo, then shame. And the reason why shame works is because it's a social prohibition. The issue isn't that people want to do what they want to do. Most people don't care what you do behind the door. The problem is when you then take it and put it in front of our face, because then we have to acknowledge the fact that not only do you do it, not only do I do it, but now you're letting everybody know about the thing that ultimately I used to be ashamed of. And because I was ashamed of it, I wouldn't be so blatant about it. Therefore, I wouldn't spread it as much as now that it's open. Does that make sense?
I see what you're saying. I was going to say, like, I see what you're. Sorry, I have a little breaking. I'm driving.
And I've got a delay too.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying, Shadow, but the thing about it is we start to create more performers, right? A lot of people are very performative. And then when it gets to the point where they can't perform anymore, just crash outs and lashing out and things of that sort, right? So I don't necessarily see it like, I guess, all the way going away, but I do understand why I think that reverting back to those type of steps will, get a handle on things. I can understand where you see where more of a handle is not necessarily a quick fix, but it is a step in some way. So I understand where both of you guys are saying. I'm just saying that it's not going to be an end all fix all. So you're correct.
I would say also.
Let's talk about the crash out.
Hold on, let me say this real quick, Shada. I think that the historical problem we have is who was at the top of this food chain when we were doing things. It wasn't us as the community. We always allow this group of elites or government and some class of people to rule over us. we have to, again, if we're actual adults that know we can make good decisions, we have to entrust it within each other. We can't. That's what we have to even change itself. Like, we have to entrust ourselves to actually be good people. That will lead to making better people, especially if we're actually those type of children and things. Because those, like we said, those are the people who are becoming the governors and things. So.
So I'm going to take one step further. So here's the issue with performers, right? They're still going to perform publicly in a way that is conducive to the society around. I'm not saying that's necessarily the way for them to be. But what I am saying is, while they're performing, people who learn through mirror, people who monitor things and then emulate the things that they're seeing, they're not seeing those same negative things that we're now praising. We're praising negative behavior instead of shaming it. And because we're not shaming, and keep in mind, I'm a degenerate. So there's certain things that I would not shame, but I then wouldn't be promoting on the side, because I understand what that promotion costs. When that promotion costs social currency, it's an entirely different story. Hey, if you keep acting like a degenerate, you need to stay the hell away from my kids, because you're dangerous to the future of those kids. You see what I'm getting at?
So, MJ, I guess he's talking. You can respond if you.
Yeah. Shout out to PZ going. I'm gonna bring you in right now. PZ going. It's a slippery slope. At one point, black hair was taboo. It depends on who is setting the standards. I like that. Welcome into the show, Sway producer. What is your thoughts?
It seems like if you're going to get rid of anything in absolute, you're going to have to take a drastic measure to do so. There's a reason why a lot of Middle Eastern countries, or an example like Saudi Arabia, has a 0% Down syndrome population. They get rid of them at birth. So in terms of like certain bad apples or certain bad cultural things like pedos or crackheads or degeneracy and all, you're not going to get rid of it all unless you took a highly drastic measure. But I don't like it's always been around, so it's not necessarily something new, or it's not necessarily a problem, or, why are we acting like, this is something new type of conversation. But it's a difference when you have one generation of kids or people, and I'll just use like crack as an example. I don't know these numbers, right? There's not actual number. I'm just throwing arbitrary stuff. There's one thing where you have a generation like y'all generation, where y'all grew up and y'all was coming out of high school, that they represented that generation that, okay, 5% of them do crack. So 95% don't. People do crack, but there's only 5%. And then my generation come out and 25% of us are doing crack. Like, we would have to start trying to understand why this 20% increase got where it got. And if there was a social agenda, like of a social acceptance around crack for the past 20 years, and now a new generation of kids are accepting crack more readily, we couldn't act dumb goofy about why this big hike from 5% in 20 years ago for a class of kids, and now we got 20%. And we can extrapolate that to anything. We could extrapolate that to the LGB whatever stuff, and now there was like in y'all's generation, literally was like 5% out of all the gay, lesbian, trans, all that. Now it's like 30-some% are identifying as some form of other outside of, in my generation, outside of straight. So like that is in my opinion, direct correlation of social narrative and acceptance that's been pushed on the kids. I don't think there was 30-some% in y'all's generation that was identifying as that, but just kept it in the closet.
Hell no.
Yeah, but that was the issue too, them keeping it in a closet. So I think whatever the percentage is, I think that percentage has always existed. It's just at the same time as that caveat of people living out who they truly are, right? So, and that's the real issue that we have in today.
No, I don't think that's true, because we talking about kids. He talking about high school, up to high school kid. 30% of them, no. Most people back in the day wasn't hiding that they was on some other stuff. They really wasn't on the other stuff. Now, when you a child and you growing up in a home where your mama best friend or daddy best friend is somebody that's that way, is now more socially accepted. The kids are seeing this. The kids are sponges. Whatever they see
So I
around them,
agree
they
with
think is acceptable.
the accepted part, but even us growing up, we all know who the sissy was. Everybody knew who he was. It's just
No,
we
that's
just
the
didn't
point.
talk about it
We
as
knew
much
who
as it is
he
now.
was,
I
right?
think
But
I
now
think
you
the
know who
difference is
they
today.
are.
I think the difference today, people are more willing to live out their truth. When we was growing up, people was not willing to live out the truth because they would get
Exactly.
teased. So I think the percentage is still there, but I do agree at the same time that more people are willing to live out their truth more than when I was younger.
Sure,
I
I
agree.
think
That's
it's.
what I
Hold
believe
on.
that.
Damn,
Wait,
I can't even
sorry.
respond.
Wait, the reason why.
Hold on, MJ. So we're gonna go MJ, Sway, Shadow. So Sway, everybody get their thought in.
Yeah, I believe that too. I believe that the numbers have never really necessarily changed. I just think that because they're now out in the open, we see it more. Back then, we weren't tracking per se those type of numbers of people who have different type of lifestyles because it was a conditioning for society to look a certain type of way, and they had to look a certain type of way on television, media, you name it, right? So. I think that we believe that because we can't really pinpoint it back in the day due to media, newspapers, and things of that sort, that these type of behaviors or whatever was happening in a large mass or whatever percentage they are now is equivalent to what it is today. That I think that's the reason why, right? And that's what censorship does. You think that you think that a thing is not happening or a thing is not occurring because you don't see it.
Go ahead,
Well,
Sway the Shadow.
like I said, my response or the numbers I'm thinking of has nothing to do with people being in the closet versus not. I still think that only 10% max in y'all's generation would have openly, unopenly, whatever, just that total number is about 10%. My generation, I think them identifying it and going through it is for different reasons. And it's not just the openly like person who was quote unquote born this way. It's a lot. You got to think about now the kids that were in y'all schools that was the weirdos that got ostracized, that didn't have a lot of friends, or they got bullied or whatever. A lot of those weirdo kids that might necessarily stray that way are forming those type of thoughts and opinions for acceptance. They want to feel a part of a group. They want to feel socially accepted and not ostracized anymore. So a high percentage of those weird, nerdy, eclectic, corny kids are starting to just identify that or try to weasel away into that group so they have a actual group that they can be a part of. So I don't think that 30+% of y'all's generation when y'all was growing up would have openly, unopenly identified as any form of the alphabet community.
Yeah,
So I can go off the Shadow.
Sure.
So when I went to my daughter's elementary school and they had litter boxes in the bathrooms, yeah, there's conversations. At a certain point, we have to actually look at things that were happening. Like, just like Sway's saying, I'm assuming me and him are in the same generation because the same things he's talking about, I witnessed growing up. As I knew people who would identify as other so they could become part of a group because they didn't have friends otherwise, or they didn't have a
way me and Shadow are the same age.
I'm
Y'all
38.
close.
How? He got to be at least 40.
Yeah, he got you. I think he got you about 10 years.
Damn.
Yeah, I think you.
Yeah,
You like 27,
I'm a millennial.
right? You like 27, Sway?
Yeah, I'm 27.
Yeah, I'm 10 years older than you.
But y'all the same generation though.
No, I'm the oldest of the Gen Z. But anyway, Shadow, go ahead, finish your.
Okay.
But
so y'all both at the
even
edge.
worse. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. My generation is kind of on some nut shit.
But your generation has got effed up because of our generation. Because everything that the millennials went through, we turned it into trauma and said, forget it, we don't need nobody else, which caused the people behind us to try to group up with anything they can identify with. And then cartoons, movies, media, books, music, the internet, social media trends, all those created that instant gratification feeling. And then people realized you can become instantly gratified by identifying, hey, if I just say I'm Labiquita, then I can find somebody who will instantly be my friend or defend me in that case. In a case where I wouldn't otherwise be defended in.
Go ahead, KT.
Yeah,
Yes.
Not my bad. I was smoking this shit. but I was gonna say that I believe the other thing is it's a difference between what was even probably thought of back then versus what's now, right? Because the thing is, I'm born in the 90s, right? Boom. Most doctors wasn't gonna do no sex change surgery. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's just being honest. Not saying some wouldn't, but you know what I'm saying? Most would not. So again, when we talk about the difference in things, even when we talk about what same-sex relationships are, well, that's when a man's attracted to a man. Trans are kind of a whole different thing, right? Like, not saying that like this is I'm saying this is somebody
They
trying to
always been
present themselves.
but they always been a thing, KT.
Nah, not the same way at all. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, it
It may
is.
have been
It
men
always
who
been the
dressed
same
up.
way.
No, listen to me. It may have been men that dressed up femininely, but it's very recently where a man can get a vagina.
Yeah, but the problem is
That's
that most people don't
that's
have. Most people
cutting
don't
edge
get.
technology,
But,
my brother.
but most people are not getting that procedure done. Most of them are just like how it was back in the day.
Oh no, they getting boobs done at least. You can still get butt injections. They still trying to present themselves in every shape, fashion, and form as a female. It's not just that this is a dude dressing
So what
femininely.
I'm saying
This
is,
is
KT, RuPaul is older than me.
boy. Everybody knew that was a man. You know what I'm saying?
But I'm saying most of the ones that are portraying themselves as something else, we know that they are too.
No.
Tu Wong Fu is an old movie. Like, this stuff been going on for a long time. Is what I'm
Yeah.
saying. Like, it's not really new like how we think it is. It's just new in the media. Like,
Even
everything
Little
is out
Richard
in
was
our
gay.
everything is just so quickly in our face that it seems a little bit more dramatic than when I was a youngin'. But I understand since I was, it's really the same percentage.
No, ain't no way. Because the reason Little Richard was an anomaly was because he was gay. You know what I'm saying? Like,
No, but that's what I'm trying to tell you.
Like,
He was an anomaly. It wasn't surprising when Tevin Campbell came out the way how he is. Luther Vandross, Marvin Gaye, all these people.
What are you talking about? Where did these people say they were gay?
Wow.
Wait, Luther Vandross is gay?
I was about to say maybe Tevin Campbell on with it. No, but I've never heard Luther and Martin say they were. Marvin said they were gay.
That's fine, but that's what I'm saying. But regardless if you knew or not, right? That's what was going on, and so like it just wasn't. We didn't have the media like that how we have now for it to be in your face where people actually cared. People just didn't give a damn.
So my question is, to the men on the panel, are y'all talking about forcing people to live a particular lifestyle?
I'll say I'm talking
about
No. I'll say I'm talking about social engineering, and that's really real and very prevalent. What you teaching to the kids, because like we've been saying, it's a community problem where the parents aren't in the kids' life enough. Guess what they're putting in the kids' life? A tablet that shows them a bunch of shows that they probably not even overlooking and seeing what exactly are their kids watching, but it's probably some crazy stuff. Then you send them to school. Let's be real. How many people are going to their kids' school and saying, hey, What's the curriculum y'all teaching my kids? Can y'all send me a packet of the work y'all getting through the day for my kids too, to see exactly what that y'all teaching them? You're not. Okay? Most people are not. So social engineering is highly there, prevalent in everything. It's not about if there's a group of gay people, right? Gay people always exist. That's my point. But again, we're being very much standing in falsehood if we're saying that you could always get booby surgery as a man, or people even do that. You could always
Well,
get
I
again.
mean, I'm talking more not only necessarily with that, right? I'm just talking about in general, because there is other behaviors in society that people are frowning upon, right? And think that there is detrimental in the long run. So if we want to see, I guess, whatever people decide that they want to see that's in society, and we know that there is a certain percentage of people who don't agree with that and who do want to live a different lifestyle, the only way that you can have it stay at a higher percentage of what you would want to see in society, you will have to enforce, right? Enforcement has been the only thing that has ever worked in history, right? And then if then we're gonna have to decide whether or not if enforcement is good, because people have different ideas of what type of enforcement is beneficial and ones that could be detrimental, right? And then we kind of look hypocritical if we say, yeah, we should enforce this or instill this, but then when someone say, well, my bright idea is I want to enforce this or that, and then we be like, no, that's wrong. You see what I'm saying? So it kind of puts us in a dilemma, really, right? Because we can now understand that when it comes down to enforcement, we do see benefits in it and we do see negatives in it, and it depends on who it affects, who actually benefits from it at that particular time.
So MJ, I think enforcement is good if it's enforcement of exposure, not enforcement of person. Allow people to be who they want to be. But if they, in there doing what they want to do, are forcing people outside of that belief to do the very same thing, then it's a problem. Like, I'm speaking strictly kids, because kids are moldable, right? So let's say you want your tea, right? Cool. Be whoever you want to be. But when you start pushing to kids that they should be what you are, it's a different story.
But aren't we doing it?
I think that, but that's what we're doing.
But aren't we doing it on the? I'm sorry, Chad. I didn't mean to cut you off. I apologize. But aren't we doing that on the same side, on the opposite side? It's just that your personal bias believe that that's something that should be happening, and that's what I keep on bringing back. That the other person can view that as in the same way, right? Because you have to understand there's a little intent of personal bias, personal principles that we kind of tend to do put on people when we just say, hey, we need to be acting and moving in this type of manner, in this type of way. We can admit it. That's what I'm just saying. We should just admit that that's what's happening. Just come to a decision whether or not if we agree that it's beneficial at the end.
Let me read this super chat real quick. PZ ain't going. Pre-colonization, the Naras called them two spirits, and they would just socially transition. I think when colonization changed things to the rig binary, people started doing all the surgeries and stuff of that nature. I like that. It's been around for a very long time. For a very long time, even in England with the wigs and all that. It's been around for a very long time. Also, shout out to the Cash App. It says, my argument is there are undercover straights. What the hell is an undercover straight?
A man that wants to be
no, there are undercover straights now.
A straight man that wants to be accepted, so he joined the alphabet community so he can feel accepted.
That is a wild thing.
He alphabet by name. He's straight by night. So he really only go after the female versions of the LGBTQ, whatever that is. or the alphabet community. Sorry.
So what? He
Like
he
there's
put on the
people who are
dress and
called
all those things, but he only date women.
He'll be a
no.
dude
So
that hold on.
He,
He'll be a
but he,
dude that got blue hair, identify as a Furby in a Q word, but he really only have sex with females.
mm,
He only do the
and
females whatever they identify sexually. They don't care as long as they a female.
right,
mm,
like they call gray A's, right? People who are fall under the LGBT uh, umbrella, right? The rainbow umbrella. And what they are is they're people who could be asexual, but are still willing to have sex with the person or with somebody of the opposite gender. So
mm.
you're straight without access is essentially what it
And
becomes.
I do want to clarify because I got to go here in a second. I agree with Sharon in the sense that they've always existed, and I also agree that the
Mm,
number is the number. But I do, like I was saying,
mm.
I think there are people
Okay.
that are inflating that number that don't actually live that life. They don't take it up their booty or willing to give it to a man. They just identify because they've been socially outcast any other form in their life, so they
Mm,
found acceptance with that movement. And then to MJ, I also agree with you that we call a spade a spade. You know what I mean? We want confinements, we want restrictions, and then ultimately that restrictions is justified based on the majority social standard that you know it's one word versus the other. And I'm sure there's parents out there that want to tattoo up their 9-year-old, or they want to traffic their kid, or whatever the case may be. They want to do a bunch of things that society majority we would disagree, and they would have to not do that, or they go to jail or have some type of consequences. And I guess we're finding that line with this whole transitioning thing or anything in life. But we need to have these rules of what's right and wrong. I don't think if we kind of get rid of it because everyone has different opinions, then we would have, what is it, anarchy? Is that the word? Disorder, whatever the word. We would have a bunch of people just doing whatever they want. This is kind of how the alphabet community have introduced the idea of accepting the pedos and all that they were born that way. So how are we going to judge them any different than other people born their way and all that stuff? So it becomes a slippery slope if we get rid of right and wrong altogether because people have different opinions about it.
Mm. Let me also welcome into the show. First time in a long time, J Hub. Good day. What's good with you? How you been? Happy New Year.
What up? What up? What up, man? Glad to hear from all of y'all, man. Kind of crazy point when I jumped in at this point. Y'all getting crazy now. I didn't sign up for all this, but good to hear from y'all, man. I don't know, man. To be honest, I'm gonna just lay back on this one because I ain't trying to get nobody demonetized or nothing. You know what I'm saying? Say the wrong thing.
Mm.
How I really feel. So I'll let y'all have this part of the conversation. You know what I'm
Okay.
saying?
That's fair. That's fair. Out the mud, Cody. What up with you?
I ain't sure good with y'all, be dog.
We all right. What's up with you? What's on your mind? I want to know what's on your mind. I'm
Don't
curious.
don't sing to me, Sharon.
I was
Don't
about to
whatever
say
you do.
singing to me, and it's
Don't
crazy.
sing to me, big dog. Nah. But I'm really with J Hub on this topic y'all on right now. But I
Mm.
was talking about like the reading part, right?
Okay.
Don't they like determine how well a child read based on like testing scores or whatever?
Supposedly.
Well, why they passing these bastards?
Because a lot of times to pass a test, you don't need to really know how to read past a third grade reader level. I suggest, shout out to PJ God, I suggest people research how societies functions before colonization. Yeah.
You don't really have to, if that's going to be a point that you're going to stand on and going to stand for, then you don't have to read past a third or fourth grade reading level to move in society, period.
Clearly.
So it's just a bullshit argument at this point. Because obviously the people who. So what where does it stop at? I mean, is it a
So the issue comes in, Cody, is that when you limit yourself to a third grade reading level, and you could do enough to get through high school and maybe even a couple of years of college. The issue lies is it creates non-critical thinkers in the world. And now we have a whole bunch of adults that have arrested development, can't think for themselves, and I
if you
believe we
can't
call them.
read, you 9 times out of 10 gotta be able to critical think because your ass can't read to be able to know what's going on. So you got to be able to think yourself out of situations and into situations.
That's what I'm saying. If you read at a third grade reading level, that's technically you could read, but it's not reading for real.
But
It's
you
not
don't need more
comprehending.
than that to be able to do shit in society, though.
And that's where we disagree.
No, you just agreed a minute ago.
No, what I agree was that on a third grade reading level, you could pass tests all the way up to maybe even 1 year in college, maybe even 2
Maybe
years in
even
college.
graduate college based off what they telling you, because they not telling us
Not
what
graduating
age this
college.
can't read. Stop it. So they can't read through high school, but then somewhere along the line they pick it up and they learn to read at the 3 years in college.
We don't know because we still have grown folks that can't read.
That's what I'm saying. But they in a lot of predominant positions.
No, so they're able to talk. So even so they're able to communicate though, right? However, when we talk about being a high functional human being, we need you to be able to read and comprehend. We need you to be able to do both. You got to be able to understand context. You got to be.
I mean, what level?
You got
To
to be
what level?
literate
To what
because we
level
need
should
you.
be?
We need you to be critical thinking. The problem is when you just stop at a third grade, fifth grade, whatever that level is, right? The problem is you become a great worker. You could just work for somebody and follow along and
But
get
that
along
can't
to get
be true
along.
though,
And
Sharon. Shit, it's been like this since you was born.
So what I'm saying, Cody, this is
Since you
why.
was born, the majority of people ain't been able to read past the third grade level, big dog.
And this is why so many people get taken advantage of from their credit. This is why so many people get taken advantage of with scams, not opening up proper bank accounts, and then they get older, they turn 65 and they still got to work. This is the reason, because they are not reading past a third grade, fifth grade reading level. And then now they can't critically think. And then now they're not really setting themselves up for the world. They just out in the world living, just having a job, just living. That's
So
the
it's
real
America
issue.
then. It's not the black children, or it's America. It's just America, right? It's just
it's America. Yeah, America. Not just us. PZ ain't going. Took a class in college about the ethics of technology and the introduction of screens for info rewires the brain to scan for info instead of reading info entirely for understanding. Woo. Let me try not to mess it up. Took a class in college about ethics of technology and the introduction of screens for info rewires the brain to scan for info instead of reading info in entirety for understanding. That's serious right there.
See what I'm saying? Third grade reading level. Goddamn me.
Yeah, but
Well, a third grade reading level wouldn't just incorporate, how fast you read. It would also be you being able to comprehend the words and actually being able to articulate it out your mouth. You know what I mean?
Reading is comprehension. That's all reading
I had a
is.
question.
Reading
Cody,
is not comprehending.
Yes, it is.
Like generally speaking, Cody, you're being honest, right? Do you think that someone that has a low reading level, like a third grade reading level, would typically have also a low vocabulary level?
No, I don't think so.
Typically speaking, they're gonna if they have a low reading
why
level.
I say no is this, big dog. What percentage of people are reading at a third grade level?
Well, that doesn't necessarily have anything to do with what I said.
Yeah, I'm trying to ask you a question. So if we know that if we saying like the majority
Let's
of
just
people are
say,
reading,
let's just say not the majority. Let's just say 25% of people are reading at a third grade reading level. If I say those 25%, do you think they would typically have a lower vocabulary than the rest of the population that have a higher than a third grade reading level?
yeah, I go with that.
All right, so that's what I'm saying. If you have a low reading level, it correlates to a lot of other things like your vocabulary level, which in turns would make it harder for you to identify things like what you're experiencing or what word to use in a situation. And so if you were to correlate that to a relationship, it would just make your relationship that much harder to communicate in. You wouldn't know how to express your feelings. You wouldn't know how to identify the things that you're experiencing in real time, man or woman. If a man is gaslighting you or a woman's gaslighting you or certain things, if you don't even know gaslighting is a word or like these type of things, you wouldn't know how to identify it. But you could feel some type of way. If somebody's being condescending, you could feel that they're being condescending, but you wouldn't know how to identify that. And you
But
couldn't be
shit,
like, hey,
you ain't gotta know
hold
gaslighting
on,
as
give
a
me 1
word when
second.
you
Give me
know
1 second,
somebody
Cody.
playing in your face.
I
You'll be
know,
like,
but
bitch,
that's what
they
I'm
finna play in
saying.
my face,
But that's
bitch.
what I'm saying, right? All we can say is you being funny right now. You playing with me. But we couldn't identify what that is. We couldn't say you being condescending and this is how because you talking to me
Because
like
he
this.
don't
And
have to use that word. He
I
don't
take
have to
that as
use the
disrespect.
exact word though, Sway. It's too
You
many
don't have to
words.
use it. But the
It's
problem
too
is
many
we
words
don't.
in the English vocabulary where you don't have to use that word.
Cody, you don't have to use it. But the problem I see is that most people don't have the words to a different word to use in that situation. They use an arbitrary word or phrase like you being funny, something like that, and they don't know what's actually happening to them. They just know they don't like it. They don't like the way they feel based on what they're experiencing. And so all I'm saying is you having a higher vocabulary opens the box to having deeper communication levels. You can actually work through things instead of y'all just constantly talking past each other or talking through your feelings.
Right. And also, let me I just checked it out. So 54% of Americans read at 6th grade and below. That's crazy.
So that 25% would have been what they call bullshit. And then for 54%, there's no way you can't tell me a percentage of that 54% ain't leading and running shit around here, big dog. So I'm out.
They're not. 54% of Americans are not leading anything.
I didn't say 54% of Americans was. You can't read. That's why you can't comprehend. I said that out of that 54%, you can't tell me that none of them are running anything and goddamn me in these corporate positions and these goddamn me owning their own businesses and became millionaires. You can't tell me that.
Yeah, but it's a very small it's a very small percentage that is doing anything of leadership in the first place. So even out of that 54% is still going to be a very small minority of people that are dumb and still became a leader or a money leader, I guess I should say.
Well, when you were kind of just making fun of Sharon just now, was saying, well, you can't read, that's why you can't comprehend. Do you agree with that statement that if someone can't read, they can't comprehend?
I'm just going on what y'all saying.
Nah. Go ahead, MJ. I caught his ass on a Freudian slip. He slipped up.
No, you didn't. I'm going along with what your statement has been. Your statement is
just playing with you, Cody.
Your statement is that if you can't read, you can't comprehend, and that you're not gonna be able to do shit or be nothing, right? Well, goddamn me, I ain't gonna go there, but we know what I'm saying.
No, I mean, I don't think anyone's gonna make an absolute statement, but we will have to generalize it. Right. That generally speaking, if you can't read, your life is gonna be very limited.
Right.
Well, we have to also, how we talking about the people that's ruling the world. We just have to.
Children and babies are the most known for not being able to read. Sorry, MJ, go ahead.
Probably Mayweather.
No, I'm just gonna just say that we know there's people that is ruling the world or have businesses and things of that sort that didn't necessarily get there because they're intellects, right? And they can read books over the 12th grade, right? But they got there because of their charisma. They got there from their manipulation tactics. They got there from worldly experience by dealing with different behaviors and mannerisms of people. So yeah, we know that it's not everyone, but we want to just, I guess the focus should be is which would be more beneficial. Not everybody can pull it off, right? Not everybody got that clout, that glow, that charisma, to weld things, without actually really knowing how to weld things. They can get people on their team that know how to do it, but they don't even know how to do it themselves, right? Not everybody is going to have the ability to do that. So I think, productive wise is to try to actually have people really know how to do it.
But on that,
Go
out
ahead,
of that,
Cody.
that 54%, right, will lead will lead goddamn me 46%, right? And so of that 46% that can read past the sixth grade level and above, how many of them, what percentage of them is goddamn me running shit and owning $1 million companies and shit?
So the thing about that, even that arbitrary number of above sixth grade reading level, we don't know what the percentage is for each other level. So it could be
Right.
nobody in the 12th grade. It could be 2% in the 11th, 5% in the whatever, and then so on and so on that would make up the difference. And so, but I would agree with you too, Cody, in this sense that most things you read in life aren't on a higher than sixth grade reading level. Even when you're in school, you're not reading doctoral things or an accountant book that has a bunch of big words and terminologies or some law, whatever, something that has to be on the sophisticated where you got to read in between the lines on some BS type of things to understand it, where you got to have a degree. But most people only have to function on a sixth grade reading level. But I also don't know. I also don't think the people that is in those. We don't know the percentage of what those people knows. I guess running shit if they're at the 8th grade or if they're at the 12th grade. We don't know that number. We
Okay,
don't know what number
Sway.
that
Now
stops
we
at.
having a conversation, Sway.
We know they're
God
above
damn.
6th grade. We just
Now
don't
we
know if they're
talking, big
above
dog.
8th or 12th or 10th or any of that.
Way smarter than that, for real. Hey, shit, because we see motherfuckers go to college and graduate and sleep on a nigga who didn't couch every night.
But that's the thing, right? So also the physical their ability to, like, when I'm in school, I think school was boring because I already knew half the shit that they were already talking about, or the way they were teaching it was too slow. I'm like, get to the point. So I could sleep in my class for an hour and still know the answer because I already knew it before I showed up. Or the first time you explained it to me, I got it. I hated homework because I'm like, I don't need to do a bunch of extra practices to get the answer. Like, you just make me do a bunch of extra work. Like, I do it in class. If I'm right, I'm right. If I'm not, I'm not. We'll figure it out in class. Like, so some people find school boring for that factor because they're too smart. But the idea of them being lazy doesn't correlate to intelligence. It
Yeah,
just correlates to
because you
work
can
ethic.
comprehend. You can comprehend, right? So once they ran it across, how they gave it to the classroom, standing in front of the class at the blackboard, the way when they gave it out, you can comprehend to the level where, goddamn me, you don't need to go and read the book. You understood what was said, and you can damn near solve this shit right now, right?
Yeah, if you explain it to me and show me a problem and I break it down, I typically ask the questions I need to ask the first time, then I got it. I don't need to sit there
Okay,
and
that's
go a
what I'm
whole
saying.
class and homework and this and that and the third to figure some shit out.
Yeah, but now correlate that to the general population. Sway is not the general population by any stretch of the means.
But he's like representative of goddamn me over 50% though.
No, he's not. I'm pretty confident that Sway can read above a 6th grade reading level.
Okay, so I have a question for you guys. So I'm in agreement, right? There's people who did not necessarily needed to get professional education to do things, and there's people who have gotten professional education and they can't tell you how to do a damn thing, right? I'm in total agreement with that. So let's say, what do y'all think should be the next step, right? Because obviously we're seeing that the reading levels according to their standardized tests are is dropping dramatically, right? And we also starting to see that our children are not able to form full sentences, able to express themselves, many things, right? So do you think that should it be a different type of test a test only strictly on comprehension, and the ones who don't pass has to go through the rigmarole of school, and anyone who do pass at a certain level can just move on to whatever career field or whatever else they want to do in their life. Do you think that we should just change the test and what we're actually testing for?
I think you own to some. I don't know if that's exact, but I think you own to something when you saying like change the means of testing, right?
Cause so for example, right, like in Asia, and I'm sure like maybe Sharon probably know, right? There's like three different layers, three different tiers in education in Asia, right? They usually go up to like the 12th grade. Or matter of fact, I would say the 11th grade. They go up to the 11th grade. The 12th grade, they spend a whole year to take this standardized test that goes all over Asia. And then depending on how you score, that allows you to know if you're in the top tier, you get to go to the high or the best colleges and stuff. If you're in the second tier, you tend to be a business worker, like you could work at Toyota and stuff.
You get a scooter and you go deliver.
Yeah, exactly. And if you're in the lower tier, you're gonna be like a worker, like, or Uber driver and things of that sort. So that's how they do it. They do it in tiers. So if you score really, really low, yeah, that's your life, right? Like right there, that's where you're gonna be at. So that's why they go to extreme, and you hear about how these kids be wanting to commit suicide. They're studying like 90 hours straight and stuff like that because they're all fighting for that top to be in the top tier so they can go to those universities out there, because those universities are highly expensive. And what I've heard from one of my fellow coworkers who's actually Chinese, he said that the rich kids that's over there in China, this is why they always go to foreign countries to go to school, not because they're actually intelligent or more intelligent than the people there. They can't compete, and their money don't mean nothing in Asia. So they'll go to a European school to say, hey, this is my extra curriculum. I went to Duke University, so this is why I should be allowed to go to their school there, because it's very rigid to get into their type of university. So I was wondering, is that something that we should try to adopt, have a tier system in that way? Do you think it's beneficial? Do you think it's not beneficial? Is it framing into classism or staying in classism? Because I have to admit, Asia is very classist. Like they do dabble highly in classism, right? And once you are put in a certain type of class, it's really hard to get out of it. So I don't know if that's a benefit for us or not.
I guess never. You're asking KT. Go ahead. My fault.
I think it is good for. It's weird. It's good for a lot of productivity.
I don't think it's good for the outcome you want.
No, it's good for outcomes and productivity. Like that part.
Well, I wouldn't want children to commit suicide over this shit.
Well, they don't have that big of a problem like how we think it is over here, but it's roughly around the same what we got. But they productivity and they forward moving is elite. But one thing I would say, it kills creativity. They are a group of followers. They don't really have their own thoughts like that. They don't have creativity like that. That's why it's going to be that's why they not going to be able to create something like hip hop.
So that's why then you wouldn't want it, right? Because it doesn't achieve that outcome. I would want both that. I want someone to be able to be creative and thoughtful, and they come to conclusions on their own, not because I told them 2 + 2 = 4, and then they're just following the indoctrination to get an outcome.
However, that indoctrination, manipulated in the right direction, it breeds production.
Yeah, it's just
like,
a slippery slope.
And efficiency. So it's that. I don't know how to balance that, because when I tell you that they got things down to a science, They got it down to a science, bro.
Your
Like,
original question, MJ, I think we should change
so
teaching altogether, which would in turn change the testing process. I think I wrote it in chat. I was able to teach my little sister and little brother fractions before they learned it just by trying a different teaching method that I learned that you would typically not know, or you would typically learn in school. So when they go to school, they're going to learn this standardized way, and it's typically confusing when you apply it to a lot of other things. So it only is applicable in that situation. But if they're able to break it down a different way, they can come to conclusions their own in all applications when they're talking about, let's say, fractions. But regardless if it's a big or a very or I guess a very small fraction, like it's 1/3200, you know what I mean? It's like they could do it just as well, if not faster, based on the fundamentals of how they were taught in first, second, third grade. You know, by the time they get to fourth grade and they're doing some weird fraction based type of problem, it makes a lot more sense. They can do it in their head, if anything. Um, so I just think
another
overall we
thing
don't set our
that's big
kids
over
up to
here, Sway.
succeed. Go ahead.
Another thing that's big over here is how many languages you speak and how many countries you've been to. That's another big thing. And that is a real big factor.
I just think America is the only place you can really vacation in your own country.
No,
Like,
you could
I,
definitely vacation here. Matter of fact, summertime, everybody on vacation over here.
I mean, China might be the one only other country I can think of, but in the back of my head, I feel like they could just hop over to Japan or South Korea or Australia or something, and I don't know what their flights cost, but ultimately, I don't know. I just think that Americans don't get out of the country because they don't have to. Everything is here.
They don't have to leave this motherfucker. I promise you
What was I
that.
gonna say? You were saying something. What did you say before that? You had like 2 points I think you made. You said that they
They efficient and they productive.
no, you just said it before.
And
I don't know.
we are creative. We
You
are
say they
the
kill
country of
creativity, though. You say they kill creativity, though.
we are the country of creativity and ideas. That's what we are great at.
Yeah, I just
So
I don't know. I
shit, is
think
it from all that damn reading why they ain't creative?
They creative with so like, you know, creating a new computer, creating a new car, making it faster, making it more efficient.
Yeah,
So
they're more.
they are
They're the
creative,
master
but
of a. They're the
yeah,
masters of efficiency.
right. So you know, so they are creative in a sense, right? Because they continuously moving forward with all these new ideas. However, when I'm talking about creativity, it is different for us. We have the freedom to create. You can't curse online over here.
Yeah,
You know what I'm saying?
saying so.
So like you know, if you dress a certain way, it's like, you could do it, but you don't see it. You don't see all the.
I just think it's propaganda. I don't think it's something you really need in America, big dog. I think they just
Creativity?
no, that reading shit. I think it's something they just trick people on because it sounds good to say. I'm telling you, big dog. I don't think we can really prove who can read over the goddamn level.
Yes,
I'm
we can.
confused. What do you mean by they tricked it? Like we shouldn't know how to read at all, or?
Nah, nigga, shut the fuck up. I'm
just
saying
wondering what the level is. You're like, okay, most people
that's
should
what
be
I'm
able to
saying.
read
We
at
don't know
least.
the level. We trying to
Well, I'm
figure the
asking you
level out.
personally.
What
No,
is
I'm
the
asking
level?
you.
Is
I'm
the
asking
level
you.
12th grade? Is the level college?
Well, I'm
What
asking
is the
you.
level?
What do you
Shit,
think the level should be?
I think the level is what it is. 6th grade. I don't think you got to read past that in America.
There you
That's
go.
crazy.
To do shit.
But
if you read under that, would that set you back?
Yeah, possibly, more than likely, yeah. But I'm saying 6th grade level, I don't think you got to read past that in America, big dog. They ain't really doing. America just slow. Y'all want to blame your children in the school. It's just America. America ain't doing no better than your children in the reading department.
So what do you mean by do things? You mean just like survive until you 65? What you mean?
Oh, nigga, I'm talking about to be able to goddamn me sustain and maintain out here. It don't take that.
Right. So
More
you
than
mean
that.
so you mean just have an apartment or a house, have some children,
Whatever
and
living is,
a job.
whatever living is, if to be rich, it don't take that. Whatever living is to you.
No, I don't agree with that then.
Oh, well, you slow.
So majority of people that are doing the productive things in society in America, they are highly intelligent. They read and pass the 6th grade reading level.
No, they not. They highly intelligent at what they're goddamn me trained and skilled at. But they're not goddamn me the best readers.
So you think the lawyers is reading past 6th grade reading level,
Well, that's
engineers is reading past the 6th grade reading level, pilots is reading past the 6th grade reading level. Is plenty of people
how
that
many
is
people, what percentage of people in America does those jobs, working those occupations, big dog?
right. So and the
Oh,
reason
no,
why is
no,
because
right, motherfucker. What is we talking about? How many? What percentage of people? Oh,
it
you
doesn't
can't
matter.
write that. You can't
We're
write.
not
That's not a
talking
right.
about
What do you mean?
what I mean is that I'm not talking about just somebody that could just live, breathe, and they could go to a job and have an apartment and a car and have some children is living. If that's what your idea is living in, then cool, that's fine. Then people in the projects is living. Fine. But in
People in the
reality,
project
that's
don't
not
have jobs and ain't motherfucking going to work and paying motherfucking mortgages and goddamn me rent. So that's a false equivalent.
I don't understand what is it that you're saying then.
Those will probably be the bulk of your people who can't read past up to the 6th grade or above.
So no, but majority of America can't read past the 6th grade. 54%. Okay, so that's what the stats say. So that's 54%. So that's all the people at Home Depot, doing Uber Eats, warehouse, Amazon delivery,
You saying
UPS.
people that work at Home Depot can't read?
Correct, according to the stat.
Oh, you silly. Okay.
Yeah, because 54% of Americans can't read past. So I think a lot of people not understand what read past the 6th grade reading level means.
It don't mean shit.
So,
in America, it don't take more than that, obviously.
right. So, you saying Home Depot is enough to say, hey, you live in, and as long as you make it to at least that level, you can afford your own
No,
place,
see,
your
that's
own.
where if you saying
That's
that
what I'm trying to get
based
some
off, if
understanding
you
from.
saying
Don't worry
based
about
off
what I'm saying. I'm
job,
trying to get you to understand, to tell me what you are saying. I'm not understanding what you are actually
I
saying.
already said what I was saying. You don't understand it.
Right. That's what I'm trying to tell you. I don't understand it. That's what I said. Correct.
You don't want
I
to
don't
understand.
understand.
You don't want to understand it.
I do. That's why I'm talking.
There's a difference.
That's why I'm communicating with you, because I don't understand what you are actually communicating to me.
Well,
If you are saying that, if you're saying if you're saying somebody that working at Home Depot or construction is just enough, and then okay, we don't have no argument. But that's not the leaders of the world. And we need more people that is moving in the right direction so they can make better decisions and
Who
not
are the
have.
leaders of the world, Sharon? What percentage of people lead the world?
And as a small percentage. I don't
What
understand what's
percentage?
the
Do
point
they
of that.
read great? Do they read well? Or do you know?
Yes.
Or do you know?
Yes, they read at a higher level.
I figure you don't know. You just ashamed to say it.
Ashamed to say what?
You don't
I'm
know?
saying they read the people that's at the top, they read at higher levels. Yes.
You don't know that.
How you the people that I do know that, because the people that is running things like
Got people
lawyers,
that work for them that
lawyers,
know how to read
you
and
think
shit or something.
we could both agree that lawyers is not reading. We know lawyers is not reading at
And
6th grade reading.
that ain't 1% of people, big dog.
Yeah, but
You
we're not
saying
talking about just
that
one.
54%
We're
of
not talking
people.
about. We're not talking about one. We're not just talking about one profession. We said the leaders of. So we know doctors, right? We could go down a list. That's why I kept going to different occupations: doctors, lawyers, engineers, right? So that's why I was saying more than just one. We're not just talking about one profession. So
Um,
all the upper
so
echelon professions, those guys
2.5,
and ladies,
3.5% of people.
right?
But
We're
you
talking about
still got a
C.
whole
Right,
goddamn me, another goddamn me,
you're not
40% of people though.
right. So we also talking about CEOs. We talking about the people that work in finances, the people that work in the stock market. There's plenty of industries that we are talking about. You keep trying to you stop me every 2 words, and so and that's why we can't get to an understanding what I'm actually saying.
I understand what you're saying.
What's up, y'all?
It's good day to you. Welcome to the show, Mike. What's your thoughts on this reading thing? You think sixth grade reading level is enough?
Oh, I literally just pulled up and heard you and Cody going back and forth for like the last 20 seconds. But is a sixth grade reading level enough for an adult?
Yeah.
If I'm being honest, I don't know what that consists of. So I don't know if the sixth grade reading level means that you read at a slower pace, or if it means that you don't understand or comprehend certain words, or
Thank
you know,
you.
which one does it? Which one would it mean?
Both, actually.
Well, if you don't, I think it would. Yeah, I think it would be. I'm assuming it would be difficult. And it should be higher, but I don't really know. Like looking back at like what are we actually learning in sixth grade? Because it might actually impress me what the sixth graders are learning and how they are able to read. But I don't really know. It sounds alarming on its face. But it's like honestly a lot of sixth graders and fifth graders might have better understanding of the way our judicial system works because they're closer to they just learned it recently versus a lot of adults have no idea how it works, if that makes sense,
No,
because they
but
forgot
most
about it.
so right, so that's the issue. So most adults are at that reading level. So when they 35 years old, they still at a sixth grade reading level.
Got you. Yeah, I'm
So,
gonna
so
go
it's
on.
not fresh. So it's not fresh in their mind like how a young sixth grader is, right? So
Yeah.
they 30, 40 years old and they still at this sixth grade reading level and below.
What I'm going to say is
Well,
this then, and I heard Cody's point. I actually think Cody's point make a lot of sense. I think that everybody can't be at a sixth grade reading level, but I think a sixth grade reading level is probably necessary for most people to be at. When he said that the world being led by people who read good, I think that there's a mix and it's a balance. I think that there's a lot of people who probably read good enough. Like I don't know how good Trump reads. I don't know how good Putin reads, or any of these other world leaders or people beneath them. But I'm pretty sure some people that read well enough, and there's others that probably excel that read around them. So I think it's probably a mix of both.
you think Donald Trump is not reading at a higher than a sixth grade reading level?
I think that he's somewhere in high school.
PZ ain't going. Lower reading comprehension makes for an easily controlled population of workers and not a well informed population of thinkers, problem solvers. That is 100% the problem. And that's how we know for a fact that Donald Trump is reading higher than, he's an upper echelon of comprehension. He comprehends very well.
But is that
He is not.
so?
He is way higher
Here,
than a sixth grade reading level and comprehension. No
so
matter how
so okay.
stupid we think he actually is,
But
his real life shows.
is that based on? So for example, I would argue that he probably understands a lot of things because he's experienced a lot of things. I don't. What does that translate to his reading level? It might. I'm asking genuinely.
Yeah, I think it
Yes.
definitely. Yeah.
Okay,
To
so if I
be
go through
in
like, yeah, if I do
to
certain
be in
jobs and
real
I oh, go
estate,
ahead.
to be in real estate and understand certain terms in those contracts and whatnot, yes, he has to have higher than the
And
sixth
once
grade
you read,
reading
don't forget
level.
to say what kind of real estate. He's not doing just selling somebody
Yeah,
a
he's
house.
CRE, he's doing commercial real estate. You know what I mean? So he's dealing with terms and covenants and UCCs, uniform, something, something, right? Yeah. In order to be able to have a basic comprehension of certain details in those contracts, yeah, his reading level. Floyd can't do what he does, to make it simple.
I don't know. I think Floyd dealt with contracts too, though.
Yeah, but Floyd doesn't have a proficient understanding of his own contracts, right? You can see that in some of the investments he's been involved in. But the fact is, though, like a boxing contract is nothing like a commercial real estate contract where you have 9 different borrowers and they have covenants between each other and collateral, and these
Yeah,
things, there's terms involved in there that
yeah.
aren't
I'm
terms used on a 6th grade level.
I'm so glad you brought up Floyd, because I think I'm gonna use that to make this argument, because and it actually makes sense to me, right? So I think that Floyd probably on paper, or anybody looking at him can say that he probably reads at a 6th grade or below a reading level. However, I'm almost positive, even though you're not giving his contracts justice. However, those contracts are real contracts. When we're talking about pay-per-view, we're talking about real business that he's
Yeah, but he
involved
doesn't
in.
understand them.
But
That's why he
you're
has a whole team of, CPAs and lawyers to read these contracts for
no,
him.
I
He
get it.
understands I'm gonna make 500 mil this fight. He understand that part. But
So
that
so
even has to be broken down to him in the term. And if
well,
you sell this many streams, he can't
Wall
cognitively
Street,
break
I
all
don't think
that
you're
down.
being fair at all. I think you're being so unfair, Wall Street.
Hold on, Mont. I got a question. So, Mont, you pass somebody a pamphlet, read this, and they say Pigeon, and you're like, "What you trying to say? What the hell is what the hell is a piggion?" And then you look at the word and it says pigeon. Come on, bro. You ain't doing no business with that man.
Because what
No,
I'm
no,
saying is
that's
he
a
could
fact.
make an
But
attempt to read through his contract, right? But with his understanding, with his reading level, it sounds like, and when you introduce the fatulation into the uterary walls, what you have, what I mean, he can't
Hey, let
understand.
me ask y'all a question real quick. Willie, Sharon, y'all ever read Russell Simmons book?
Nah.
No.
All right, Russ is like a dropout, right?
Mhm.
And
I don't know.
he got, how he got in the music business. He was the dope man for the
Right.
executives.
Hmm.
He was the dope man for the
Mm-hmm.
executives. The executive
Mm-hmm.
gave him the goddamn meat company. He knew nothing about the music industry. He was just trying to push his brother them because he had a little dope money, right?
But here's the thing though.
Hold on. He had the revenue, and so what he done was he hired brains around him, and he became a millionaire, damn near billionaire. He owned a multi-million-dollar clothing company that he came with on his own, and goddamn me bought his first 2 investors, his first 2 partners out on his own. He bought them out outright, and because they gave up on it after 10 years, after being 10 years of spinning his wheels and $50 million in the hole, he banged up for the 10th year and hit for 300 million.
thank you.
Then 3 years after that, he sold the company for 400 something million. You feel me?
Hmm.
So,
Mm-hmm.
and him
And you said that to
himself,
say, but
in his
you
in his
said that to
book,
say
he
what?
say he can't read. He
No, he
say he
didn't say
wasn't
he couldn't
he wasn't
read. He said he dropped out.
no, he's in his book, he said that he wasn't a good reader at all.
Okay.
So, but all right. So, but you saying that to say that what majority of people that is in his same position that can't read, they could do what he did.
I'm saying that when you're saying that the people who can't read are, go ahead.
Right. So what we saying is that the people that can't read, most likely, 9.9% out of 10, they are not going to be Russell Simmons. He's an outlier. He's an exception to the rule. He is not the rule. Majority of people are going to be silly, stupid, not read their contracts, just sign anything on the dot line because they could be tricked and fooled easily because they don't have comprehension skills.
Yeah.
Cody, this is sad and embarrassing. And that's the real problem with literacy. The more literate you are, the more difficult it is to take advantage of you. That's the truth of the matter. And that's the part that we cannot escape. Most people that cannot read past that sixth grade reading level, they're going to be taken advantage of. That's why a lot of people they have bad credit. They don't have no life insurance. The list goes on and on of the things that they fail as a grown up. And usually those people are reading under sixth grade and lower. That's the real
But look,
issue.
Sharon, I will put it to Cody this way, right? Like the one thing that Russell Simmons couldn't do is work for Russell Simmons, right? Like Russell Simmons' team is, you know, filled with dudes that can read, can break down the math, can do all these things at a high level. Russell was able to get to a spot where he was a deal maker. So when you become a deal maker, you might not necessarily have to know everything in the contract if you have a team of lawyers that can say, nah, this is problematic. This deal means that in 4 years they'll get the rights to his contract, right? Or something like that. Then he can make a decision. But Russell could never work for Russell. He could never break down those contracts,
You would
the
never have
different.
to. What the hell you mean? That's
What
a
I'm
moot point. He ain't never got
nah,
to.
nah. What I'm saying to you is he has a team filled with specialists, right?
Yeah, that's what I
Like
know. I read that in his book.
so. That's what I'm saying. Russell could never work for Russell,
He would never
right?
have to.
Nah, you missing the point. What I'm saying is if he wasn't the CEO of the company, he couldn't fill any of the other slots. He couldn't deal with the actual artist contracts. He couldn't deal with the percentages between the different distribution companies. All of that, Russell, that's what the team does. Russell just makes the final decision on this would work or that would work. But I'm saying outside of him being in that position, all the other positions that fall under that tree, now he couldn't do none of that. Like he couldn't be his own CPA. He couldn't be his own entertainment lawyer. He couldn't work for himself, if that makes sense.
Mm.
So
Shout
yeah.
out to Cody. What up, Sharon? The Brooklyn Dawn. Yeah, I like that. I like that.
But now to be
So
real
yeah,
on that,
I think reading past a sixth grade reading level is a shut. Just like PZ ain't going said in the super chat, it's a certified way to take advantage of people and have a group of people that you can take advantage of. We need more people that could be problem solvers and free thinkers and think on their own, critically think. Bubba Homeschool seems Candace Owens reads at a sixth grade reader level. salute to that. You must have watched the video that no, I didn't drop that video yet. Huh?
but but
No,
Sharon,
Did it drop?
this the real
no,
thing
no,
about reading
Oh,
real
levels.
quick.
shout out to all the videos that I dropped. Everybody that has a goddamn wrist, drop all the latest new videos that I drop. I'm doing my best to keep up with the videos and do my damn thing. Now I need y'all to do y'all damn thing. Hit those likes, hit the shares on the goddamn videos, and hit the hype button, man. Y'all gotta start holding me down the way how I hold y'all down. Like, so we gonna have to have. Hey, Willie, we gotta have some kind of compromise. I'm here every day.
Real quick, Willie,
So
I
speak
wanted
to
to
my
combat that
CPA
point you
about
just
that.
made. I thought
Speak
that
to my
point was
CPA.
ridiculous. Can y'all hear me too?
I hear you.
I thought
Mm-hmm.
that point was ridiculous because
And was
Russell would love it would be nothing better in the world for him to have another him and hire him. You don't think he would that he would work many positions, maybe not to be a lawyer because he's not a lawyer. You gotta go to school for that.
That's the point
However,
though.
I'm no, but what I'm saying, you saying he can't work no other position. If you ask him like Russell, if you could duplicate yourself and hire you, would you? Hell fucking yeah.
So you're not hearing what I'm saying, right? He could potentially hire another Russell for an A&R, which is the pathway to his career. But I'm saying the specialist that he needs to make Def Jam profitable, the accountants, the different attorneys, the you know what I mean, people who structure these deals. That's not a place where he's gonna hire someone like him. He's gonna hire a small hat. He'll probably tell you that himself. But the
Yeah,
small hat is not gonna have a sixth grade reading level. Like
yeah.
the thing with reading level is being able to understand the next stage in learning, right? So there's certain terms and there's certain things that aren't introduced at a sixth grade level. So now when you get up to the ninth grade, it's not making sense because you weren't prepared at at the seventh grade. You know what I mean?
No, I dig it. You can't be a lawyer with a sixth grade reading level. However, there are certain skills that reading is just one skill that people can possess. Like when we talk about these contracts and stuff, I like I said, I don't think that y'all doing people like Floyd Mayweather justice. Like even me,
Ma,
I'm not a
Ma, let me
CPA.
ask you.
All
Let me
right,
ask
but
you.
real
Would
quick,
you hire an attorney? Would you
I'm not
hire
a
an
CPA,
attorney
but I
with a
have
sixth grade
CPAs.
reading level?
I'm that's not a thing.
I'm just simply asking you the question though, just so we could put it on the board. Would you hire an attorney with a sixth grade reading level?
No, their job is to read.
That's the point. So Russell
Exactly.
surrounds himself with people whose job is to read. And tell me what I need to know. Right? Like to a degree, that's what I do in my career. Like the CEOs don't read everything. Right? Like, yo, look at this and tell me what I need to know. All right, here's what'll be profitable, but this is something you need to look at in the current structure that could be problematic. Ping. So now he's zeroed in on one thing. He's not breaking down the whole contract.
So your good reading ass ain't the CEO.
Nah, baby. Nah. Because there's a different element to that
But
that
you reading
Russell
for the
has that the
CEO.
hold on. There's a different element to that Russell's sixth grade reading level having as has that those other people don't have. Right? The 12th grade reading, collegiate reading level dudes, they can't do other things that Russell can do.
So
You know what
what's
I'm
more
saying?
important? What Russell doing or them good reading ass niggas at the house with a bunch of
I mean,
encyclopedias?
it all comes together, but the reality of it is there's
So,
only
so
one Russell. There's
right,
20, there's
that
200
that's the
people,
issue right there,
there's
Willie. That's the
200
issue that he's
people
not
getting
addressing.
paid to know how to
Right,
read. There's one illiterate Russell.
right.
No,
That's
it's
the that's
not.
the,
No,
that's
it's
the
not. That's where
reality.
you wrong at. That's why we don't agree.
Explain.
Mon just did like I did an hour ago. Y'all don't want to hear it.
No, we just don't. We're not agreeing with that. It's going to be more more Russells reading at sixth grade and lower. We feel like the ones that is reading at sixth grade and lower, they're going to be the ones that is sweeping up the floor for Russell.
Hey, Sharon, could George
Justice
Bush
League.
read over a sixth grade level?
Absolutely,
You ever heard him read in public?
he's a lawyer.
You ever heard him read in public?
Yes, he reads well in public.
Yeah, you
Where he
tripping.
messes up, is when he goes off the script. And
Off
if you
script. That's where he messes up.
if
At,
you
yeah.
fool me once, well, if you fool me, you can't fool me
You
again.
can't fool me
Right?
again.
That's where
So
he
he can't.
messes
So
up,
he
going
can't
off script.
freestyle. He ain't good at freestyle.
He ain't
All
good
right.
at freestyling.
All
Right?
right.
Russell could probably freestyle his way through the entire
Do
speech
anything.
without
Yeah,
having a
anything.
paper in front of him. But George Bush reads very well. Like when he read about,
Yeah, you tripping.
listen, man, the access to evil, we going in there. He read those pre-written speeches that he didn't write.
Perfect.
Some,
Damn near
some,
perfect.
hold on. Some Negro with a collegiate reading level wrote those speeches for him. These are
And
the other
rehearsed them with
jobs.
him and practiced them with him and rehearsed again and had a dressing rehearsal,
Right,
a dinner
right,
performance, and then went out there and did it to the world,
right.
huh? Huh?
But the point
Yeah,
is,
Huh?
but
Answer my
don't
question.
no. But don't forget he also was able to debate too, right? So that's the comprehension part. So he's comprehending beyond a sixth grade reading level.
Yeah, but
That's
that's
the
but
part that
that's what I've been saying, Sharon.
what you
If
mean?
I've been saying that if you
George
can
Bush
come,
don't read at no sixth grade level, bro.
Right, he's at a high level.
I'm talking about the
He went to
Let,
comprehension
where
level.
let
we
Cody
went,
finish saying what he's
Princeton,
saying. Get
Yale.
hold on, Willie. Let Cody finish say what he's saying. Go ahead, Cody.
I'm talking about the comprehension.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, like I say, just because you a contractor and you get these contracts with the government don't mean you know how to read.
That's not true. Majority of the people
Um,
that are get the majority of the people that are getting the contracts is making money. Most of them are highly educated. Most of the people that you are in those rooms with those type of people that is at the top dog ones, not the they are educated. Majority of them got MBAs, actually.
or and you know they surround themselves with a team of people who can read, right? Because even having a collegiate reading level doesn't mean you can read legalese, right?
Right.
Like, you could be smart as hell, but legal jargon is something that you're not
It's
proficient in.
different.
So yeah.
Yeah. So, but yeah, but when we talk about people that are being proficient in life and are the moving shakers of the world, you need to be at a higher level than the sixth grade for sure. Usually, the sixth grade is going to be, your regular construction guy that never moves up in the construction world because there's a lot of that as well. The janitors. It's a trust me, bro. That comprehension and reading shit is for real. You get taken advantage of. There's a lot of stupid people out. There's a lot of stupid people in the world because they ain't reading. They ain't never
And
learned how
it's
to.
and look, Sharon,
Yeah,
especially in the world we going into, because the honest truth is like, the world we're going into on a career level, it's going to be based around your ability to understand certain things and be able to not
yeah.
only understand it, right, but to articulate it to another team, to another firm, right? And you can't do that at sixth grade.
Right. And I think the problem is that a lot of people can read words. They can read big words, some of them, right? But they don't understand what they read. They don't comprehend what they're reading. Uh, to read at a sixth grade level, that means you read the words and you comprehend those words when you reading at a certain level.
So y'all saying
So that
that
means
the total
they
54%
cannot
of
read.
people,
So what?
y'all saying that the total
So
54% of people that read at a sixth
sixth grade
grade
reading level
level or
or
below
lower
are the people who
or
are
low level.
janitors and shit like that. You saying that none of those people are goddamn me business owners. What are y'all saying? That's what y'all saying? That's what Sharon's saying?
No. So and this is so again. So right. So this is a part of the comprehension part, right? I didn't say anything close to all of them, right? I didn't say anything like that. I said something very specific, right? So I didn't say none of them. You said that. You added that in there.
I asked your wide head ass a question to get an
Right,
understanding of
but
what you were saying because you're leaving it so broad. You're acting and
I'm
speaking
not
as
leaving
if
it broad.
you are.
I'm actually not leaving it broad at all.
All right, man.
I'm actually being very specific.
So
I'm
what
saying that
percentage of the
54%,
54% that read at sixth grade and below are movers and shakers?
very small amount, 2%.
Yeah, like but less than that probably. Because if you even
Yeah.
looking at the money team, right? If you look at his whole conglomerate, yeah, you got him at the top being illiterate, but everyone else, all the people that's ripping them off, right? They read very, very well. The other 99.999% of the company, they read very well.
But they ain't at the top though.
And
I'm talking
yeah,
about
but so
the
what you
business
what you're
owners.
failing to
Are you saying
understand?
so? No
uh,
business. You saying 1% of business owners and CEOs and what's your name and shit read at a 1%. Read at a sixth grade level or below.
I can't think of any examples. Like if we talking about a
that's
Jeff
for sure.
Bezos, if we talking about like I'm saying, give me an example. You know what I mean? You got a Tesla dude. You got what's my girl name that was running Xerox, right? All these people read
Or the
very
girl
well.
that or that lady or that beautiful black lady that was running Chase. Um, like these people are highly educated. CEOs is probably the top brainiacs of America. To be honest with you,
in most cases. Yeah.
it's like those are the top brainiacs. They ain't no slouch. These people are not slouches at all, bro.
Man,
Even with the
they
whole
not
Floyd
slouch.
Mayweather thing, right? So what Will She Willie is saying is that like most of the people that is around him are vultures, and they actually took advantage of him. They don't have no money problems. He is having so-called money problems or whatever's going on with him that he got to try to fight again. You know what I'm saying? Whatever's going on. But everybody else that was around him, they ain't having no money problems. That's the issue. So a lot of people could get around somebody that is they see a talent, they will see a talent or something like that where they could profit off of this person that is at so-called sixth grade reading level, and a bunch of smart people get around this face or this talent or whatever they got going on and make that person super rich. But in reality, he made a lot more smarter people rich. He didn't make a whole bunch of stupids rich.
Come
Because the
on, big
smart
dog. You
people,
know that.
right? So the smart people grabbed him up, the stupid person, and they made a whole bunch of money and made their friends a whole bunch of money. And while he's that one person that is the head figure, and yes, he's going to be considered a millionaire, billionaire, and all those things, but he made way more people more money. You go into that record industry, you go get you 1 billion streams, you made $26 million off of one song. You know how much money you seen out of that 26 million? 1.5 million. Are you a millionaire? Yes. What is all those people that got the other 25 million considered?
Multi-millionaires, wealthy.
So that is the difference. So while Russell, he did a great job, guess what? He had to get a distribution. So while he made all that money, guess what those other people made?
Argument ever,
Those people made while he made millions, those people made those people made billions off of Russell. He broke a lot of bread.
So when the smart ass contractor go get the contract with the goddamn government, who make the bulk of the money?
Let's not move it. So what I'm saying is that because you're using Russell, so just think about why Russell's not in the game today. The reason why Russell's not in the game today because he was borrowing money from people that was smarter than.
And then look at the entire rest of the industry. You'd be hard pressed to find someone else with that story, right? Like if you're talking about the what's the dude Andre Harrell? You're talking about Jerry Heller. Like a lot of these people are attorneys, so just when it comes to literacy alone, they're at a high level of literacy, right? Jerry Heller, he was an attorney. This is how you rob easy, by being an attorney, right? Like you can't throw in a one-off and act like that represents the industry. Like, nah, most of the industry, you're talking Leo Cohen's and whatnot. Like, these is attorneys.
Sharks. They real sharks.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's the issue with the reading comprehension thing. And we just gotta call a thing a thing.
I don't think it's what y'all making it out to be. I think it's propaganda. Because I think, like I say, I think it's just I think the bulk of America read on the sixth grade level. And I don't think
And you also believe bulk of America is stupid. What up, GOAT?
Can I ask a question to Cody? Real quick. Hey Cody,
Yeah.
do you think there's any negative consequences for having a higher reading level?
No, I'm not going against reading. I'm saying we don't know who reads above the damn level. I'm saying we don't know if we. I'm saying I don't think in America to move around to be able to goddamn me live and survive out here. I don't think you need to read above a sixth grade level.
Well,
Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna sit here and argue with you about that up and down.
Well, that's my only argument.
Yeah, that's why
all the
I'm
other
asking
shit I don't give a damn about.
Well, that's why I'm asking a separate kind of probing That's why I'm asking like a second kind of question so I can get a better understanding. Like you're not you're saying most people don't need that, but in the same breath, you could also understand that having a higher reading level poses benefits to you, correct?
Oh yeah, I'd be a stupid to not know that.
All right. So
I know that we
Yeah,
all know
but
that,
Cody,
but
Cody,
they don't want to agree with what
but
I'm
the
saying.
argument. But if your argument is that they not gonna die, then yeah, we're gonna agree with you. Yes, if you read at a
God ain't
sixth
about
grade
no not
reading
gonna die.
level,
You man,
if you read
Sharon,
at a
cut the
sixth
buck
grade
shit.
reading level, yes, you're not gonna die. You'll be able to survive. You'll be able to work at Walmart, be a janitor, be a truck
Yeah, yeah,
driver, be a
yeah,
cab driver, be an Uber driver. You're not gonna die. Yeah, we'll all agree with that. Yes.
yeah. Well, we agree.
Boy,
That's
body
but
can
that's
lie
just
with you.
but that's just a stupid thing to say that we want our kids to aspire to be janitors.
The
If
stupid
that's where
thing.
you
I think
fall,
somebody
if
said
that's
that.
where you fall, then that's where you fall. But that's not what we raising our kids to be janitors.
That's slow.
Because Big Dog, when you throw Russell in there, you know what I mean, if I was to even accept that he can't read, right? Like he's an anomaly. He's not the norm at all. But the honest truth is, I don't believe that S word, right? I'm trying not to curse. That he wrote in that book. Now all of a sudden he radio. And he did all these deals. He signed all these contracts. Like, no, I don't think Russell was Floyd. I think he sold that for the reading audience in his book.
Well, he might have. We don't know. I'm just saying that's what he said. I'm saying I never said that. I wasn't using him as like the end all be all when he was making y'all was making a statement about Floyd, right? And what's your name was saying he didn't think you was giving Floyd enough credit, right?
Yeah.
So that's what made me bring up the Russell thing because of what y'all was stating about Floyd, right? Now y'all can run with Russell all you want to. I don't give two flying kites,
But
right? But I'm
but
saying
even when
though,
we go with Floyd,
I'm
we,
saying
we
though, what I'm saying is
Look at
y'all,
it this way, Big Dog. Look at it.
y'all well, go ahead.
Look at it this way. Like, even let's bring it down a notch. So there was that whole scandal with DJ Envy and the fat Puerto Rican dude, and they were scamming people out of all this real estate investment money, right? Here's the thing. You could actually read well, right? And still not be able to comprehend, understand, and compete with the things on this level. So you end up getting scammed. People that read well was getting scammed. You're gonna put Floyd or somebody that can't read one chapter out of Harry Potter book on the level with these sharks, you know what I mean? Like you're gonna get picked apart.
absolutely.
Yeah, but that's why Monk was saying he got people who do that, right?
Yeah, and those become the people who are the parasites that rob you blind. Because if you don't
You're
have a
right.
basic proficiency, you don't know what they're doing. You just know what they tell you. Oh, don't worry about it, Floyd. Yeah, in 2 quarters, we're gonna get a payment. And oh, you didn't see the fine print where it says after
Right.
2 quarters, if you don't make this, then I keep everything. Like,
Now
Right.
who
that's
can't read that small ass who can't read them words right there you just said? Huh?
Because a lot of people. So like when
Hold on,
so,
say it on the
so for
contract, the way it wrote
example,
on the contract, say it.
they would say if you don't reach this, we're gonna own this in perpetuity.
And who can't read that?
but
And
I'm
but what
saying
does
if
it
you don't
mean?
know what
No, hold on. No, no,
perpetuity
no, no,
is,
no.
if you're
Hold on.
reading
We
it,
talking about hold on. We talking about the comprehension. Yeah, you read it, but what does it mean when you read that?
You ain't if you ain't comprehended, you didn't read it.
That's not true.
Oh
All right,
man.
so you heard me say something. What does it mean when I said that? I own it in perpetuity.
If you don't comprehend it, you didn't read it, Sharon.
Okay, then. So what I'm saying is that people will read that. You can read that easily, but what does it mean if you read just because you can sound out words but that's not literacy. That just means you could phonically
That's what
sound
I'm
something
saying,
out.
Sharon. That's what I'm saying. Cause you can. That's called calling words. That don't mean you. If you called the words out on the page and didn't understand what those words meant, you didn't comprehend, big dog.
Okay,
And
so
you didn't read it.
so that's what we talking about. So at that 6th grade reading level and below, people are not able to read contracts. They're not able to understand things like credit score. They're not understanding things like health insurance. They are not understanding these things because they are reading 6th grade and below.
But
Reading and
people
reading
reading,
comprehension are two different
people
things.
reading, goddamn me, above that you proclaim, reading above, don't understand that same shit.
But you got to understand,
Not
reading and
that's not
reading
true.
comprehension are two different things, right? Like you could read
Right,
something.
because like we
Don't
talking
repeat
about
what I
past just
said.
hold on, no, so this way you could comprehend what I'm saying. I'm not talking or communicating to you about just sounding out words. Reading at a 6th grade reading level and below means that you are at that level and you ain't going no higher. So certain words you ain't gonna know the meaning of. You're not gonna be. So when you read something, you'll be able to read it, but your mindset is at a 6th grade reading level. So therefore, you cannot comprehend past 6th grade vocabulary. You can read the word, you can sound it out. You're gonna say it perfectly, but you don't know what the hell you're saying.
Because sometimes things are written under the assumption that you understand the terms being used. So if you don't even understand the terms being used, then you can't comprehend what you're reading.
Right. And that's why we said 6th grade reading level.
The go to tell you that, he told me I read Black history all the time and don't know what the hell I'm reading.
Welcome to the show, the GOAT. Good day, GOAT.
What up, though? What's good with y'all?
We all right, man. We talking about
We'll go with
the
it out.
situation with this teacher crying because these kids can't read.
I mean, that's
I can't stand that laugh.
late.
That laugh make me laugh every time.
Like, bro, like, fuck, bro. I mean, that's late. I mean, it's something that definitely need to be addressed. I'm not saying it to downplay it in any way, shape, or form, but it's like that's been a statistic for the last 30 years. So the teachers doing the teaching couldn't read. Like, you know what I'm saying? The
Come on, big
teachers
dog.
like, you know what I mean? So I don't, I kind of agree with Cody when he says, what is it that we don't like? Being very articulate don't mean much. You know what I mean? It just don't. You know what I'm saying? And so I got to agree with Cody on that part of it where he says beyond 6th grade reading comprehension can only mean so much. I mean, because in the world we live in, where is it coming into play at where you do need more of a 8th, 9th, 10th grade comprehension? So I mean, I get that. I think reading does improve you, how you articulate yourself. It does improve your coping skills and shit like that. I think reading is a good thing. I ain't taking nothing away from reading, but I don't know where, you know what I'm saying? Like, because what I see is just a lot of dumb people who can't.
Where it hurts them at GOAT is that they gonna get taken advantage of because they don't know nothing about credit score. They don't know nothing about getting a mortgage, writing signing a proper lease. Why they would sign they would go to whatever those quick credit scores. Oh, we give you a $1,000 loan, and for one paycheck. Don't worry about it. Then now they paying $5,000 back because they asses can't read at past the 6th grade reader. This is how those people get taken advantage of, or all these bad faith loans and all these things. And that is the issue. And also it makes these people very docile, and it turns into non-critical thinkers and non-problem solvers. That's another problem with reading at 6th grade reading level and lower. And before you go, PZ ain't going. Articulation and comprehension are different. Go ahead, go.
I would say that implies that they reading that stuff though, Sharon. I don't think people reading them predatory loan paperworks and all that there, bro. People going in there for that loan and they ain't reading them 15 pages. They looking to get to the end to sign to leave. You know what I'm saying? So
Right, and that's because that's because as soon as they see all these words, they run away from it. When do I sign? Just right here. All right, cool. Cook fast, and they go ahead.
Oh, nigga,
And
because they
put
need the
themselves-
money, the lights off, motherfucker.
Right, and they need the money because they've been getting taken advantage of for a very long time. So they put themselves in bad situations because they cannot read and they cannot comprehend, and that turns into they can't comprehend life as well, and that's why they get stuck in that arrested development age and stage of the 6th grade, and then their kids get stuck at that same thing.
Or
And
they're lazy.
it keeps trickling out, and then now 30 years later, we got a whole bunch of kids that couldn't read the word silhouette. That's in high school. They couldn't read silhouette. He called it. He couldn't read silhouette. Go. They couldn't read. Go. They couldn't read the word extraordinary.
So what data set are y'all using? Because like I said, from what I know, most Americans don't read at a 6th grade level or above. That's what I'm saying.
Yes, 54%. Yes, 54%.
So it's like, again, because I agree with you when you're saying when you get to certain places and to get into certain spaces, it would be better that you know how to read. But like, again, that deficit isn't really what is it hurting? I guess that's my question. What is it hurting? Because like I said, I read very well, but I would also say it don't matter.
No, it definitely matters. PZ ain't going. Example: Ben Crump articulate like a country bumpkin, but comprehends at a high legal level. That is a great example. That's a great example because he sounds crazy when he talks.
That wasn't bad. What do you think my reading level is?
What I think my reading level is, I think you graduated high school at your reading level.
I don't know my reading level. The last time I was in high school was 11th grade, so I don't even know my reading level technically. But I think I read good enough and I understand a lot of things. And I can have conversations that a lot of people can't have. And I understand perspective a lot of people can't understand.
But then here's the other side of that, though. Do you read well enough to write a bill, right? Put something in the legislation, create a balloon mortgage that will wipe people out and make you a millionaire? You know what I mean? And that's where the reading comes into play.
Wait, hold up. That's not reading.
That ain't the only way to become a millionaire, motherfucker.
When you're talking about
we're talking legalese.
So hold on, but the conversation is that we are set. Well, Cody is saying that 6th grade reading level is all you need because you can survive. I think if we just talking about surviving, go get your job, go get your apartment. Yes, we will all agree. But we talking about if we want to get more higher functioning human beings, especially our own community, we need to at least make it to the 12th grade. So this way we won't be getting taken advantage of for far too long. People that read at a 6th grade level and lower, they get taken advantage of. They are prey.
So let me ask you, Sharon, what's the physical difference? What's the literal difference between reading at 6th grade and a 12th grade level? Like, how do you quantify that?
Being able to understand 10th, 11th, and 12th grade documentation. Like reading level
Thank you for
is all
using
about.
Thank you for using that definition in the definition. So quantify it.
What do you, I don't understand.
Do you need the definition of quantify?
No, like you sound like Grover. I'm not understanding what's the question you asked.
Cool, but I can read, and you just tried to give a bullshit explanation.
No, listen to what
now
I'm
give
telling
a
you.
real one. Now
You
give a
asked
real one.
what's the difference?
Quantify it.
You asked what's the difference between being at a 6th grade and 12th grade reading level. The quantifiable difference is being able to read, comprehend, and understand things at higher reading levels than a 6th grade reading level. Right?
Okay.
So when you're talking
so
about
because you clearly don't Hey Taz, can you tell me the difference between a 6th grader reading and a 12th grader reading? Because Willie clearly doesn't understand the question. Thank you.
And I would even begin to question what would be there are people that have multiple degrees, supposed to be super intelligent. You get them on here and they are dumb. I've dealt with them. So when we start saying reading comprehension and whatnot, how does that play out in terms of each scenario? Does that mean because you have a higher reading comprehension that you will comprehend in every given scenario?
No.
That was saying no.
No, so no. So no, yes, you are going to comprehend every different scenario, but you're just not going to be able to articulate as good as somebody else. You're not going to be able to be as witty as somebody else. You're not
Nah,
going to
what
be
he
as
was
funny
saying
as somebody
was
else.
it's
But
people at a 6th grade level that can comprehend things that a college graduate can't. And at some levels, yes, that
no,
is
it's not.
true. But if we're
No.
simply talking about
What proof
literacy,
you have of
right?
that?
The difference is a Shakespeare book, right? Something written by Edgar Allan Poe. If your reading level isn't on that level, you are not able to understand and comprehend what you're reading, right? So you
All
can
right,
give them.
Have you ever read?
hold on one second. Hold on a second. PZ ain't going. They prohibited slaves from reading because an educated population, an uneducated population, is easier to control. That is 100% facts. Listen, let me tell you how important this goddamn reading and comprehending and reading at a 6th grade reading level is so powerful that we got Slowpoke to hit the panel. Welcome to the show, Tasha Vincent.
Thank you, Sharon. Good afternoon to you, the entire Bracy Bunch. Good afternoon to all the gentlemen on the panel.
Peace, sis.
Mhm.
Thank
So
you. What's your thoughts?
I've only come in on part of the conversation. I've heard like the past 20, maybe 30-minute tops. Taz, if I'm understanding correctly, you are challenging the benefit of reading comprehension. Yes?
Who is this?
I'm just a girl.
Natasha Vincent.
Oh,
What's up, Tasha Benson? Y'all ain't gonna go up.
No, I'm not necessarily challenging it per se, but as a person that's well read, I do question it. Considering, I mean, it's like it just does not seem to be a benefit. I talk to people that are dumb every day. You know what I'm saying? And it's not hurting them. They're not hurting in life because they're dumb and can't read and can't even comprehend and can't spell out a 7-letter word. It's not really harming their life.
And so I think part of it is we don't know what we don't know. Reading comprehension, I would posit to you and to everyone on the panel and listening, is a subset of critical thought, right? So not only is there critical thinking, there is critical reading. So you've got to be able to comprehend what you're reading in order to apply some critique to it. Would you agree? That's for Taz.
Somewhat, I somewhat agree, because because you're not well versed in a certain matter doesn't mean you can't pick out the context clues in it, and you can be right there with the subject matter within a few seconds of listening. So it might start off a little ugly, but they talk you right into understanding what they're talking about just through the context clues. So I do think coming through the door, yeah, you probably would want to know. But just because you don't know what somebody's talking about when they start talking, don't mean you won't figure it out as they're talking.
All right, so I'm going
But
to
she's
tie
talking
it
about
back
reading,
to
not talking.
right.
Well, it just sounded like that was the difference between knowledge and comprehension. Just because you don't have the knowledge, don't mean with giving it to it, you couldn't start to comprehend it. I think the problem is you giving someone the knowledge and they still can't comprehend it or are constantly struggling. I think that would be a level of someone's comprehension level.
And plus, also with communication, that's why people can get away with reading at a 6th grade read level, because you could talk your way into so-called comprehension because somebody could be smart enough to explain it to a 2-year-old. And so therefore now that 6th grade level person can give. But before you go, Shadow, go ahead, Natasha, you have one more thing.
I just wanted to tie it back to what you were talking about, because I think the topic of the show was an athlete who apparently didn't read his contract terms correctly, and then he's getting negative ramifications from that. Is that what it is?
The
That
conversation
is
went
one of the
there.
that was one of the scenarios. Yes, that was
It
one of
was
the
about a
scenarios.
video we watched where it was a lot of people in real time that clearly couldn't do basic reading, and it was kind of a
Yeah,
shocker. Some of the words they couldn't sound out.
Gotcha.
and not comprehend. They couldn't sound it out, and they couldn't comprehend what they was reading. Words like silhouette.
Perfect. So I know Shadow had something to mention. I know we call ourselves SGB here, right? Solution based group. So I just had a potential solution for parents as you're raising your children, another
Ooh.
solution for adults who might need to increase their reading comprehension just for their consideration. But go ahead, Shadow.
No, go ahead. No, tell us that solution. I would love to hear it. Go ahead.
So just one
She
thing
did.
that I did with my kids.
Can you repeat it again?
Can I repeat me, myself, or with Sharon?
Yeah, she's saying it right now.
Yeah.
She's
Yeah.
giving a
You
solution.
Yeah. Okay.
yeah, she's giving a solution
So
right now, Chad.
one thing that I did with my kids, I've got two children who are adults now. We made contracts for them as kids, right? So for their chores or for other things in the house. So never sign what you don't understand. So obviously, you have to make the reading accessible to whatever their age and stage is. But we enforced it at a really early age that you need to understand what it is you're reading and never put your name on anything that you don't understand, because then you're subject to whatever it is that you signed, right? And so they learned very quickly that they need to really understand and ask questions before they sign something,
Yeah,
right? So it would
they're gonna come back to you like, Mom, I'd like to present an addendum to this contract about taking
they
the cash
absolutely
out every
did.
day.
They
Oh, nice.
absolutely did. And I've
That's
got
nice.
one who is into paralegal right now, which is part
That's
of
what's
their
up.
path into going into diplomacy. And I've got another one who's really great at ops, right? Business ops, DevOps in particular. And those
Nice.
require attention to detail, right? So I'm not saying that's all because of us making them do contracts when they were 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, but that's part of the thing. If you're already an
Mm.
adult, because I've been in leadership roles in various instances in my career, and you either find out or are told that your reading comprehension is not up to par with your colleagues, then I encourage you to find a mentor either within your organization or outside of your organization. And part of those mentoring conversations, assuming you've got a good match with your mentor, is probably going to include, some really great books that are going to be helpful for you, not only in your professional career, but for that critical thinking piece, like in your personal life as well. So I think mentoring, no matter your age, whether you're in your 20s, 30s, 40s, you can even have a mentor in your 50s and more, right? But just make sure it's someone that's going to put you on the right path and open your mind up to different opportunities. And that's going to include, really good books, whether they're fiction, nonfiction, that are going to help you in your professional and your personal life.
I like
Yeah,
that.
I disagree.
Oh, come
What
Like
on,
part you
again,
disagree with?
cut.
What part you
because
disagree with?
I don't do the feel goodery. It sound good, it feel good. I'm like, fam, people dumb. And so it's like pretending like reading or any of that. Like you got dumb people that are teaching nothing to their children. And so, you know what I'm saying? Like their kids gonna be dumb. The school system does not
Mhm.
teach reading comprehension at a high level. This is what's taught inherently. So outside of those few parents that can go above and beyond and dedicate that type of time, it's just not a reality. We are in a time where reading is becoming irrelevant. It's closer to a hobby than a
That's
benefit.
crazy.
It's actually
Um,
true though. Like
No,
everything
it's,
bro, I'm
but
sorry.
it's true that. No, hold on. But I
it's
think
like the
what we
same
getting
argument
confused is
with
that,
cursive.
right? I think the part that we getting confused is that we do understand that it's going to be a bunch of people that can't read and they're going to be able to survive and eat as long as we got money and jobs, right? So we understand that. However, the people that are running things and that's going to be the ones that are in a better lifestyle is going to be the ones that's proficient at reading and comprehending at high levels.
I'm not even. I don't know.
And
I'm not willing to try to make those arguments. I just think that it's. I didn't think it would be the day that we will argue against reading. I'm not necessarily knowing if that's everyone's position, but it's just. I don't think there's a
It's
single
close.
negative
I'm definitely
from
arguing it.
I
So,
don't. I don't. I don't think there's a single negative that comes from having a higher comprehension or reading level.
but
Now to say
the
if
problem
that's
ain't
going to be the
that, bro.
determiner of your life, if to say if that's going to be the determiner of your success or life, I wouldn't put it on that. But I just don't think there is a negative that comes from you learning how to read or being better at reading. So those same people that are successful with a low reading level, I feel that them having a higher reading level will benefit them in ways even outside of their business model. Like I said earlier, I brought up in your relationship dynamic with Cody that you being able to articulate yourself and identify certain actions and behaviors through the words instead of you just feeling some type of way. You feel that this chick is
Right.
playing, you're acting funny, but you don't know what she's actually doing or how to identify that and have a conversation or whatever the case may be. You just are getting upset. So I think it goes deeper than your success in your finances. It could be success in relationships. It could be success in all types of different aspects. I just don't think there's a single negative that comes with having a higher reading comprehension level.
Agreed.
Yeah, it is. It is. It is. And so, I'll try to lay it out again as simple as can be. So, because you have no way to qualify it, and you're just gonna keep on patting yourself on the back like I can read, I got high comprehension. What you're doing is the same high IQ white nationalist conversation that Black people hear all the time. This is not you giving the Black community pointers on how to comprehend better. You're playing into an argument that has been problematic because of how these things are taught in school and who gets the upper hand. Do you think Donald Trump has a high reading proficiency, or some of these people? And see, I don't. These people can barely
It's
articulate
above sixth
themselves.
grade, bro.
They're reading off of teleprompters and still
Right.
sound dumb.
I
Like
just-
we cannot give the benefit of the doubt to just high reading comprehension to success.
So
based on who?
Now I understand y'all.
Hold. I think he just went out. So no. What the thing is that when you could comprehend at high levels is you have less chances of getting taken advantage of in all aspects of life. Whereas the partner that you choose, that person's not going to take advantage of you. There's less issues with that. There's less issues with getting in predator loans. You have less issues in the workforce. You have less issues in the world because you're able to read multiple things because you are comprehending. Because you are comprehending things at a high level, not just because when you have more words to express what you are going through and what somebody else going through, you can assess problems at a quicker pace than somebody else that is at a lower level than you. So,
but hold on. I'm gonna give you some legitimate pushback, right? Because one of the things that Shadow said earlier when it came to contract reading and all of that was laziness, right? So you can have someone that's extremely proficient in reading, they just don't read the contract, so they could still get got, right? Like, being proficient in
okay, pause there,
reading.
but that's also costing you money, right? So all that, and also that's leaving you vulnerable to the person that you are paying to, or the person that you entrusting to read this thing for you.
Well, we
You're taking that out of your hands and giving it to somebody else when you are not proficient. That's the issue. You give yourself a vulnerability to be taken advantage of in life, in relationships, in loans, in
Wall Street Willie.
credit.
So hold on.
What is the But Wall Street, what is the negative that comes from having a higher comprehension level, a higher
Absolutely
reading
nothing.
level? I just don't.
The fact that I sit up here and really start laying it down like fam sitting up here saying tooken. Does it mean he got a low comprehension level?
No,
okay. No, it doesn't. So let's stop doing
I'm glad
this.
you said that.
Let's stop doing this.
Because I'm glad that you said that. So just because I want to answer that, because just because I speak a word wrong, if I say pattern, if I say tooken, it doesn't change the fact that I'm using it properly. As
But
a,
the
yes,
outside of
I'm using a word that is not an actual word, and I get that. I f up the English language all the time, but it doesn't change my comprehension level.
Yeah, but
but wouldn't it change
that's
it? But
literary
wait a minute, wait a
degeneracy.
minute. But wouldn't it
Right.
change my
I
comprehension
agree.
level though? Because I'm the one that's done read these books and know that ain't no such word as tooken. It's an insult to my intelligence to have to listen to that, ain't it? Considering
No, as long
what,
as long as
what
I'm
do you mean?
using it as long as
Listen,
I don't
there's
think so, because as long
somebody
as I'm using
misspoke.
as long as you can understand what I'm communicating. So yes, I'm from
What?
Brooklyn, and I understand that I'm
Come
supposed to
on,
use
bro.
taken. Listen, I'm from Brooklyn. I
That's
say
my
tooken.
point.
I don't give a damn what nobody. I
That's
don't give
my
a damn
Stop
what
point.
putting that
nobody
on
say.
Brooklyn. I
As
told
I
you.
long
don't
as we
care what nobody
understand,
say. I
but
don't
that's
care what
my point,
nobody
Sharon.
say. If I
As
say took it, I don't say taken. It is what it
But
is.
that's literary degeneracy, though. You
but as
supposed to be
long as
trying to
we
get better,
understand,
right?
we comprehend you. We understand what you're saying. Your message got across. I don't really
Right,
see nothing wrong with it. That's my point. But I'm saying if we're gonna
right.
start applying pressure, we shouldn't be able to say tooken. We
Why
should
not?
because it's not a
Because I'm
word.
never taking an attorney to go into court and say took it. And we're supposed to be trying to breed the next crop of attorneys, right?
Right,
Yeah,
because when we gonna start drawing the line and pressing people, right? If we gotta accept tooken, we gotta accept everything.
Why are we pressing
Right.
people if we're just saying we want people to have a higher reading comprehension level? Why are we pressing people? Nobody's here
Because
getting disrespected when Jay Prince says some stupid word that don't even exist in the dictionary. But we still sit here like Jay Prince, you need to have a higher vocabulary. In both statements, I mean, I'm neither pressed, and the statement I made is also true. Like, I don't care if he says the word wrong, but he should also
right.
learn to
So
say it right.
yeah, I mean, so if you're saying the word wrong though, I mean, does it mean anything?
You said, does it mean anything? Yeah, because in the form of a conversation,
So
we
why
have to
don't you
agree
why
on what
haven't you
words
said
mean.
that to Sharon?
About what?
Because he says words wrong all the time. I'm saying it don't mean nothing. You saying it do. You introduced Jay Prince. We got somebody right here who
Yeah,
do
yeah,
it.
yeah. So if Sharon was saying the word wrong and we couldn't comprehend what he was saying, or he said, if let's say he said the word right, but he was comprehending it wrong. Like we have to have a baseline agreement on words. You can't think that house means McDonald's, and I think house actually means the place that I go to sleep at night. We will both have to not only know how to say house, but comprehend what this house represent and what that means. We couldn't be sitting here talking past each other and act like, no, house actually means McDonald's because I believe so. No, we couldn't let that slide.
Right. Okay. I agree with that, but that's what I'm saying. Keeping it within context, though. What is the point of having this high reading comprehension if outside of reading you can't comprehend? Like, and if I can comprehend, then what is the point? What if because if you can just use any word and I can comprehend what you're saying, then it's cool. That's why people don't mind listening to a Jay Prince because they know exactly what he's saying regardless. They know what
So
he
wait,
means.
is the argument per se that just because you have a high reading comprehension level doesn't mean you have a high comprehension level?
Say it
Because
again.
if
Say it.
So,
no, I'm saying because like
so,
if I would correlate it, if
so
somebody has a high reading comprehension level, then they would have a decently high comprehension level in general because they can actually comprehend the words and things that are being presented in front of them, the information being presented in front of them. But are you saying that just because someone can comprehend when they read doesn't necessarily mean that they have a high comprehension level
Yes,
when out in the earth?
absolutely.
Oh,
Absolutely.
definitely.
100%.
Are you correlate that to like social like situations and stuff
To
like that, like being able
comprehension.
to read the room?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Well, not just read the room, but even in terms of like being educated. You can read a whole bunch of nonfiction and not know shit. And I think
I
that's one
know.
of the issues with Black history. People have read and heard and think they know and ain't read nothing to understand for themselves. Right.
See,
So
but
that
that's
I
going. See,
absolutely agree.
but look, Taz, because there's something you scream on me for, right? But if that's the case, then we should be more actively reading this information, which in turn would make us more scholastically inclined, right? We
Yeah,
should be
to an extent.
reading
But Willie, to an extent, because it comes a point even with that, like, okay, so what's the benefit though? Right? You got a million people running around here on this internet talking about FBA and don't none of them know nothing. All they know is slavery, reparations, cut the check. And that's the extent of their conversation. I'm saying again, the willingness to read and comprehend has to go along with the understanding of what you're pursuing. That's not happening.
Yeah. All right. I was trying to figure out your crash out, which angle you coming from, but I get it. Because that is
I want people to be able to read a lot better and whatnot, but I'm saying
it's
right
not
now
the
I would
end
be
all be
lying
all.
bro, I would be lying if I said that's gonna harm
It's
you in
gonna
the
fix
future
something.
if you can't read up to an 8th grade level. You know what I'm saying? I
But we know it will. But we know it will get people armed a little bit better. We know majority of people that are saying they are getting, I don't care what you say, getting taken advantage of. I don't give a damn what anybody say.
Yeah, but a lot of these people are.
They are getting
But wait. But a lot of these people are literate.
they are vulnerable, right? And that's the scary part about it. If they was able to comprehend better at higher reader levels, they are going to comprehend the things in life at a higher level as well.
Well, wait, Sharon, I got to give you
So
pushback
are
on that,
black
right?
people not able to read
Hold
on
on.
like, you know, like what do we, you know, go ahead, Willie, go ahead, brother.
Don't jump off
I'm
yet. Hold on. Let me.
gonna jump off.
So
Go
what I'm
ahead.
saying is like that's not necessarily true because when you look at the housing crisis, you got a bunch of people that were very literate that just didn't know the terms. They couldn't even comprehend what they were reading. On
Thank
paper,
you.
yeah, on paper, what I'm saying to you is on paper, these are collegiate level reading crackers, right? But when it came to the application of understanding what they read, yeah, they got. So just being able to read doesn't protect you from being dumb, not understanding what you're reading, not, you know what I
Right,
mean?
but okay, but that's what we having a conversation about is that we need to get people reading beyond a 6th grade reader level because people 54% of America is reading at 54 is reading at 6th grade and lower. That's a problem. They can't read the word silhouette. They don't understand the word
Where'd that
silhouette. They
number
don't even
come
know what the
from?
word silhouette means.
Bro, I spent years with this conversation, bro. Like it's weird today because it's like it's a lot of people that just don't care. So when we talking about reading versus comprehension, I'm saying people read as a hobby and niggas dumb as fuck and they can't comprehend. Their reading is just a hobby.
And I agree that yes, you could sound out words and you could read the words on the book or in the page, whatever the case is. But that ain't comprehending anything, and that ain't helpful neither. I agree. You cannot just be able to read the words. You got to be
Or
able to
you could be,
comprehend at high level.
or you could be like me, can't pronounce the word at all, but know what it means. I can comprehend the word, but can't pronounce it. I'd rather be able to. I'd rather,
and a millionaire, ain't it? Or close to it.
like, so I think we need to really teach our
Equally
kids.
problematic. Wait, I just want to know where you're coming in at, Edo, because
Yeah, that sounded
I'm saying
crazy to me.
according to their conversation, that should be equally problematic. I'm saying I got you right, but according to their conversation, I don't know where the problem begins because if you don't have to speak the word or know the word or any of that, if we ain't trying to pursue the words, if life ain't a spelling bee, what are we talking
Then
about?
what's the value of the word?
I
Yeah.
give the leeway that everyone has like different accents. Ultimately, you're not going to be able to say it the exact same way that it was originally prescribed to say. That's why you can say a Hispanic name or whatever or word, and you're going to say it differently than a Hispanic person, and vice versa. They're going to say English words different than us, and I would have to give them that grace that they're not going to say it right exactly, pronunciation, but if they understand and comprehend what it means,
Yo,
then you give
fam,
that
people
you
out
give that
here
leeway.
getting criticized for the way they
We're not talking about
dress.
pronunciation.
Hold
Like
on, people are getting
pronouncing the word.
criticized for
Hold
the
on one
way they
second.
dress.
All right, so
Not
read,
saying the
read,
word
then read.
cooking.
Since you wanna be stubborn, read.
Read.
Oh, hold on. Cap college level reading requires comprehension.
Thank you.
Now, see, I didn't
No, it
even
does
comprehend that.
not.
I didn't even comprehend that because I don't know what Cap college is. I thought the Sharon Bracey panel was Cap college. Everybody be up here capping.
So hold on. So okay. So you didn't understand it, or you being you didn't understand it, or you being facetious?
No, I don't know what a Cap college is. I
He said
know.
cap.
And
Period. Cap.
punctuation, but he reads though. He
Okay.
reads. Don't read
College
and have
level
punctuation
reading
in it.
requires
That's
See,
why
I
you
thought that was a
comprehension.
commas. That's
class
why you
of
gotta
In
have
real
commas.
time.
university.
In real
See?
time.
Oh no,
In
he
real
read it
time, what
right.
happened?
No, in real time he read it right because they didn't use a comma.
No punctuation. But
And
reading
he
But
has
had
if
that.
you have
punctuation in it, right?
comprehension, you're
Right.
going to
So
be
Right,
able
but now
to
right. So
adjust
hold
in
on.
real
So,
time.
now
right.
you talking about grammar, but comprehending what he was communicating is different. Now and that's the difference between just reading words. What Willie did was just read the words, and that's why he didn't understand it. And that's the issue. So you can read words and not understanding what you're reading, and that's the difference
Yeah,
between reading and comprehending. We need people to comprehend at higher levels, so therefore they could comprehend in the world at
right,
higher levels as
Mr.
well.
Ron. No, but you can't do that because comprehending at a higher level is me looking at that saying cap ain't capitalized, and there's no differentiation for that to be just. It should be capitalized dot. You can because
No,
how you
the
present
reason
it.
why no, the reason why I disagree. The reason why I disagree because context matter when you comprehend. So words can mean a multiple of things. If I say bread, the way how I use the word bread, it could mean a plethora of things.
No, I
But
got you.
it's
And
different when you're reading it versus when someone's saying it, Sharon. How they presented that in that super chat, it looked at like Cap College. Now you said you use the level of your intelligence to understand what they meant, but without a comma, we could not tell that those two things were separate unless you just
They're wrong.
use.
Not we,
I
you and
thought it
the
was
other
yes,
kind of
gentleman.
a
Sharon
you
distinction
understood
of
right.
it.
Here
I
we
human.
go.
understood it.
I
You
No,
thought
need
it
but
was
to
wait,
some
be
no.
type
able
of
to read in
distinction
real
for a
time and
certain type of
understand in real
university.
time via
Oh no,
reading
that's what I'm saying.
comprehension.
Hold on, y'all. Hold
But
on,
wait,
because hold on, she's not gonna speak loud. Guys, say it one more time, Natasha. Go.
I so apologize for stepping over folks as they're speaking, but yeah, it was just amazing that this was happening in real time because reading comprehension includes that very basic super chat, right? Sharon adjusted and adapted in real time as he was reading because yes, it requires context. And so yes, he absolutely knew what that person was trying to say in the super chat. Thank you for your support. Please support the show. Cash apps,
Right.
also
Well,
But
no,
but
available.
someone but
but
wait,
That's
that's
wait,
one
because
wait, hold
he.
thing.
on.
Oh,
No,
I'm
no,
No,
sorry.
no, no,
One more
hold
no,
thing.
on.
Oh,
no,
sorry. One more
Natasha.
thing.
That's
I read
because
One more
he
One
thing.
at a
read
time,
these
y'all. One at a
illiterate
time. So,
someone
comments
so
that
all the
we all
doesn't
hold
time.
on.
use the
All right, hold
words
on, one at a
cooking.
time. So we gonna go Eda Man, Taz, and Wall Street Willie.
I just
So
had one more
everybody
thing
can get
though.
their thought in. PZ ain't going. Go ahead, Eda Man, read it. Read.
I'll read for you, nigga. I told you I'm tired of reading for you because you be trying to set me up. This is an informed form,
In real time.
Jesus on the main line. Okay. Tell
All right.
them what you want. Okay. Did I do a good job for you? Do you think I just because I didn't pronounce the words correctly, I don't know what that means, Sharon?
But we know you're
Is-
playing, so you do have reading comprehension in that case, because you were obviously being
And so
silly.
and look how he just and look, sir. He said this is an informal form. Jesus. Right. So
Informal.
I even put the Jesus and put the S. He didn't
No, he
have to
said
put the
informal
exclamation mark
forum.
for
Hello,
me
but
to understand what he was attempting to communicate when he said Jesus.
that's because you talk to you read these super chats. You know, you read my super chats, and I
No, that's
know it
because you
don't
don't
make
know the
no
word
sense.
forum.
Hold on.
He said it's an
Listen,
informal
just
forum,
because
not
he know
form.
how we communicate doesn't mean that we're speaking proper English. So him reading his own super chats, knowing his watchers and his subscribers, doesn't say, well, go, you can't comprehend because you don't know that person. Don't let Sharon gaslight y'all up here that he read us all the time. That's how he know. He done heard us talk in real time, so he know what we mean even when we misspell words. Tell me that's not cap, Sharon.
Thank you, brother. Thank you.
You know that dude ain't never
Hey,
used a
I,
comma.
I forgot
That's why
my
you
I
knew
point.
asked
he.
Forget my point. I forgot.
I asked this to everybody else. I'm sure you're gonna say the same answer, but is there any negative that comes with having a higher reading comprehension level?
Yeah, I think so. I think some
What?
of y'all too smart that y'all broke. I know a lot of smart broke people because they too smart.
That
Listen,
just we're
But it was
not.
supposed to
See,
be. It's supposed to
this is
be.
where we start
It's
arguing in
supposed to be
bad
either
faith.
man. It's supposed to be either
Y'all
man,
call this
Taz, then Willie. But
diploma
I think
phobia.
Willie gave up his spot. So Taz, you want to jump in? I want to. I didn't
Yeah,
want to overstep you. Yeah.
I don't know, bro. Like, so for example, with that super chat, right? I'm perfectly fine with giving smoke for not comprehending it. It's like, bro, what are you doing? How do you not comprehend that? But I'm not with giving smoke to the person for not comprehending it if the person who wrote that shit ain't getting no smoke. And that's the problem. That's what I've been trying to illustrate this entire time. It's like a one-sided understanding where you get to be dumb as possible, but as long as you can read and comprehend, everything's cool. And so if you put it in the right format, yes, it's going to be read correctly. You put it in the wrong format, and nobody's telling you that your formatting has to be right, but you're going to tell the person who was able to comprehend it, oh, you were smart for comprehending his inability or unwillingness to structure the sentence correctly. It's half-assing it with so-called smart shit.
So that's what I disagree with that. I
Yeah, I'm
really
a,
disagree with that point. That
get
we
your
have
thoughts
to
together. Get your
have
thoughts together.
everything correct and punctuated, and we gotta articulate every single word and enunciate, and I gotta use diction and slow down. I kind of disagree with that. Oh
Got you.
man,
So
Outside
as
of
a
the whole,
I gotta form the whole thought. You're right. Go ahead, Willie. I gotta
as
form
the
that whole thought.
person that read it, right? You have to understand the context I'm in, right? I'm working. So I'm speaking Crackanese all day, right? Now, in Crackanese, that could be you are distinguishing some type of college. I was like, what's a cap college? Is that something I haven't heard of? Right? Now, with a period, I could have just said, well, cap, oh, one word, cap. Yeah, you capping, you lying, right? But I just simply read it different because my mind right now is working in Crackanese, right? So while you who says tooken, right, understood instantly, it's not gonna connect with every audience. That makes sense?
yeah, but I understand what Taz is saying on it's a two-way street in terms of a conversational written thing where if
Yeah,
you're trying to
period.
say something a certain way, but you don't even know you said something that if I was to take you literally, it wouldn't mean anything that you're saying. So I kind of have to translate what you're trying to say. And two, that's not on me, and it's not a determinant of um my level of intelligence or my ability to comprehend because you don't know how to articulate yourself properly,
I'm
is
like,
what I
what's a
think
cap
is what
college?
Taz is saying, that you also have to be able to articulate yourself properly and to the point where if I was to take what you say literal, that is what you're trying to say.
Yo, bro, you know folks come out with a new acronym every day. So I'm trying to educate myself. Cap colleges. What's that? A period, one word, cap. College is so and so and so. I'd have been like, oh, he said he capping. Yeah, he was capping. You know what I mean?
look at that. He do got the ability. Now, super chats need to be written with proper punctuation and sentences.
You don't
I
have
wasn't
to, but
shooting at
it's you
homie.
don't have to. But the point is that if I don't understand what you said, it's not on my. That's not a determinant of my level of comprehension because you said
Yeah,
it
don't put that on
fucking
me,
wrong.
bro.
Yeah, people misread text messages all the time.
So I don't know. I guess for me is a little, like for especially everybody here. Everybody here is pretty high level. And most people here is higher level than me. I learn a lot from y'all. And like just when I hear certain things, like when we was coming up and we was learning about Reconstruction and the Cold War. Like we was smart enough to know that it didn't have nothing to do with temperature. And we're not going to say, hey, why do they call it the Cold War? That's stupid as hell. It wasn't no snow.
It was cold. Hello. What history you into? Hello. The Cold War was
Jesus
definitely cold.
Christ.
What are we talking about? It was in Russia. It was in
Sharon. So I'm talking about Jamaican history. He forgot this was America.
I
He
can't
see
tell if
everybody.
either man is being facetious or not.
Y'all talking about the Cold War wasn't cold?
No.
Dang, my history teacher must have taught me wrong then. I thought
But
it had.
you using a term that was driven in the minds of people. So it's like when you hear Cold War, you know exactly what it is. It was driven in the minds of Americans. We all
Huh?
knew what it was. It's not like that's not when you're really gonna mix up, right? Because we all know what the
No,
Cold War was.
that could easily be mixed up.
Easy.
Possibly.
If your comprehension is low, you can easily mix that up.
You know how many people
Easy.
still question that to this day? Like, why is it called the Cold War? Well, cold. Why don't they call it
Absolutely.
something else? There wasn't even real war happening. It was just them talking and
Yeah, but
bluffing
that's the
and
difference
fronting.
between an identification of the term. People know what Cold War is when you say it. People instantly
Right.
Right,
think
but
Russia.
Right. Because let me give you an example, right? So when I say the civil rights movement, are you thinking the 1960s or the 1860s?
19.
Right. But the first Civil Rights Act was signed in 1866. There was a
Right.
movement for that.
Right.
See what I'm saying? So it's going to be, I'm the one that's required to make sure that you know what I'm talking about when I say it. I can't just
Mhm.
throw the civil rights movement around and then when you answer a certain way, I'm saying, well, like, listen to him, fam. He think I'm talking about the 1960s. How dumb y'all are. You see what I'm saying? To me,
Yeah, you
it's up
used
to you
that one
as
on me already. You used that
yeah,
one.
like the speaker is required to make you can comprehend because if I'm the one with the knowledge and the information, I'm required to make sure you understand what I'm saying. I just don't I don't see it no other way. And so again, I think it's on the speaker. They're incumbent upon making sure you can understand how they're articulating themselves.
Yeah, I think so many people so worried about looking stupid, and I'm more concerned about looking broke or being broke. Like it's certain things like we focus on. Like
Hey, man, that was a bomb.
they be like, oh, you can't pronounce words. I said, nigga, you work for me. That's why I hired you to
Well,
pronounce
no,
our
though.
words. Go to
You shouldn't
computer.
people shouldn't be watching your
Hold on, when
pockets
it
to that
comes to the way
degree.
you use the tool, when it comes to the way you use the tool of language, like yeah, like it can be a negative effect because while you think you got something, you broke to a lot of people, right?
That's
Well,
And so
cool.
well,
That's
now,
I'll
cool.
and
ask
so
you.
now
Yeah,
you just become broke and dumb,
So wait, no, no,
right?
cool.
no. But do you believe you got a low reading comprehension level?
I think that I pronounce words incorrectly,
That's
and
not what
that
I asked
just
you.
no. I think I can comprehend. I
So
think
you
I
have a
comprehend less
high
than most people.
comprehension level.
Yeah, but you might say that I have a low reading level because I pronounce the
I
words
don't,
incorrectly.
I don't care about that.
I'm just telling you the difference. That's why I said it's the difference between reading and comprehending.
We
If you can
made
look at a
that
word on
distinct
the paper and know
difference.
what it means, it's more important than you pronouncing the word. That was the point I'm making.
Oh yeah, we agree. We can probably majority agree with you at the end of the day with that because we would have to give leeway for people that have different accents and the idea that they're not going to say everything right, in all forms of conversation. But as long as they can understand what they're saying and we understand what they're saying, that's the point. So I think you're talking about your money. I think it's a direct correlation to your comprehension level of how much money you make.
I don't know. I disagree. When we started studying history and we started looking at Henry Ford, Henry Ford didn't have a good reading rate. Like when it's this thing that people have this thing called common sense. I think makes them money. Like they have this
It's called
idea that
comprehension.
well, comprehension. You can say, I believe that he can comprehend how the engine was made, but I don't think he could build the engine. Especially from an entrepreneur, I can have the big vision and I can get smaller people to do their part inside of my vision.
Yeah, that's fine. Like I said, I just don't think having, I don't think, I think having a low comprehension level where you couldn't comprehend, certain fundamental things like multiplication or, certain social cues and
Absolutely.
interactions, that how it's all negative. So the higher you can understand those things, the higher you can break them down and quantify them and conceptualize them in your head and then apply them only brings you benefits. So I'm just like having a higher level of that I don't see how it would bring any negative to your life, or us saying we need a higher level of that is something to argue against.
Well, the only pushback I
I
have
think
on that way is that sometimes people could be too smart for their own good that they start questioning everything. I see people with a higher comprehension way, but the confidence doesn't matter. So
Yes, you.
it's just that it can't
Yeah,
be.
nah,
I
that's
agree
not
with
where
you
he was
there.
really coming from, right? The
I agree with
problem
you.
is
Damn.
when it's
Go ahead.
presented like a certain level of literacy is gonna be a panacea. It's gonna fix
I
everything,
just,
right? Like,
I don't know,
nah.
man. I don't know if I can agree with that shit though. Cause listen, while either man was talking, all I saw was the homies, fam, back at the spot, still trapping and whatnot, and cause the money is the most important thing. You know what I'm saying? And so, like, these niggas can't read, bro. These niggas don't like these niggas dumb. You know what I'm saying? For all intents and purposes, right? But they know how to get money. And you know what I'm saying? I guess that's the point. Like if the end goal is just get money, all this stuff
Mm-mm.
But
is filler.
but
The
Taz,
end
this
goal
one
is
I
to
gotta
know a
hold
bunch
on.
of
This one I gotta
words
pull my boule
and
card.
speak proper
This one
English.
I gotta pull my boule card. They not getting no real money, right? And when it comes to the real money, when it comes to the real capitalization and control of shit, their skill isn't as valuable as knowing how to read real fucking well. You know what I mean?
That's crazy. I know some drug dealers really get to the money. I don't know what the hell you talking about. Like these dudes in these corporate jobs couldn't touch some of these drug dealers, especially ones who like really doing it, and they ain't that smart, but they understand business. They understand. Go ahead.
Ain't none of
No,
them
no, no.
niggas getting Jeff
Read.
No,
Bezos
hold on,
money.
hold on. So no, again, we
Ain't
can't
none of
use
them
the
He
niggas
said
getting
exceptions and
no
act
dealers
like
are
Kentucky
smarter
no,
than
money.
hold
him.
on, no, hold on. We can't use the exception and say that's the rule. We know majority of people that are selling drugs are dumb as hell. Peasy ain't going. Black folks beefing about higher level reading comprehension not being a positive thing is crazy work.
Yeah,
So having a higher level of comprehension, or let's say a different, having a higher level of perspective doesn't just automatically mean you're a good or better person morally. It just means you're more aware. So watched the video about. I'm sure you guys all watched it if you haven't, but you could be to the level of having like we were to scale it by monetary things, a perspective level of a cruise ship versus the perspective level of a nice shoe. That shoe could be nice and you have a low perspective, but you live in bliss, but you have a high level perspective and you're a cruise ship, but you're not a functioning cruise ship, you're a sinking one. Because what does it say? There's the ignorance is bliss. So a lot of that, in my opinion, what we're happening right now in this country is that we have high level thinkers, high level perspectives that are running our country, running our world, but they have low moral character and they're bad people. And so you would have to reverse that and put high level people, high level thinkers with good moral characters in those positions. But you
Yeah,
being aware, you being smart doesn't make you a good person.
yeah. So what I'm trying to understand is in most situations, hey, somebody talking.
Okay,
Oh, no, my fault, my fault. That's white folk. Don't
I
worry
got
about
you.
that.
Oh no. So Sway, let me give you an example of what I'm saying, right? Uh I am very good in math, right? Math has always been my strongest subject for my whole life. That's why I went to school for accounting, right? So I understand numbers. Numbers make sense. Numbers never change. Like kind of like words changes. Like
You
it
said
can mean different.
what never changed?
Numbers never change. Like numbers, like a two mean two regardless. It's consistent. It's no situation that two doesn't mean two versus two as a word can mean a lot of different things. Did that make
And
sense? Did that make sense?
what you call those things?
Numbers?
Oh,
Like numbers don't change? Am I missing something?
I mean, I don't think numbers ever change because it's always put in the same context. So if you're talking about in terms of math, but
Yes,
words change depending on the context you're using them in.
based on the contest. So that's why I think you just need to know your strengths. That's why I have a lawyer on retainer. So guess what I do? If I don't know something, I don't try to like increase my comprehension. I pay somebody to explain it to me that comprehend at that level. That just makes sense to me.
Yeah, I get that, but that's a specific thing. But I also don't think that that's a justification on your comprehension level because you don't know as much to a lawyer about law. You know what I mean? That's just they have necessarily information to apply with the comprehension level. You don't have the information to apply with your comprehension level. But I'm sure if you went through the same trials and tribulations and got the same information and knowledge, you'd be able to comprehend with just as
Absolutely.
high.
Like if I would have went to school for 10 years to become a lawyer, I'd be able to comprehend at that level too. Absolutely. That's a fair point.
Hold up, real quick, because I feel like they're about to ask me a question because I read so well. But this is the thing, right? When you're talking about how much money these dudes are getting over in other positions, right? You realize like you trying to shoot as high as you could go when you talking about the streets and whatnot to compare to an industry, right? Like that's the bottom floor. So when we look at what's the differential between here and there, a lot of times it is a certain level of literacy. It's a certain level of being able to have a common understandable knowledge and language where you can structure deals, get shit done. You know what I mean? So that was goofy. Cause to the motherfuckers that
Did Wall Street blank out or that's me?
No, I
That's
can't hear him.
all of us. All of us.
Okay.
God said. No, but and I'm not saying that you shouldn't be
American,
able to
let,
cut.
let me
Go
read.
ahead.
American tradesmen, numbers.
You didn't pronounce the I. I'm just letting you know you didn't do it right. It's nine bus.
Hey, hey, man, what he didn't do?
He didn't pronounce the I. Just let you know. If you're gonna correct
My man
the
said,
grammar,
"Don't." He said, "My man said, them numbers don't lie." Goddamn! I was
Sharon, he kept saying, "Huh?" You say what now?
yeah, say it again.
Hey, what that is? Hey, one more time. Here's my
So, but no, I do think comprehension is important. I'm not saying that comprehension is not important. I think that we do need to focus more on do my kids understand it versus are they pronouncing it. I think it's more
like,
impactful for us to put a dictionary in our kids' have to put in how to pronounce it. But don't get me wrong. The reason I married my wife is because she pronounced words really well. I do want them to have both in a perfect world. They need to know how to pronounce
yeah.
the things.
And
So
clearly, I'm gonna have to start because I'm gonna have to start being less ghetto. Clearly, because they don't like when I say tooken. I can't say tooken. I can't say pattern. God damn, I can't have no fun.
you on YouTube, you're supposed to be able to do
that
all
ain't ghetto. That's
Hey, look,
goddamn me can't read.
Natasha wanted to let me say
You getting a
fraudulent slip.
54%, motherfucker.
You heard me, Cody?
Natasha
wouldn't let me say fraudulent slip.
Yeah, cause she know that ain't the way you.
I
Hey, but
came back
Natasha
just in
always
time.
been king on words, though. I think she like a wordsmith or something up there in Canada.
I'm
Absolutely, yeah,
not.
she's
I'm going to
awesome.
be humble, but I think reading comprehension is very important. That being said, Sharon, I really appreciate your patience with my silliness in the chat. You are an exquisite speaker. You are an exquisite debater.
Natasha, I
I'm
never
not.
thought you would.
do do do, do
Despite
exquisite have a
all of
do it
that,
have an S in exquisite?
yes, there is. Yes, there is. So despite, sometimes the different words and phrasing that you use, and certainly, the way I speak in Canada is going to be different than how someone speaks in different regions of the States or across the pond in the UK, you are perfectly understandable. So keep on doing what you're doing. I appreciate you. I appreciate the entire Bracy bunch. Thank you for letting me be on the
Where you
panel.
going?
I stepped away for a moment, but I do have to get back to work because I have to prep for a meeting at the top of
See,
the hour.
see, when you can comprehend at that level, you always got to work all the time. See, we
That's
can
a
talk all
fact.
the time since our comprehension. So,
That's where all that good reading get you.
a damn
Thank you so
job.
much,
That's what you
gentlemen.
get.
Like Willie,
Thank you so
reading for
much.
white folk.
Oh shit! Thank you so much, Natasha. I
Be
appreciate
It's
you.
good,
too bad
Natasha.
that's not everybody's goal, though. But I mean, I get it, and I understand why these conversations happen. But I think what Eda Man is pointing to inadvertently is why it's the way it is. Get that money.
Mm.
Fuck everything else. Don't matter
I
what
agree.
nobody say. Don't matter what nobody. They can think you dumb. Get that bread. Nothing else matters.
Cause you know why I believe that? Why we believe that? I've been in a room with people smarter than me, and since I have more money than them, I was respected higher in the room. So I don't think we hold comprehension or reading at the level that we supposed to hold it at. That is valuable to most people. That's why they
Or
don't teach it.
maybe it's just been bullshit sold to you, and it ain't never been as valuable as you thought it was supposed to be. Because, goddamn me, like you said, you know a lot of good reading as walking encyclopedias can use all the good word and ain't got shit.
Yep. And I feel like the higher people comprehension, the more they question everything. They second guess things, but it might just be me.
I think I think those are different. Making those type of decisions to go ahead and do something, that's different. That's confidence. That's not competence. I think a lot of people have confidence without competence.
They say competency usually leads to confidence, but I've learned. I mean, yeah, honestly, I guess that was kind of for me is that I learned to stop questioning myself in high school. That just go with your gut. Your gut is telling you C, and every time you question yourself, you end up getting that answer wrong. So stop doing it. You know, you only do that
Mhm.
so many times. Like, damn, I was thinking that. Dang, I was going to pick that, but I kept questioning myself that I ended up choosing the wrong answer. So I stopped doing that. If I got it wrong, I got it wrong. If I didn't, I didn't. My brain was telling me something then. It was picking up on the subconscious telling me that this was the answer. So I just needed to go with it.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's what made me good at test taking. I just wrote what I thought, regardless if it was right or
Mm.
wrong. But I do think
Damn.
that makes you into a really good businessman too.
You gotta jump off that ledge.
You gotta
I
jump.
agree.
That's what Sharon did. Jumped over there with them Chinese folks, and he ain't coming back. He said he ain't coming back. He said y'all Americans, all hell to who's the president of China right now?
They have Prime Minister. I don't know his name. I forgot his name.
Oh yeah, you better watch out. You better know. You gotta know. But now this is a good
They
thing. I
finna
do.
gonna take your little
So
card from you, Sharon.
no, but wouldn't there say like, especially say if a man can't read properly or can't comprehend, isn't it smart for him to get with a woman who have a higher level of maybe reading or pronunciation or
If he
comprehension than him?
can, if he can, I don't think usually those people interact with each other. It happens every once in a while, like Roland
I think it's
Martin
I
and
think it's normal.
Shakola. Like Roland Martin and Shakola. They wind up meeting each other somehow. I don't know how a Crip and a Boule met each other, but they figured it out.
Well, no, that I think it was more common in the past than we think because our grandmothers were smarter than our grandpapas. Our
Well, let me
grandpapas
ask you,
might
E
used to
man.
work. Yeah,
You got a daughter, don't you?
I got a couple. Yep.
Do you want them to date dudes that have lower comprehension levels than them?
Yeah.
You do?
Long,
Oh, okay.
long as he can produce. Going back to what Tax is saying.
Bro, you saying anything, bro? You get my fucking nerves, bro. I swear.
Just like if he can produce, listen. This is what I tell people, man. If he's a producer, he can take care of her, and she might be the daughter that needed to take his plumbing business or his HVAC business to the next level.
I just don't
Damn.
think that men that elevate their daughters to have a higher comprehension level than most people would want their daughters to sitting there leading or comprehending for their husband. Essentially,
No,
I
no,
think
no.
they
See,
probably
no.
want
I think
somebody
y'all
as equally as
misunderstanding.
competent in
No,
comprehension.
you misunderstanding what the question was. The question did I want her to be with a dumb man? You
No,
said
I
was
said comprehension.
she have a higher comprehension level. So if we had a scale, her comprehension level was 95 and his was 90. I'm okay with that. I didn't say that I want my daughter with a comprehension level of 95 to be with somebody with a 12. We
No,
always
I
go to the
said I
extreme.
didn't I didn't say lower. I said low.
But I thought you said lower.
No, low comprehension. Because
Well,
that
I
was
don't.
kind of your point, right? Is that if a man has a low comprehension, shouldn't they get
I
with a
said
woman that has a high?
a
I just don't
lower.
think. Well, then
I
that's
must
that. Like you
mispronounce.
said, that could be
I
like you
must
said, 90
mispronounce
to
it.
95, or that could be 60 to 95. Like now we would have to put a line on it.
Yeah, I don't want my daughters to get with stupid people. That was not my point that I was making. No, I want him to be able
Sixth
to.
grade reading level.
I think most people can read more than sixth grade reading level at a college
They
level.
can't. They can't. The
At a
statistic
college
shows
level,
54. It says 54% of Americans read at sixth grade and lower.
and those are the ones that don't go to college.
Hey, 54. We don't know what's above though, but sixth grade and lower is the majority of America.
All of my daughters
Isn't
are going to
most
college.
isn't the rich people like the highly wealthy? They didn't go to college on. They dropped out.
No,
No,
no, most of them went to college.
most of them go to
The
college.
billionaires.
Yeah.
Okay, I could have swore that they were saying that the highly intelligent typically drop out because
No,
it's too dumb for them and it stunts
but
their growth.
we didn't say that. We didn't say they got a degree. They went to college.
Nigga,
Yeah.
everybody went to college then.
I ain't
Okay.
never. I ain't never been to
Everybody
Everybody.
showed
college.
up for the first semester and then dropped out.
Nah,
Wait,
Sharon
you
didn't go.
saying
Sharon went to
the
trade
people that
school.
had a sixth grade reading level went to college? That's what you're saying?
Man, my first year, at least 45% dropped out after the first semester.
Well, wait, no, I'm asking E in connection to that number that most people can't read past the sixth grade, right? What is, I'm curious as to the amount of college students that can't read at that level. That
I,
would
I
help
don't
me.
think. I don't think it's as high as you think it is. Especially when you understand placement tests of college.
What's not as high?
I don't think the majority of people majority of the people in college, I'm not saying all, can read above a sixth grade level.
All right, I want to be clear because I would agree with that. So then the question becomes, what portion of the population is that, right? Because I don't think most people read at a sixth grade level. I know some smackheads. They probably read better than half the people on the panel, right? But that's not judged. That's not scored. That's not put into these statistics. So
Hey,
I
thirty
did want to
percent of
question the
thirty
number as
percent of
well.
30% of Americans have a bachelor's degree. That's what I got.
30%.
Got a bachelor's degree.
What the
And
problem?
so,
The problem is when we usually talk about people, we don't talk about just adults. We also including kids. That's why these numbers look so big. Y'all know that, right?
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about college, though. Yeah,
So
and
approximately 46%
it's like
of American adults can
50,
read above a sixth grade level. So 46% can read above it, and they say
yeah,
That's what Sharon
54 is
said. He
below.
said 54 below.
Yeah, yeah. It's kind of crazy to me. That's kind of crazy, though. But working in the field that I was in, it makes sense.
Well, he also didn't answer my question. Is sixth grade reading level or what? What's the line?
Sixth grade, sixth grade read level is what?
He said there's a line. He doesn't want his daughter dating a dummy. And I said sixth grade read level. He said, well, I don't think most people are that whatever, sixth grade read level. So all I'm asking is what is that level? What is that line of dummy or
Mm,
comprehension that you're willing to tolerate?
yeah. So I want my daughter to be with someone with like at least a 12th grade reading level.
yeah, I think so too.
Okay,
I
so
think
he
so
wanted he
too.
wanted a super genius. He wanted a super nigga. I got you.
That's not a super
high
that he
school senior is super nigga?
You
that's
can't say
crazy.
that's not true. It's like me saying a 6'5" dude isn't tall because Wimby's seven
No,
four.
that's high school, bro. High school should be fairly average. Like that's
The
not
No,
12th grade reading level
Most
is
but the thing
people
is,
are
supplemental.
at
if we go,
6%
hold
and
on,
We talking
below.
about should be
yeah,
and what
right,
other
Like
than what is.
Jesus,
don't they
like
still got tests that you got to pass to prove that you worthy to graduate high school? Or they got rid of
that's
standardized
what.
tests?
Well, that's the scary part of this whole thing is that like how from kindergarten all the way up to the 12th grade, like how did you get past the sixth grade?
Yeah, I asked that long time ago, about
I was
3
getting
hours
money. I
ago.
didn't come to school.
That's the real
They
scary
kept me
part.
on the books for the federal money to have another student in the school, and I just wasn't there.
That's true. And they just keep pushing you through because they want to keep they want to keep your ass in the seat. So
No child left behind, son.
right,
Shit popping. You could move right up through high school and figure it
right
out by the time you get to
until we get
college.
to the point where our kids can't goddamn read the word silhouette.
Yeah, but that's what says. So, like, for example, the
So is it a
military, the
problem or
average
by
reading.
design?
Nah, them
So the
niggas dropped
average.
the ball.
So the average reading level in the military is 11th grade, around 11th, 12th grade. So I
Okay.
guess
Hey
they
yo,
super niggas too, huh?
hey
Yeah,
yo,
because there's a
Sharon.
lot of dropouts over there too, though.
Hey yo, Sharon, on my soul, right? I'm
Mm,
cutting school, not going to school. In the staircase in NYCHA, smoking a blunt, reading the autobiography of Malcolm X. Right? Like them
right.
niggas who chose not to learn, they just dropped the ball.
Right. So I think by now we should understand that like self education is highly important too, right? And you can learn a lot as well. So education is not just through the school system. So hopefully people understand that part by now as well. I did a lot of self education as well. I read a lot of books that you ain't gonna read in no goddamn school.
But let's not get it twisted though. Probably the biggest benefit of institutional schooling is the connections. Like, yeah,
Mm,
your homie might be CEO of some company and make you a VP and you barely qualify for the job. That's the real
mm.
benefit of collegiate
Well, I'm just saying, if
education.
it's not a ninja, what percentage of the population reads above 11th grade reading level?
The
Damn.
30% that went to college.
No, they don't.
Yeah.
I want you to look that up. How y'all was able to look
So
all
now
that.
the niggas that went to college can't read. You making that argument.
Been
I
saying
mean,
this
so
through
this,
the whole
Yeah.
I was about to
time.
say that the
Y'all
middle,
don't want to
no,
just okay.
Because I know somebody gonna throw the college athlete out there. I'm expecting that, right?
no.
I
I
brought up
mean,
Floyd Mayweather, right?
even
No,
if you
hear what I'm
say right
saying?
now, well,
I'm
I'm saying, let's say
expecting
right
that.
now,
I'm
Willie,
saying before
there's.
someone brings that up,
I'm
already
not bringing
know.
that up.
My question is, what portion of the population is so good at this sport, right? Because the nigga on the bench ain't getting an A on his paper being illiterate, right? But yes,
Mm.
some people do get through the system doing that. My question is going to be, what is the percentage in comparison to the population of that university? I know these arguments, like, so I just want to get the goofy out the way early. Somebody's gonna go to the college athlete that can't read and is in this university.
But that's rare nowadays.
Thank you.
Like they're not
You have an
taking dumb.
extraordinary grasp of the obvious, brother. I think I already made that point. So yeah, like when you saying that having a high school seniors reading level is what you call them, super nigga? Like I'm like,
Mm.
bro,
Yeah, that's
that
the problem. That
just
that's what we've been saying this whole time because it's relative to the population. So if over
Right.
half of them read at a 6 or below, and only 46% read above a sixth grade, then what percentage reads at a 12th grade? And if it's 5%, then that is a quote unquote super ninja. Because also you have to take that's also taking all people. That includes women as well. So what percentage of that 5% is men? Like y'all, I don't make up these
Right.
numbers or whatever. I don't care if 50% of men was at a 12th grade, but I know that that's not the case.
Sway, I knew you were
Mhm.
smarter than them. I knew it, Sway.
And and one thing for sure, I know the numbers don't lie.
Well, we can't say
Hey,
46% of the population are super niggas. That's crazy.
the
I
numbers.
didn't say
What
that either.
are the numbers?
Well, I'm saying 40% of the people can read at this 12th grade level above.
I asked you what percentage of the population reads at a 12th grade or above.
Okay, let me pull up. I'll figure it out.
Hmm. Let me see
I,
if I
I
see if
comprehend it for
it's.
me.
I wonder if they even have it. I don't even know how they quantify this.
They don't. They just guess and we take the shit as facts. That's
Now
what they
you
do.
questioning
They
the
just
shit. Now
guess
you
it. And
questioning
we
your
say,
own
well, since the
argument, big
Google
dog.
said it, it must be true.
No, I'm pretty sure they got some kind of criteria to it.
I don't think so.
Sway kicking ass.
They taking a long time to figure this out.
Yeah, but to be clear though, there's no downside in knowing how to knowing how to
Let's
read.
see.
I'm sorry. Knowing how to read. Like, you know, and
That
being
was
in an
never nobody's
institution.
argument,
Hold
though.
on, hold
Wall
on, hold
Street,
on.
you know that that was never
Hear what I'm saying.
nobody's argument. Oh no.
Nah, big
Somebody
dog. Like
talk.
some people did, like either man
Yeah,
answered
they
directly.
talking.
Like, yeah, he said he doesn't believe that
You can't
that's
hear
a
them.
benefit.
You can't
Huh?
hear them. Either man, you can't hear them. I think either man can't hear us.
We can't hear him either. But look. But I
So,
mean,
so
yeah.
they do it by some. They do it by a score. So they are doing it by score. It's by various government agencies and private research organizations. So, you know.
Yeah, so you got to
So
be
12, if you
careful.
read if you read at a 12th grade read level, you are proficient. Goddamn.
Hey, Sway say you're a super nigga.
That was wow.
Hey man, no, but he wasn't lying though. He just kicking y'all ass. Y'all up here talking buffoonery.
I don't care if it was over half or if it was under. I'm just calling a spade a spade. And at the moment, it don't seem like the majority of the population reads above a 10th grade. I don't even think a quarter. You couldn't quantify because I guess we haven't come up with numbers. I don't think a quarter of the percentage reads above the 10th grade reading level based on what I'm hearing. I think there's a high
Yeah.
chunk of that
And
46%
what
that's
you
above sixth grade that's in that seventh and eighth grade category. I think the
My
majority
question
of
would
that
right?
be
46%
how
is just
is
right
that
above that mark.
gauged? Right? How is that gauged? Right? Like
They said by school tests, government tests, and other private agencies. So they go on by test scores, accumulation of different tests, school tests, government tests, and private tests, whatever that means. They didn't say how
because
many people. They didn't say
because
how
I'm
many.
saying off top, right? How does that gauge people after high school? Like they ain't taking no school tests. They ain't taking no this, that, and the third test. A nigga could be working at Amazon and could barely read yesterday and is reading Noam Chomsky tomorrow.
And maybe
So
that's why they like, hey, damn, you couldn't read this Amazon test, boy. You got some issues.
Like I said, there's different information presented. Those 46 and 54% only represent a certain population of the human body
Right.
or like a certain age bracket. Like this was from 2006 to 2018, and they're not accounting for anything before or after those time frames. And just those kids that was from ages 0 to 24 or something like. I don't know the specifics, but if that's the case, then we would obviously have to move the conversation differently than just justifying based on those numbers.
we
But
would
that's
have
the
to
Yeah,
numbers
get to
and,
presented,
that.
so that's what I'm going
and
off
they
of.
also probably, probably the Wonderlic. The Wonderlic is probably part of the the testing as well, or the IQ tests and everything. Anybody here ever took a Wonderlic?
Pause. Nah, I ain't never did that in my life, brother.
Oh.
It don't do it, Wall Street.
I wonder what?
Yeah.
Nah, I
A
don't know nothing
Wonderlic.
about that.
It's like an IQ test. A lot of high level people take it. You know, a lot the NFL quarterbacks they take it. Presidents take it. CEOs take it. Stuff like that. I took it. It's an interesting test.
And you was bottom 5 dead or alive?
Yeah, your boy came up on top on that Jones. You know what I mean?
Not saying tooken. You better not have put tooken on that goddamn test.
I
You know
might have
what
got that. I might have got that answer wrong. When they said taken, I said, ain't no word as taken. I said, it's just tooken.
They
What
must
is
have
y'all
had no
talking
essay writing part on them.
about? I was like pattern and all that. Shit.
And then that's our element two. Us good at standardized testing.
Oh, writing, right? That's a whole nother level.
Yeah, some people are just good at taking tests, like federal tests, state tests, standardized tests.
Mm. Some people are good at reading and writing.
I'm a little bit confused on the good and bad, I guess, at taking tests. I can somewhat understand it, but I feel like the majority of it is things that you can actually do, like like you just knowing the answer. I think that's probably half of people's battles, that they don't actually know the freaking answer and they're sitting there trying to guess or look back into context clues that
Well,
they can make
nah,
up in a
bro.
moment. But if you
Nah, bro.
actually
I'll be
know the
honest with
information
you.
that's
Right.
being presented, I don't think,
I'll be
generally
Right.
honest
You
speaking,
got,
the
with you, bro.
questions they're presented in front of you is like trick
The honest
questions.
truth is, the answer is the complete other side, right? Those tests are designed to fool a kid that got a lot of sense into picking the wrong answer.
right, by
It's
changing a
all,
certain word around and
it's
yeah.
all in the
You
verbiage
change
and
two,
whatnot.
yeah.
Yeah.
You change two words, it changes the whole question, but it really didn't.
And that's when the
You
economic
start to
part of the
you get the
conversation comes in, right? Because you
and
take,
you start second guessing yourself. It is you gotta keep that confidence up.
but wait, that's
Especially
when
as
the
you see
economic part
people.
of the conversation comes in because you can be average, right? And take a Princeton review course, and now you're handling these tests completely different. It's like having a what you call them a personal trainer, right? Like
Mm,
you go through Princeton review course, you go through Kumon or something. Now you're way more equipped to handle this test than somebody that might actually be smarter than you, but falls
mm.
for all the Joe blogs.
What does
Right,
it
because
mean
you
to be?
stay cool.
What does that mean?
You can stay cool. You can stay cool
Joe
under pressure.
blogs.
Like all that things, all those things is factors into it, right? Staying cool under pressure. Um,
Yeah, and I'm
keeping
wondering
maintaining your confidence.
how would they
So
make
it's
you
called
be able to
Too
do
so it's
that?
nervous
called
when you
Joe
see the
blogs, right? When they
when
teach
you
it
see
to
that
you,
time running out. When
when
you
they
see the
teach it
time
to
running
you,
To
out,
they
you
me,
tell
don't
you
it
get
don't
nervous.
sounds
be
like
Joe blogs, right? Joe blogs is the
to me,
dude that that
you can't supersede the information. Is what I'm saying. If you don't have the information, if you're not studying, if you don't know the actual answer, no matter how much prep to get rid of all the trickery, you wouldn't know the answer regardless. So you have to
no,
have
you're
that
wrong.
baseline. How? Okay, I'm wrong. You
Because
just be dummy
those
and go to
tests
these prep courses and not know anything.
those tests aren't based on a high level of skill in any field, right? Like you're not gonna
What are you
find a
talking about?
pre-cal question on an SAT,
I
right?
don't know what you're talking about. It has nothing to do with what I said.
What are you saying?
That you have to have a baseline information. You have to know what 2 + 2 is to equal 4. If you don't know that answer, no matter how much pre-test or prep work or all these people trying to help you not get tricked, if you don't know the answer, you don't know the answer. So you still have to know the answer to fundamentally not be tricked.
Well, no. The to understand that to understand that
Oh
two
man.
to understand that 2 + 2 is 4, you displayed an extraordinary grasp of the obvious. Yes, that low level base foundation needs to be there. But
It applies to
the
anything.
conversation I thought we had gotten to is, right? You can have a child that's way smarter
That's
GG.
it.
Have a good evening, y'all.
Yeah, that's it. Done with y'all. We ain't get to 100 likes. Y'all gotta do better. Y'all gotta read the room better. Y'all gotta read the damn buttons. It's a thumb like this. Make sure y'all go check out all the videos that I dropped today. I'm doing my best. Make sure you do your best. Let's keep on comprehending. Let's get better together. Let's get smarter. Let's get faster. Let's get stronger together. God damn it. SBG, we out of here.
Nothing wrong with being.
Hype me up.
Let me